processes where California voters can go in on primary election day. They get a ballot that has every candidate listed on the ballot, regardless of the candidate's party. And no matter how the voters registered, whether they're a Democrat or Republican, they get one vote to vote for one of those candidates. So that's called the top two, because then what happens is the top two vote getters move on into the general election. And so again, it's very different, a very different kind of primary system than I think most people in the United States experience. We have it in California. Washington State's used it as well. And this book, again, is just a study to see how that worked in the first election that was used in California in 2012. Well, party polarization in the legislature means that the legislature oftentimes has trouble getting things done, especially when the legislature is, relatively evenly divided between the two parties. And in California, that was just manifesting itself because the legislature just wasn't getting things done. They weren't passing budgets on time. Policy wasn't moving forward in an expeditious way. The state just seemed to sort of be, in an era of really partisan infighting and things not happening in a way that they should. The legislative efficiency, falls apart. And so voters, sense that. Voters can see when things aren't happening. You read about it in the newspaper and you see it happening. And we, of course, see it happening in Washington, D.C. today. And so, again, there was a sense in California that we needed to fix things, that we needed to move forward to get to a place where we have a less polarized, less partisan legislative process. The beauty here in California of our initiative and ballot referendum system, where these kind of reforms can be relatively easily enacted once they get on the ballot, because voters typically like political reform. So what we did in the context of this study was we collected a relatively large survey where we interviewed over 5,000 voters throughout the state in different legislative districts and asked them a lot of questions about what do they think about the new primary, who did they vote for, and we then sort of go through and analyze that data to see, well, what's voters' reaction to this? Do they like it? Are they voting for candidates who are of the same party as them? Are they crossing over and voting for candidates of the opposite party? And if they're voting for candidates of the opposite party, why? Because that's the most important behavior that we expect to see as a result of the top two, that Republican voters could vote for Democratic candidates or Democratic voters could vote for Republican candidates. And understanding the motivations underlying that kind of crossover voting behavior in the primary is really critical for understanding how the top two is working. Well, we find that is in fact what happens, obviously. Voters do like to cross over and vote for candidates of the opposite party. But what we find is that they tend to do that because they really just like that candidate for some reason. They like that candidate's policy positions. They like that candidate's ideology. They're crossing over and voting for these candidates for non-strategic reasons. The thing that we wanted to really see is, are voters crossing over to vote for candidates to try to monkey up the process, to sort of be tactical or malicious, to nominate a turkey from the opposite party to ensure that their party's candidate would win in the general election. That's always been one of the criticisms of primary systems like the blanket primary or the top two primary. And what we find in our survey, and I think most other analyses of the top two have found, is that there just really isn't much of that kind of behavior. Voters are really crossing over and voting for candidates for really sincere reasons, because they like those candidates. So the top two gives voters an opportunity in the primary to support candidates of the opposite party who they really prefer to candidates of their own party. We think it's slowly having some effect on political polarization. It's not a reform that's going to change the way the legislature does business overnight. No political reform really can do that. What we've seen over time is that the sort of academic kind of analyses that we do of ideological or partisan polarization in the state legislature have all started to indicate that at the margin, our legislature's gotten a little bit less polarized in California. Also, other studies have indicated that our legislature, they're getting along a little bit better. They're being a little more effective at what they do. And we can see it because things like passing the budget, okay, that's happening on time now. We just don't see those, those kind of indicators, especially at the gross level, where they're not getting their job done. They're getting their job done now. Legislation's passing, it's being enacted. And we're seeing governors like, Governor Brown, a relatively moderate governor who is elected and re-elected office. So it's not just having an effect on polarization in the legislature, it's also affecting the statewide constitutional officers who we're electing and apparently, seemingly kind of supporting their move towards the middle. And we're conducting a pretty significant follow-up study to this. The main difference is we have a lot more data. And this is both good and it's bad. It's good in the sense that we've essentially run the experiment of the top two many times. So we're able to collect a lot more data, and data that's really helping us understand things that we couldn't look at in 2012. Like one thing that we can now look at is the rise of the so-called copartisan general election. We didn't have many instances of those in 2012. We have a lot more of those now. These are situations, and they occur in California with some degree of frequency now, which is a really interesting phenomenon from the academics' perspective, where we have two, in the general election, we'll have two candidates of the same party. Now, for again, voters throughout much of the rest of the country, that's an unusual thing. You don't usually think of having a state legislative race or a U.S. Senate race or a governor's election where it's a Democrat and a Democrat or a Republican and a Republican in the general election. Again, back in 2012, we just had a couple of those. Now, since we've got data through 2018, we have a large number of those to really understand the phenomenon of the copartisan general election. We also are able now to look more precisely at a lot of the legislative data. And this is something that my co-authors have been looking quite a bit at, which is using data from from the legislature's operations, looking at roll call votes, looking at legislative outcomes. We've accumulated a lot more information during this period of time, so we have a lot more data to really try to understand these nuances that we suspect that the top two is introducing into the electoral system and the legislative process. We're big fans of how the top two has worked in California. You know, what it seems to do is it gives voters more opportunities, right? It gives them more opportunities to vote for candidates in the primary election who they truly can support. And party becomes less of a factor in the equation. Whether the top two is really the mechanism that's going to eliminate or end partisan and ideological polarization, say in Washington, D.C. or in other state legislatures, probably not by itself. I mean, it's part of a series of reforms that, again, California has enacted that are moving our state towards a less partisan, less ideologically polarized process. I think other states can adopt these kind of reforms, and I think it will help. Whether it would help, you know, what's going on in Washington, D.C. today, hard to say. I think it wouldn't hurt, to put it that way. And I think that's the conclusion, really, of Andy and I's book, is that, you know, the top two may be helping a little bit. At least the data from 2012 indicates that it's moving us maybe a little bit, but it certainly doesn't hurt anything. It certainly hasn't, you know, led voters to have fewer choices. It doesn't seem to have negative consequences for voting rights. There's lots of negative consequences you can imagine it could have, and our data indicates that it doesn't have any of those negative consequences. It might have a little bit of a positive effect, and therefore we think it's a good thing for the state, and it is something I think that other states could think about adopting.
Part of the reason I ended up making the book was because when my husband and I first moved here in '85, we were able to learn a lot about Euro-American history and Black history, and I didn't think Latinos had ever had any history here in Pasadena. And I started to meet elders that were living in the community. We'll make it right here. And I began to learn that there really was a rich history that was here. Part of the reason that I wanted to write the book and do the TV show is there's no, as we're going through the city, there is nothing that shows we were ever here. The history that's here really is the history that emanates from the San Gabriel Mission. And so the people that were living there, the folks that were coming to this new area, first had gone to Mexico, and you know, 1519 is when you begin to start the folks living in Mexico. They're there for a long time, and then a century and some later, they decide that they're going to be sending people up and expanding Nueva España, and they're going to populate the area before these other people come and take away their land, right? When we're thinking about American history, we tend to think about it as a north-south, black-white, western expansion paradigm. Everybody is kind of, as history is being told, everything is coming from the East Coast over to here. And it's as if Mexicanos and anybody, Asians and the First Natives, everybody who's here is just kind of doing nothing until y'all come over. And the reality is there's a lot that's going on. Among the things that happens is the U.S.-Mexican War that takes place, or that's finished, in 1848. So you have this sense of they were our opponents during the war. They are the vanquished. So Mexican and Mexican history begins to vanish. It's not included. It's not seen as being as valuable, for example, as African American history that's here in Pasadena.
With the help of our Spectrum cable partners, we're in Pasadena, California, exploring the local literary scene. And up next, we speak with Colleen Dunn Bates of Prospect Park Books.
Today we're in my office at Prospect Park Books, which is in Altadena, sort of a suburb of Pasadena, just about 2 blocks north of Pasadena. But this is our office. We've been here about 4 years, and there are 3 to 5 of us here on any given day working on producing books.
And what's the story of Prospect Park Books?
I come from, my background, I was a writer and editor working in books and magazines and all kinds of publishing related things. And 12 years ago, I decided to publish one book called Hometown Pasadena, which came out of living here and falling in love with the city, or being surprised how I fell in love with the city. And so I produced that one book. I wasn't really intending for all this to happen. I just did the one book, and it was an unexpected, it did a lot better than I thought it would. It was an unexpected success. So then I thought, well, I guess I'll do some more books. And then it just kept growing from there.
And what kind of books do you all publish here?
It's a mix. It's a very eclectic mix for a small press of regional nonfiction, mystery fiction, general fiction, cookbooks. We do cookbooks from Southern California authors, about 1 a year. Some humor and gift titles. So general trade publishing, but a pretty broad mix for a small press.
Compared to larger publishing companies, what makes Prospect Park unique?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One is for a publisher is we can find the niches that the big New York publishing companies cannot do. We also can work very closely with our authors, and it's a very personal relationship, much more than a corporation would be. So I think you just saw a minute ago we had an author drop by with some jam she was bringing for a promotion we're doing. So that's pretty special that we can have those kind of things. And also we can, in terms of what we publish, we'll take some risks on some niches that the big guys won't do. Because we know, and we also know California. So part of it is I've lived here my whole life. The New York publishing companies don't know my backyard the way I know my backyard. So that was part of the motivation too.
The book, Hometown Pasadena, what's it about?
Hometown Pasadena is about everything about the city of Pasadena, which I think I told you I fell in love with it, and it was much richer than I had thought it would be. When I first moved here 27 years ago. And it's about all aspects of it. It's very feature magazine oriented. We have a lot of essays from notable writers. We have a lot of good writers in this community. But it's the culture, the architecture. The city's is internationally famous for its architecture. So the architecture, the gardens, also famous for that. The culture, the literary scene, both past and present. The food. Pasadena allegedly has, we did the best we could to verify this, more nonprofits per capita than any city in the United States. It also has more restaurants per capita, believe it or not, than any city in the United States, including New York City. And for better or worse, it has more private schools per capita than any city in the country. So there's a very strong focus here on education, on culture, on the arts, and on beauty. I mean, you know, the architecture and gardens. This is a community that is in love with beauty, I think.
And why do you think it's important for local Pasadenians to know that about themselves?
Well, I think they already know it. I think my little joke has been ever since I did the first edition of Hometown Pasadena that Pasadena is in love with itself. And I think people actually like thinking that it's the best kept secret. I also published a novel called Helen of Pasadena by Leon Dolan. That's actually our best-selling book of all time, and she just perfectly celebrated and skewered the Pasadena thing, which is, you know, oh, my family's been here for generations, we do things a certain way, we are happy in our little land here, that we, you know, going over to Los Angeles is such a bother. So anyway, I think there is a strong sense of culture here, of community, of the people feel like they belong here. Newcomers take a little time. That's the other issue is, and that Leon makes fun of in her novel Helena Pasadena, is that she arrived here as a newcomer and felt like, wait a minute, I haven't been here 4 generations. Will these people, you know, and I didn't go to kindergarten with all these people, so will I fit in? And it took a long time. It can take a long time. Other parts of LA are famous for being much more transient, but not so much Pasadena. People tend to, when they come here, they usually stay here.
And so are there any favorite examples of yours of the work that's in hometown Pasadena?
So favorite examples from hometown Pasadena, I don't like to pick out favorites, but for this edition of the book, which is completely different from the first one 12 years ago, we had some fun with, got an illustrator, and we did a list thing of called Perfectly Pasadenan, and it's what kind of spoofs the archetypes here. The Valley Hunters are the people who belong to the Valley Hunt Club, which is the club that founded the Rose Parade in the 1800s. Very old school. There's the Hollywood East. There are a lot of people who work in television, film here, entertainment industry, but they're the people who want to live over here and not be showy and flashy like those West Siders. And so we had a lot of fun. You know, it's the neighborhood they live in, the car they drive, the kind of dog they have, you know, where they get their coffee, that kind of thing. And we have, you know, the We Got Here Firsties, and the Millennial Move, the Brainiacs, which is the JPL and Caltech crowd. So that was fun to do. The Do-Gooders, this community is a very, very strong commitment to charitable work, to philanthropy. And there's a lot of that here. A lot of churches, a lot of nonprofits. And art, there's also a very strong art community. So I would say that is one thing that was new and fun about it. And also, I think well, because we're talking about literary Pasadena, I think we have a section in here that I'm proud of about the literary history here that goes back, you know, a long time. And it has our bookstores. We have extraordinary bookstores. We've had many writers that came out of here from 100 years ago. We added, in this case, we had a wonderful writer, Linnell George, do a piece on Octavia Butler. Mm-hmm. She's one of the Octavia Butler scholars at the Huntington Library. So she wrote a little something about that for us. We have a great collection of excerpts of writing about Pasadena and tributes to our libraries and bookstores that we have, you know, I think really world-class in that. Well, certainly Huntington Library is as world-class as it gets.
You're also involved in something called LitFest Pasadena. What is LitFest Pasadena? So
LitFest Pasadena is a literary festival that started maybe about 6 years ago. I don't remember exactly. And it is a weekend celebration of literary culture. It's here in Pasadena, but the content is not limited to Pasadena. It's just here because this is a wonderful place for that. And it is a weekend in spring and May. I am on the planning committee for that. As a matter of fact, we're having a meeting here at the office tonight. It's over in the Playhouse District and centered around Vroman's and the Pasadena Playhouse, and held in various venues in that area. And it's a 2-day celebration of literary culture mostly in the Los Angeles area, but set in Pasadena. And it's every kind of book and author, from children's books to sci-fi to literary fiction, poets. There are poetry slams. There's a panel on publishing. There's children's book performances. There's all kinds of things. It's a lot of fun. Every year is different, and it's been getting better every year. So this year we're going to have a great lineup. So it just is a 2-day celebration of the book here in Pasadena.
And what's the mission or goal of LitFest?
The mission is to, it's under the aegis of Lightbringer Project, which is a wonderful nonprofit here in Pasadena that is focused on education and the arts, and they also sponsor the Doodah Parade, which is our other famous parade, very fun. And it's really to boost the community of the book and literacy here. And there's a big emphasis in LitFest as well on young people and on teenagers and getting kids from local schools to come take part in readings. And so it's to boost literacy, celebrate the book, get people to read and write. And also there's usually part of it is our writers' workshops encouraging writers.
That's all I have for my questions. Did you have anything you'd like to add? Any kind of stories you wanted to pull out? Any avenues of thought that you wanted to, explore?
Well, I think when one of the reasons I did this book, Hometown Pasadena, well, it really is kind of the core reason, is my husband and I moved here 27 years ago with a 2-year-old child and another on the way, and we moved here because with some trepidation on my part. I grew up in LA. I had a notion that Pasadena was sort of stuffy and staid and boring, but we were able to get a nice house with a nice yard for kids and nice place to raise a family compared to where we were living before. So I had this bias about it, and then over the next few years, just fell in love with it. It was much more diverse than I realized. There was a very wide range of people, interests. The history, the art, the culture, I just did not understand how much was here. So as that process, I really just fell in love with it, and that's where the idea for the book came from, was that I thought even a lot of people in Los Angeles, right next door, don't know. Excellent.
Thank you so much again, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, of course. I
Cool.
appreciate it. It's obviously, who doesn't want...
Twice a month, C-SPAN Cities Tours takes Book TV and American History TV on the road to explore the literary life and history of a selected city. Working with our cable partners, we visit various literary and historic sites as we interview local historians, authors, and civic leaders. You can watch any of our past interviews and tours online by going to booktv.org and selecting C-SPAN Cities Tour from the series drop-down at the top of the page, or by visiting cspan.org/cities tour. You can also follow the C-SPAN Cities Tour on Twitter for behind-the-scenes images and video from our visits. The handle is @C-SPAN Cities.
Every year, Book TV covers hundreds of author events and book festivals. Here's a portion of a recent program.
You think politics today is broken? You think politics today is broken, Senator? During a debate in 1884 on a tariff measure that fails, one member of the Democratic Party stands up and excoriates a fellow Democrat in such personal terms that the offended member finally says, "Mr. Speaker, the member is violating the decorum of the House." And the Speaker says, "The honorable gentleman from Georgia is out of order." And he turns to his colleague and said, "I will not blank you if you were a dog." 4 letters. We have a period in 1889 through 1890 in which not a single bill is passed in the House of Representatives for nearly 4.5 months because the Democrats announced they will not answer the roll call and thereby deny the House a quorum. So no business can be conducted. This is not, we're going to shut down the government unless you repeal Obamacare. This is, we don't care what you want to do. Nothing is going to pass because we won't answer the roll call. Some of you may have heard me tell this story. Thomas Brackett Reed, the Speaker of the House, plans on one particular day to end this. He has sergeant-at-arms lock arms in front of every door, and unbeknownst to the members of the House of Representatives, he has barricaded every door to the House floor on the outside. At the end of the vote, somebody calls for a quorum call. They call the quorum. Democrats don't answer. Quorum does not exist. And Reed says the chair directs the clerk to show Mr. Jones present, Mr. Smith present, calls out the name of every Democrat on the floor of the House and directs the clerk to show him present. And what happens? All hell breaks loose. They run for the doors. Of course, the sergeant-at-arms have locked their arms. Only one member of the House gets out. Constantine August of Rusk County, Texas, beats the crap out of the sergeant-at-arms and uses his cowboy boots to kick out the slats of the door and make good his escape. One Democrat stands up and screams in anger at Reed. He says, "Under God and the Constitution, you have no right to count me present without my permission." And Reed says, the chair is merely stating a fact. As the honorable gentleman from Kentucky deny he's present upon the floor of the House. For 2.5 more months, this is wrangled upon in the House and finally settled by the U.S. Supreme Court. And in the meantime, for 4.5 months, no bill gets passed. Opening day of the debate, another Texan makes a contribution to the positive spirit of the times. William Henry Martin, 6'6" tall, thin as a rail, mean as a snake, fought the entire Civil War with Hood's brigade, stands up and points his finger at Reed and says to his fellow Democrats, if any member will order me to remove this dictator from this position of power upon the podium, I will do so by force forthwith. Reed says, the honorable gentleman from Texas is out of order. The next day, Martin shows up, takes out his 16-inch long Bowie knife, sits in front of the Speaker of the House, and methodically sharpens it on his boot sole in order to menace the Speaker. I don't remember Pelosi doing this in 2011. I just don't. We've been here before. We'll get out of it again. Thank you.
You can watch this and any of our programs in their entirety at booktv.org. Type the author's name in the search bar at the top of the page.
Our first speaker is Meredith Broussard, who is a professor at NYU. Last week, Professor Broussard's critically acclaimed book, Artificial Intelligence, was released as a paperback edition. It is a guide to understanding the inner workings and outer limits of technology, and why we should never assume that computers always get it right. We have copies you can get signed by her just outside, and her research focuses on artificial intelligence and investigative reporting with a particular interest in using data analysis for social good. Her newest project explores how future historians will read today's news on tomorrow's computers. A former features editor at the Philadelphia Inquirer, she's also worked as a software engineer at AT&T Bell Labs and the MIT Media Lab. Her features and essays have appeared in The Atlantic, Harper's, Slate, and other outlets. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Broussard.
Thank you, Luther. Hi, everybody. I'm delighted to be here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, what it is and isn't, and I'm going to talk about how this relates to antitrust, which is the topic of our gathering today. So I come to this discussion as a data journalist. I began my career as a computer scientist, and I quit to become a journalist. And what data journalism is it's the practice of finding stories in numbers and using numbers to tell stories. One of the things that I do as a data journalist is I build AI systems in order to commit acts of investigative reporting. And when I tell people this, they often kind of look at me and say, well, what do you mean? And then I have to explain what is AI. Now, the best way to explain AI, or one way to explain AI, is to explain what AI is not. So think about what you default to when you think about AI. And I would like to assure you that that is probably not what AI actually is. It's not the Terminator. It's not stock art robot guy. It's not something out of Star Trek. It's also not this. All right? There are no sentient robots roaming around anywhere, not even at CES, the Las Vegas trade show. And it is also not this. All right? So Hollywood colors a lot of what we think about AI, and it colors our defaults about AI. But what is AI really? Really, AI is a branch of computer science. Now, inside artificial intelligence, the branch of computer science, there are lots of different subfields. The way that inside the field of mathematics, there are lots of subfields like algebra. Okay, so AI is a subfield of computer science. Inside AI, we've got other fields like machine learning, or expert systems, or natural language generation, or natural language processing. These are all other subfields. They're probably keywords that you have heard recently. And those are legitimate kinds of AI. All right. However, we've got some linguistic confusion happening, because when you think artificial intelligence and you think machine learning, it sounds like there's a little brain inside the computer, right? So one time I was demonstrating a program I wrote at a kind of science fair for grown-ups, and this undergraduate came over and said, "Oh, you built an AI?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Is it a real AI?" And I said, "Yes." And then he kind of starts looking like under the computer as if he was looking for a little person or like a little brain or something. And I realized that like even really smart people, like we kind of get confused about, all right, machine learning, it sounds like there's something more sophisticated going on. Artificial intelligence, it sounds like there's something more sophisticated going on. So this confusion is really, really common, but we need to push back at it in order to have clarity. Okay. So inside artificial intelligence, let's differentiate between the real and the imaginary. Imaginary AI is everything that falls under the realm of general artificial intelligence. So that is the killer robots, that is the singularity, that is the paperclip machine that decides to start making paperclips and make so many paperclips that it drowns out all of the human beings. Like all of the wacky out there stuff that you have heard of, that is all general AI, and it's imaginary. Narrow AI is what's real, and narrow AI is just math. So another way of thinking about narrow AI is we could possibly call it computational statistics on steroids. So we've got what's real and we've got what's imaginary. I want to talk about another concept that I talk about in the book besides a definition of artificial intelligence, and that concept is something that I call techno-chauvinism. It's the idea that technical solutions are superior. It's the idea that technology itself is superior to other solutions. And it's also the idea that technology is superior to people. Now, this idea of techno-chauvinism is, at its core, an idea that comes from a very small and homogeneous group of people. And what those people are really saying is that math is superior to people, because computers are machines that compute. We kind of forget this sometimes because, I mean, our phones are so much a part of our everyday existence, and what the computer is doing can kind of seem magical if you don't really understand it all the way down. But it's just mechanics, it's just math. Everything that the computer does, ultimately it's turning real life into math, and it literally computes. Okay? And this comes from a tradition of mathematicians saying, hey, our fancy mathematical pursuits are superior to the ordinary human pursuits. Math has this cult of the lone genius inside it. And we can push back against that. That is not true. Mathematicians are not better than other people. They are awesome. Everybody is awesome, but math is not superior to people. It's not a competition. But let's find out who told us that math is superior to people. Let's find out who told us that technical solutions are better than human solutions. And in fact, let's find out who gave us all of the ideas that we have today about technology and society. So here we have a couple of inventors of the field. We've got on the left Claude Shannon, who is the father of information science. We've got Alan Turing, who everybody knows who Alan Turing is. We've got Marvin Minsky with the fancy hand there. Marvin Minsky is commonly referred to as the father of artificial intelligence. And then we've got John von Neumann, who is a mentor of Minsky's and is responsible for the underlying architecture of every computer everywhere. And then we've got Sergey Brin and Larry Page, the founders of Google. So what do all these folks have in common? They're dudes. What else? They're white dudes. Anything else? How about their background? They're English speaking. Anything else about their educational background? They're math guys. All right, so these are white dudes with mathematical backgrounds from Western countries. They got short hair. Now, all right, there's nothing, and they're Ivy Leaguers, more or less. All right. There is nothing wrong with being an Ivy League educated white dude mathematician. And some of my best friends, in fact, are Ivy League educated white dude mathematicians. But there's a problem here, which is that everybody embeds their own biases in technology. People embed their own biases in technology. So when we have a very small and homogeneous group of people making decisions about technology for the whole world, we run into problems. We also have another phenomenon that happens in groups. That phenomenon is called positive asymmetry. And this is the tendency in groups of people to go along with the group and not bring up things that are icky. People want to focus on the positive. When you're in a group at work, you don't want to be the person who brings up the fact that, hey, this the algorithm that we're writing is going to discriminate against black people who are trying to get mortgages. You don't want to be that person, right? It is a psychological phenomenon. So the issues that are embedded in AI, the issues that are embedded in algorithms, the cultural issues, the social issues, tend to get overlooked or tend to not be discussed. And another thing that we can identify about these folks who are the core group who have given us ideas about technology and society is their homogeneity comes from a very specific place. It comes from the summer of love. It comes from the new communalists, the hippies of the 1960s. So you can see up on the screen now, we've got some folks on a commune at a geodesic dome. And we've got Ken Kesey's magic bus chronicled in the electric Kool-Aid acid test. Other ideas about the internet and what the internet is supposed to be come from the Whole Earth catalog. Steve Jobs once said that he was trying to recreate the community of the Whole Earth catalog. And the Whole Earth catalog had this section in the back of it that was people writing in letters and talking about their geodesic domes and talking about their like homegrown recipes for LSD. And it was this very vibrant community, which was really interesting. And that is the community that people were trying to recreate online. That's the community people were trying to recreate by creating comment sections, which is fascinating. A lot of this comes down to an internet pioneer named Stuart Brand, who's right in the middle there. This all comes from Fred Turner's book, From Counterculture to Cyberculture, which chronicles the relationship between today's high-tech world and the new communalism of the 1960s. The problem is, some of this is just wrong. And a lot of this ideology is anti-government, is anti-regulation. And what this does, together with ideas about techno-chauvinism, is it muddies the waters around antitrust. So we have things like people believing falsely that tech companies are different than other companies, that the tech industry should not be regulated because it's going to do such a really great job of self-governance. We have ideas like things that happen on the internet are different than things that happen in real life. And what we can do now, 20 years into the internet era, is we can say, well, tech is actually a pretty mundane part of everyday life now. We can critique these ideas, and we can say, do these ideas match up with what we want out of a democratic society? And so if we think about antitrust, we can ask ourselves, this world that we've made, is this really a world in which we have competition? Now, I hope you've all read Gizmodo reporter Kashmir Hill's recent series about what happened when she tried to cut the tech giants out of her life. All right, raise your hand if you've read this series. Oh, I see a lot of hands. That's fantastic. So what she finds is that it's practically impossible to not use the tech giants in your everyday life. We can also think about discrimination. Specifically, we're going to talk about price discrimination. I'm not going to talk about racial discrimination today, although that is happening also, but I will talk about price discrimination, which happens pretty frequently in the unregulated online world. So here is a Wall Street Journal article from 2014 that explores why you can't trust you're getting the best deal online. Major retailers are guilty of price discrimination, or were found in this case to be guilty of price discrimination. So what can we do? All right, we've made this world. We need to make it better. So what can we do? All right, the first thing you can do is buy my book. Easy first step. And the next thing you can do, you know I was going to say this because I'm a professor, you can read widely. I have a couple of books up here that I would also recommend. Weapons of Math Destruction by Cathy O'Neill breaks down machine learning, breaks down the way that modeling has been weaponized and turned against folks. We've also got Automating Inequality by Virginia Eubanks, which looks at the ways that technical systems are used to police, profile, and punish the poor. We've also got Sophia Noble's book, Algorithms of Oppression, which is about racism embedded in search engines. So, for example, when you Google white girls, you'll find images of girls, whereas if you Google black girls, you get porn. Profound inequality. And then finally, we've got Programmed Inequality by Marie Hicks, which is about how Britain lost its community, or edged out its community of women programmers after World War II. And another thing we can do is we can start having conversations. We're a democracy. We can empower ourselves to no longer think, oh, technology companies get a pass because they're doing this fancy tech that I don't understand. We can understand it, we can empower ourselves, and then we can have conversations as members of a democracy about how do we want to be governed? What kind of world do we want to live in? And we can start to ask the question, should we govern online the way that we govern real life? Because online is real life. Okay. Thank you very much. And we have time for a few questions. All right, all the way in the back.
So I really appreciate you coming here. I like your analogy about the math. What's interesting to me about what you put up there was, and like you can respond to this, is in the movie Beautiful Mind, at the end the mathematician said that it wasn't the issue that he focused on more on the love as opposed to the math. He made your point.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting that he came to that conclusion.
Right.
Not the one that you clearly made. So I just wanted to thank you for that statement.
Great, thank you. So the comment was about the movie A Beautiful Mind and about the reversal that the character has at the end. There are lots of things in the world that count but can't be counted. And love is one of them. So this is a good reminder that we can't program against every social problem. Technology is not going to save us from every social problem. So let's take homelessness, for example. The fix for homelessness is not making an app to connect people with services better. The fix for homelessness is giving people homes. So we need to think about pushing back against techno-chauvinism and using the right tool for the task. Sometimes that tool is a computer, and sometimes it's not. And again, it's not a competition. Both ways, both strategies are equally valid. Okay. All right, all the way in the back.
So you mentioned governing online like we do in real life. Lots of debate here in D.C., not just D.C., but California, and you've got GDPR rolling out in Europe. Any high-level thoughts about any of those sort of consumer privacy frameworks? Is there something that's missing from the discussion, or things you would urge policymakers to focus on that they're not today?
I would urge policymakers to get more educated about how the internet actually works, because there's been a lot of obfuscation by tech companies who say, oh, we can't possibly enforce national boundaries on the internet because the internet is global. There are national boundaries on the internet. So when I travel to Europe, I can't stream Hulu on my computer because there are just very practical things in place that show where I am. They work okay, and they show where I am. And so if my behavior as an individual is governed by the law of the land where I am, the fact that that is not enforced on the internet was a strategic decision by creators of the internet and creators of internet culture. It doesn't have to be that way. So I would like us to open up a dialogue about, well, about changing that. Okay, more questions? Yep, right there.
I think to this question of internet exceptionalism, one of the things that policymakers often hear when there's any proposed change, for instance, to governing the internet as we govern real life, is that any small tweak will break the internet. So would love your thoughts on how to respond to this kind of consistent talking point.
That is a very computer scientist response, that it will break the internet. Computer scientists rely a lot on the technological ignorance of people around them in order to not do things that we don't want to do. Okay, this is one of the big secrets of the tech world. If you don't understand how the thing I built works, and I try and explain it to you and you don't get it, then I get frustrated and I say, all right, well, you just don't understand. I can't do the thing you want because it'll just break things. And it's a way of cutting off communication. It's a way of saying, I don't really want to do that. And it's really hard to tell whether it's something that somebody doesn't want to do, or something that can't be done, or something that they don't know how to do. And these, like, teasing out the difference requires a lot of communication. And you know what programmers are really not good at doing? Communicating, right? We're really good at code, but less good at communication. Not all programmers, of course, but there's this XKCD cartoon that has a man and a woman in an office, and the man comes in and says to the woman, I want you to make an app where the user uploads their photo and it tells them, it tags it whether or not it's in a national park. And the woman at the computer, the programmer, says, yeah, sure, no problem. Easy GIS lookup, give me like an hour. And then he says, well, and I want you to make the program so that it tells you whether or not the photo is of a bird. And she says, yeah, sure, give me a research team in 5 years. Right? And so the caption is that in CS, it can be hard to tell the difference, to explain the difference between the difficult and the impossible. So it's really a communication issue. And so both people in the interaction are responsible. The person who knows less about technology needs to educate themselves about technology, and the person who knows more about technology but less about communication needs to educate themselves about communicating better in that situation and overall. Yep, in the front.
Can you talk about data ownership, where we are today, how that's viewed, where we want to be in 5 years, and where theoretically we should be? Individual data ownership.
Individual data ownership. Okay, where are we? We're in a big mess. Where should we be? We should be in less of a mess. Where are we going to be in 5 years? I don't have the faintest idea. I think GDPR is a big deal. I think GDPR has made companies react in a way that is surprising. I mean, I did not know that it was going to be as effective as it has been. So that feels like an important step in the right direction. Is it exactly the right thing? I don't know. It hasn't actually been in place for long enough, and I don't personally understand enough about what's going on in Europe to be able to make a pronouncement about it. What do you think? about the future of individual data ownership?
I think the balance of power is shifting. It's a question of how long before people have a lot more control.
Yeah. All right. I like that vision of the future. Okay. And we are out of time. Oh, no, sorry. One more question. Go for it.
So I think some of the anxiety about the computer-driven models, whether it's showing search results when you type in black girls, or whether it's these pricing mechanisms, it's that the public cannot see the decisions being made behind the scenes by the math. Do you think it would be both helpful and doable for there to be some kind of transparency about here's how these decisions got made for these prices for insurance or these search results for images?
Absolutely, yes. More transparency would really help. One of the reasons that I wrote my book, Artificial Unintelligence, was so that people could be empowered around technology, because you can't actually understand the writing about fairness and transparency in insurance models until you understand some basics about artificial intelligence, and those basics are not easy to access. So the book breaks it down in plain language that most people can understand. That, I think, is the important first step to understanding more about fairness and transparency. And there's been a really exciting conversation going on around fairness and transparency and ethics in machine learning, in artificial intelligence in general. There's a conference called the Fairness and Transparency STAR Conference, FAT STAR Conference, that just happened, I think, 2 weeks ago in Atlanta. It's lots of computer scientists and mathematicians and policymakers and lawyers all getting together to say, what do we want in terms of fairness and transparency? It's really hard to explain what's going on inside a machine learning model, and we don't have any kind of unanimity around how to communicate that yet. We don't have good visuals about how to communicate it yet. And lots of the explanations that I've seen have been over most people's heads. So I think that that communication issue is another one that we're going to have to solve. We're going to have to be able to communicate about these things at the high-level mathematical level and at the level of everyday communication so that everybody can understand, because that's a really important part of democracy, is that everybody can understand what's going on. Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you today.
Here's a look at some books being published this week. Democratic Senator Doug Jones of Alabama provides a history of the 1963 Birmingham church bombing and his role in prosecuting 2 of the bombers in Bending Toward Justice. In The Case for Trump, the Hoover Institution's Victor Davis Hanson offers his thoughts on the Trump presidency. Historian Lynn Olson recounts the life of the woman who led the intelligence organization of the French resistance in Madame Fourcade's Secret War. And Daily Beast senior reporter Samantha Allen describes the growing LGBT communities in red states in Real Queer America. Also being released this week, actor and filmmaker Amber Tamblyn explores her own political activism in Era of Ignition. In The End of Myth, New York University history professor Greg Grandin examines the concept of the American frontier in relation to today's border debate. Tina Cassidy recounts the relationship between suffragist Alice Paul and President Woodrow Wilson in Mr. President, How Long Must We Wait? And in Dying of Whiteness, Vanderbilt University professor Jonathan Metzl argues that Trump administration policies will have a negative impact on the middle and lower class white Americans who voted for him. Look for these titles in bookstores this coming week and watch for many of the authors in the near future on Book TV on C-SPAN 2. C-SPAN, where history unfolds daily. In 1979, C-SPAN was created as a public service by America's cable television companies. And today, we continue to bring you unfiltered coverage of Congress, the White House, the Supreme Court, and public policy events in Washington, D.C. and around the country. C-SPAN is brought to you by your cable or satellite provider.
Up next on Book TV's Afterwards, the Washington Post's Jason Rezaian discusses the 544 days he spent in an Iranian prison. He's interviewed by Representative Jared Huffman of California. Afterwards is a weekly interview program with relevant guest hosts interviewing top nonfiction authors about their latest work.
Welcome, everyone. I am Congressman Jared Huffman, but today I have the privilege of taking off my hat as a congressman and being a bit of an interviewer and a book reviewer with a great author, Jason Rezaian, who has written this story, Prisoner, about his 544-day ordeal in an Iranian prison. My connection with this author is that while he was living through this hell in Evin prison in Tehran, I was one of many people on the outside working to try to get him released, because I am the congressman for Jason Rezaian and his family in Marin County, California. So welcome, Jason. I can't wait to talk with you about this book.
It's exciting to be here, Congressman. Thanks for having me on.
Let's start by describing the work you were doing as a journalist in Tehran.
Well, in about the late spring of 2009, I made the decision to move to Tehran to focus full-time on being a correspondent there. Starting in 2001, I had traveled to Iran many times. By virtue of the fact that my father was originally from Iran, I had an Iranian citizenship, whether I wanted it or not. And I figured after completing my studies in creative writing and making a go at it as a freelancer for years, not very successfully, because I was pulled away into the family business one too often, you know, it just made a lot of sense during that financial crisis of 2008, 2009 to take a switch of gears in my career and focus on this thing that I was really passionate about. So I started writing from Tehran about politics, but also about culture and about people, stories of the people of this society that we didn't know very well. Mm-hmm. For 30-something years, we'd have a very strained relationship with Tehran, with the Islamic Republic, once it was founded in 1979. And I felt we could do better as news reporters about this country that was so isolated.
You wrote, "I went to Iran so you didn't have to."
Yeah, exactly. You know, I wanted to give you, as an American reader, a window into this society on the other side of the world, and one that, frankly, as somebody growing up in your congressional district, there was a lot of Iranians around me, not just my own family, but a growing number of people that arrived from different parts of the world after they had left Iran to look for greener pastures abroad. So my thought and my belief was that not only was this country underrepresented in our news media, we had a real responsibility as Iranian Americans or Americans of Iranian origin to do what we could to give a better representation of it in our news media.
So set the stage for us, because one of the things that comes through to me in your book is the incredible roller coaster of events life put you through over a short period of years. You had this terrible year where you lost two very close relatives in pretty short order. Your college mentor, Christopher Hitchens, died. All these lousy things happened to you, but then you began building this amazing life in Iran. You have a young wife. You describe how at one point you and Yegi, who was reporting for Bloomberg, were kind of the main journalistic voice for the United States of America to get news out of Iran. Tell us a little bit about this life you were living right before the ordeal began.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I had a very tough run. When I moved there in 2009, I didn't anticipate so many of the things that would happen in our lives. Often you can't know what's going to happen next, and I think in most lives there are tumultuous events that change the course of your life. My father and my brother's 5-year-old son died within 4 weeks of each other. Obviously, my nephew was a very healthy young boy and was struck by a fast-moving virus that killed him overnight. You can imagine losing a child has reverberations within the family that now, 8 years later, we still feel very acutely. But for my father, it broke his heart, and he died within a matter of weeks. So that was a very trying experience, and I had to leave Iran, where I had been established and was in a relationship with the woman who would become my wife. But I came home to the Bay Area to help kind of close up loose ends of the family for several months, but all the while knowing that I wanted to return to Iran, that I had started something in my career and with this relationship that I wanted to see through. So
and
when
you really got things on track.
Yeah, I mean, I was in my mid-30s at this point. I'd had enough life experience to know when things were going well for me professionally and when they weren't, and I was really on the rise. And in 2012, I was offered the Washington Post correspondent job, which I jumped at, as anybody would. It was an opportunity to write for the paper of record of the U.S. Capitol. Who could say no to that? And I took it on with a lot of gusto. Yegi at the time was the Bloomberg correspondent, and I think we made up 2/5 of U.S. coverage in Iran. So it was very appropriate that we would kind of join forces, get married. Our home became the Washington Post and the Bloomberg Tehran bureaus simultaneously, and we were building a great life together. We traveled around the region and Europe and East Asia. It was a good place to be situated at that time. And internally within Iran, following the very dark Ahmadinejad years, 2013, there was an election of a president who was, I don't like the monikers of hardline and moderate because it's a theocracy and I don't think those terms make sense. But he was Western-leaning in the sense that he wanted to open relations with the rest of the world. He wanted a less isolationist policy for the Islamic Republic. And whether or not you think that the Islamic Republic should exist or not, the notion that they wanted to connect with the outside world and have better relations with the West, with the United States, integrate their economy, because they understood that that's what they needed to do to placate their people, it was a fascinating story.
And the times were changing in Tehran, right? Describe this. I told you I almost got the feel of it being a Prague Spring in Tehran in the lead up to your arrest, because people were coming and going and reaching out to you about visits to Iran. Yeah. Anthony Bourdain came to the country and featured you in one of his shows. It seemed like things were really opening up.
I think that they were to an extent. There was a great desire to woo foreign travelers, foreign investment. Some would say that in wooing them, Iran's plan was to capture some of them. But if you look at the numbers, it's a very small percentage that end up in situations like I did. But it was a moment of some hope for the future, of a more open future. And that was really what the Iranian people kind of staked their hopes in. So I think that my arrest, while very surprising for anybody who was watching Iran at the moment, can be understood in the context of the domestic spat that was going on at the time, and the goal of factions within the Iranian regime that don't want to see the Islamic Republic opening to the world. They were doing whatever they could to throw rocks at this deal-making that was going on between Tehran and Washington and Brussels, and taking a very high-profile American citizen working for a high-profile American news company seemed to make sense to them.
Yeah. So you knew that Iran had a fraught history with taking hostages. In some ways, this regime was founded on a hostage-taking. Yep. Did you worry?
Look, the hostage-taking in Iran obviously didn't start with me. It hasn't ended with my release. Since I got out, several Americans and nationals of other countries have been arrested before in these past 3 years. I have to say that knowing the history of journalists working in Iran and dual nationals, I had accepted the possibility that I might get arrested at some point. But I never expected that it would happen. And I don't think that there was any reason for me to expect that it would happen. I was working within the confines of the law and the parameters set for journalists. And a lot of times people think to themselves or say out loud that, okay, well, you were compromised because you were working within these rules of the state. Well, you know, that's people's opinions, some people's. But the reality is that news organizations like the Washington Post, the New York Times, Associated Press, Bloomberg, CNN, and a whole host of others would rather have people on the ground reporting than have a big black hole in their coverage, even if there are parameters set. So I had become well attuned to what those were and how to operate within them. So,
but in hindsight, you do look back and talk about some red flags that were waving in the weeks leading up to...
In the days and weeks leading up, I mean, there was certainly a sense that Yegi and I were being surveilled.
You were getting weird messages.
We were getting strange emails, and we were the targets of an email phishing scam. Right. You know, where you are sent an email, usually by an account that looks like somebody's account that you know. Maybe oftentimes a letter or a digit just missing or changed. With a link in there, and you click on the link, and the next thing you know, your entire contents of your system are accessible by the person on the other side. We didn't realize that happened.
The Democratic Party learned a little something about that in 2016.
You know a thing or two about this, yeah. So, you know, it's sort of one of these things. People ask me also, well, didn't you take, you know, kind of stringent cybersecurity precautions? In a country like Iran, where the internet is so highly controlled, so many of these things like a VPN don't actually work there.
Right? They must have just assumed a lot of your stuff was viewable by the authorities.
Always. Yeah. And I conducted myself in a very transparent way.
Okay, so let's go to the terrible day that changed everything for you. And in reading your detailed description of your arrest and the first day of your imprisonment, I was struck that traumatic events affect people very differently. Some people block them out. Others have really vivid memories of every single detail. You recounted that day in a lot of detail, and it was a terrible day. You were arrested at gunpoint. You had masked men take you and your wife up to your apartment. They ransacked the place. You were blindfolded, driven to one of the most notorious prisons in the world, separated from your wife, and told that you may well die in this place. That's a bad day.
It's about as bad as it's gotten for me. But I'll tell you, on that day, I still assumed that this would get worked out quickly, that the goal of these people that had taken us, and at that point we were unclear about which faction of the security apparatus had come and raided our home, that at some point their goal was to scare us and that this would end. We had heard about other correspondents and friends being harassed recently and over the years. People have been sequestered or detained for hours or a few days, and it usually passes. And my assumption was that with all of the things that were going on in the world, with the negotiations that were taking place between Tehran and Washington at a level that they hadn't been engaged in 30 years, that this would blow over. Someone would get involved and talk sense into the captors and say, this is not what we need at this time. I miscalculated there.
Yeah.
You know, it went on a lot longer than anybody could have imagined.
And at some point, you switched from thinking hour by hour, day by day, this is all a mistake, it's going to end immediately, to realizing it's more than that. Was that the one of the low points?
Yeah, I mean, solitary confinement itself, and I spent 49 days in solitary. My wife spent 72 days in prison, all of them in solitary, is such an unnatural and jarring experience that you don't really take the time to think about how long this could happen, how long this could be prolonged, and how it could end. What you're thinking about is, how is this particular aspect of it, being confined in a tiny place, how long can they do this to me for? Mm-hmm. I know now that international conventions don't allow more than several days of people being confined in solitude. Unfortunately, many governments around the world, including our own, don't follow these conventions. They don't adhere to them, especially in cases that are deemed national security cases, right? Which is a catchphrase that I think, unfortunately, after September 11th, we have used in this country too often to justify the arrests of people who may have been up to nefarious acts, plotting terrorism, but also in some cases we know now were guilty of nothing more than having the wrong kind of name and coming from the wrong faith. So the rest of the world, Iran included, and we see it in Turkey, and we see it in Pakistan, and Ethiopia, and Egypt, and across the world, people are using these excuses now to hold people in solitary for long periods of time.
Your captors reminded you of Guantanamo frequently.
Often, and you know, at the time, I would ground them in the reality of the present. Say to them, I'm guessing that you've never been to Guantanamo, because if you had been, you'd probably still be there. And I've never been there either. And we're in Evin prison right now, and you claim to be, you know, practitioners of Islamic justice, and everything that you're doing here runs counter to the rules and regulations of your sacred texts. So, you know, you're going against God's will. Now, whether or not you and I, and we've discussed this before, you know, believe in that higher power or not, my captors believed that they believed in one.
So that was a soft spot.
It was an Achilles heel for them, certainly. Yeah.
Let's talk about the way they treated you. 544 days is a long time to be imprisoned. One of the things that jumps out is it seems like there were some lines they really carefully did not cross. They did not physically mistreat or torture you, but the psychological mistreatment was endless. They lied to you, they threatened you, they played constant games with you. Talk a little bit about that.
I would say that physical mistreatment is a tough one to quantify. But physical violence and that sort of torture, no. They
didn't rough you up.
They did not rough me up. But they did everything they could to break me down mentally. Starting with telling me that I would be executed, have my limbs cut off, beheaded, my wife as well. Oftentimes, you know, they would tell us that we'd never see each other again. We had no idea of each other's whereabouts for the first 35 days. And that in itself was torturous, wondering what they might be doing to my wife. And, you know, I write about this, and I don't go into great detail, but that prison has a history of raping inmates, male and female. It's pretty well documented. So I worried about her survival, her health, her well-being, but I also worried about whether or not we were ever going to get out of this place. And at certain points they would tell me, you're going to be released tomorrow. Other times they say, you're going to spend the rest of your life here. It's a constant manipulation. As time goes on, I was kept in cells the entire time where there were artificial, you know, lighting 24 hours a day, right? I grew sensitive to light. In isolation, you become very, very sensitive to sound. I lived for a year and a half with no horizons. There was walls around me all the time. When I finally did get out, I couldn't sit in a car. I get car sick like a 6-year-old. You know. So these were the effects that it had on me that were pretty easy to measure or identify during my time in prison and also in the months immediately following it. But after, it's the lingering effects. And I still don't feel 3 years after my release like the same person that was taken in. I can't put real words to it, but my chemistry, my brain chemistry, has been fundamentally altered.
By those deprivations.
By the deprivations, by the manipulations, by the living under constant stress.
Talk about some of these manipulations specifically, the human interactions that you were allowed every day. Were mainly with one character who features very prominently in the book.
Yeah.
Your interrogator.
Yeah.
He, like, some days he would portray himself as your friend.
Right.
Others he would be your tormentor. But this guy named Kazem. Kazem is a very compelling figure in your book. I can't wait to see the casting. If this becomes a movie, it's going to be difficult to cast Kazem. But he was full of crazy conspiracy theories. Each day he would claim that he knew some damning evidence about you and just tell you need to just fess up and admit it. My favorite was when he accused you of being part of a conspiracy to plan a Farsi translation of the Book of Mormon. But there were others. Tell us about Kazem and some of these crazy things.
So you have to understand, these are the best and brightest of a very ideologically formed youth. He wasn't dumb. Intellectually, he was a bright guy. He spoke pretty good English, and, you know, he was quick. But he had one very damning flaw that I think doesn't work in the collection of intelligence. He's unable to put himself in somebody else's shoes. And, you know, they formulate people to be ideologically pure, black and white. There's good and there's evil. So while that might be helpful to grow an army of religious sycophants to keep your regime or your system propped up, it doesn't help in terms of coming up with a narrative. And ultimately, their job was, more than anything, to take bits and pieces of information about me, some of it public, some of it that they gleaned from my emails and other messages, and come up with a narrative to fit the to fit the verdict that was decided before I was ever taken, right? So at once I was, as you said, you know, trying to bring the Book of Mormon, the religious text, not the musical, to Iran. I was trying to foment a feminist revolution. At one point he asked me if I was Jewish, and, you know, I knew exactly what he was trying to say with his funny accent. And I said, "What is that? I'd like a cup of coffee just like anybody else." And he said, No, you know, a follower of the prophets Solomon and David." And I said, "Well, you know, I think, aren't we all, if we're people of the book, you know, because this is a common theme in Iran and Islamic countries, that there's one God, and Jews, Christians, and Muslims share the same God, and we're all part of the same lineage." But I make light of this because it's what I could do to survive. Yeah. And as the accusations, the ridiculous accusations, mounted, and the hole that I was in was seemingly getting deeper and deeper, laughing about it and holding on to the prospect that someday you and I and me and many other people might sit around and talk about this as a story.
That helped get you
was
through.
The only thing that could get me through.
Yeah. I want to read a section of your book about Kazem, and it really struck me. It was literally your final minutes in Tehran. He had put you through so many head games and psychological traumas, but you also kind of got to know this guy, and it was a strange friendship. Here's what you write.
Relationship.
Relationship, thank you. Here's what you write. They took me through a side door to a ceremonial entryway. Kazem, Sayamek, and a few others were there. I looked at all of them one last time. I stared at Kazem for a long time until we both smiled. Then I did a crazy thing. I hugged him. Yes, it's even possible to develop an attachment to your tormentors. And no, asshole, that's not Stockholm Syndrome. That's called being human.
We can say that on C-SPAN? That's awesome.
I probably got bleeped out with that one.
Look, it was very important for me in telling this story to be honest. You know, I could paint horns on these guys, and tell you that they were electrocuting me with cattle prods and hanging me by my wrists, and you know, put me through mock executions and the like. And that wouldn't have been true, but many people would just accept it as fact. What I wanted to do was give you a human portrait of who and what I experienced, in the hopes that in reading this, those people who are so hell-bent on a regime change in that country might understand that as terrible as Kazem is, and as terrible as his worldview and his ideology is, I still think that there's a way to change these people. And on the flip side of that, those folks here in Washington and in Europe, and oftentimes in the community of Iranian dual nationals, whether they're American or British, Canadian, or European, who believe that, and not just dual nationals, other nationals who believe that any country that is standing up to American imperialism is on the right side of things. That's not true either. These are bad people doing bad things to innocent folks like myself. So what I'm hoping is that you walk away with this book, from this book, having a more complete understanding of America, of Iran, of the issues of being a journalist, of human nature and the world that we live in 2019, and ultimately just how much I love my wife.
Yeah, that comes through loud and clear. Let's talk a little bit about Yegi. I've had a chance to get to know you both. I'm not sure I know any two people more in love with each other than you, but your marriage was tested and strained by this experience.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
Well, you know, we were cut off from each other for those first 35 days, told many things about each other that we both knew not to be true, but, you know, such a sustained period of time where people are trying to get you to turn on your spouse, I assume that sometimes it works. Didn't work for them, on us. When she was finally released after 72 nights, she became the advocate on the ground that anybody stuck in trouble in that country would want. When we look at other people who are in that same prison and their plights are being talked about in the news media, and we hear about what their spouses are doing or not doing, she always has an opinion about it because she was so effective in doing what she could to bolster my rights, which exist. But, you know, if you're not able to access them, you know, you're not going to access them. But she was able to figure these things out because she was relentless. But also to get bits and pieces of information out to the world. And as you know, through working on this for many months and contact with my brother, I also have a big brother who was relentless.
Right.
And a mom who was fearless enough to, at 72 years old, she's from Illinois, jump in a plane and come to Tehran and not be pushed around and said, my son hasn't done anything. I'm not going to leave until you let him go.
So I want to get to those heroic efforts from the outside to get you free and the role that each of the folks you just mentioned played. But before we go there, after Yegi was released, she continues living in Tehran. And for a period of time, you're kind of a high-profile public enemy #1 within the country of Iran. I mean, your trial, such as it was sort of like the O.J. Simpson trial in America. And Yegi was your wife on the outside, seeing all that, being subject to all of the folks around her that were being fed this propaganda. Talk about that.
Look, I think she was so disappointed at how she was treated in those months after my release. Friends and relatives disappeared out of fear. People would say things to her. They recognized her in the street as the spy's wife. There was a case going on in the same courtroom as my case at the same time about a man who, during the Ahmadinejad years, had embezzled billions of dollars from the Iranian coffers, and his initials were BZ. And on the nightly news, they would refer to him as suspect BZ, right? When they would talk about his case, to protect his
presumption of innocence.
Protect his presumption of innocence, and also to protect his family's privacy. Right? Everybody knew who this guy was. It was a big case. When they talk about me, you know, moments later, it was spy resigned. Right? So this was what my wife had to deal with, and what my mom had to deal with, what my in-laws had to deal with. But what we understood, what we came to understand, was the more vociferous they were in their attacks on me, the reality was these were just responses to what was going on in the rest of the world.
All right, let's get to that, because as the months go on, at some point you began to learn about this incredible effort spearheaded by your amazing big brother Ali.
Yep.
And also the Washington Post, and your mom, who's the first one that came to my office, my congressional office, and got us involved in part of this effort. And of course, your employer, the Washington Post. When did you first learn about it, and what did it mean to you to know that there was this hashtag out there? I don't know if the cameras can pick this up, but these little lapel pins, Free Jason, and the hashtag, and the global movement of journalists and others on your behalf really got rolling.
Initially, I found it hard to believe. But as time dragged on, I had, after I came out of solitary confinement, in my cell, a television that could access Iranian state channels. It's all it could access. And so that's a very warped view of the world. So I would see all of these reports about me and my guilt and, you know, how terrible I was. What I wouldn't see what was going on in the rest of the world in support of me. But I did sometimes. They would show different reports, or they would cut to locations live when the foreign minister of Iran, Javad Zarif, or when John Kerry or President Obama were giving speeches. So I caught little snippets, or I would see people I knew. At one point, there was a news report, and they were talking about the psychological warfare that the Americans were fighting against Iran by using these hostage cases, so-called hostage cases, to dampen the mood at the nuclear negotiations. And as they're talking about this, they flash some footage on the screen, and my brother is standing there next to a woman in hijab who I had no idea turned out it was sister of Amir Hekmati, alongside the talk show host Montel Williams, who became a big supporter, an advocate, former serviceman who supported Amir as well. So I could see these things, and once or twice I saw Marty Barron, the executive editor of the Post, talking about me and demanding information and my release. But behind the scenes, there was so much more going on. Yeah. And I get into a lot of that in the book. It reads, I hope, rather seamlessly, but reconstructing what various people were doing at the Post, within my family, in the U.S. government, in Congress, Anthony Bourdain, who was also, a really staunch advocate for us from
Muhammad
day
Ali.
one. Muhammad Ali. And then other little things. I mean, Edward Snowden at one point tweeted about me. Noam Chomsky and a whole slew of scholars wrote a letter demanding my release. At one point, one of the Kardashian sisters even tweeted, hashtag Free Jason. I think she thought I was Armenian.
And you still got released.
Exactly. It all worked out in the end. But it took this. I think you can probably speak to this as well. You've dealt with many different issues over the years. I think it's fair to say that it's pretty rare that so much momentum can get behind the idea of a single person.
It was a remarkable team working on your behalf, but you were just seeing these little pieces of it from inside the prison, eventually, as you began to have more regular visits with your wife and mom, they were able to fully brief you on what was going on. But it must have meant the world.
Know. They didn't know fully what was going on.
Well, that's true.
And so,
because they were in Iran.
It meant so much that people cared. What I wasn't sure about was, did my government care? And it took months after my release to get the full story, and I think I've chronicled it pretty well. I just hope people read it, because I think you can learn a lot about what this government can do if an issue becomes important.
I want to come back to that, but for now, take me back to one of the weirdest days in your book. We're leading up to a point where they're trying to get you to do a video confession.
Yep.
Really important to them to get you on tape giving some sort of confession.
Yeah.
And they're always dangling privileges when they're not threatening to dismember and execute you. And one day they take you shopping.
So in preparation of these, what I call completely optional forced confessions, they say, look, you've lost a lot of weight. And I had. When I was in solitary, in those 49 days, I'd lost 40 pounds. And they brought my clothes that I had been arrested in to me. I put them on, and even with the belt, I couldn't keep them up. I looked ridiculous. So they said, we need to take you out of the prison, and it's going to be a good test, right, to see if we release you back into society. Does anybody realize who you are or whatever? I just thought it was the most bizarre thing in the world. They threw me in the back of a car, blindfolded as usual, got me on a highway, took off the blindfold, and took me to a well-known men's clothing shop. And Iranians have different ideas, or these Iranians have different ideas of taste in clothing than I do. So they were trying to get me to put on these kind of shiny suits, and I said, guys, if you want anybody to believe these confessions, you're going to have to put me in clothes that I would actually wear myself, because otherwise I'm just going to look ridiculous. So they let me pick out some clothes. It was so bizarre, because it's the same guys that arrested me in my house. The same team of people, were there throughout the imprisonment. The couple of times that I was taken to the hospital, the night that every time I was taken to court, the day that we were released, it was always the same group of guys. And half of them have surgical masks on, right?
But on this day, it's your concierge personal shoppers with you.
Right. And, a team of 8 or 9 guys, and people keep asking, what's the occasion, who's this foreign guy, all of this, because I have an accent when I speak Farsi. And they say, oh, he just got engaged, and, we're getting him some clothing so he can, go and take pictures with his fiance. It was the weirdest day of my life.
So you got a tailored suit of clothing, but it didn't stop there, because they then wanted you to buy some sweets and flowers.
Yeah, this was their attempt at sort of kind of trying to convince me that they were doing right by me. Said, you got the lead boss of this whole operation says you need to bring some sweets and some flowers for your wife because you've put her through this. I wanted to use a word that I definitely can't use on C-SPAN. But, I said, guys, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. I said, hey, look, you don't have a choice. Go and get some flowers. I said, all right, well, give me those tropical ones over there, the most expensive ones they got. I told them, I don't have any money. You guys have taken everything from me. They said, we'll put it on your bill. We'll add it to your tab. And so we bought some pastries as well. At that point, I had a cellmate, and he and I were kind of starving, and I knew that bringing those back to the cell that night would be well-received booty, and it was.
So we're leading up now to your trial.
Yeah.
Tell us about this kangaroo court of a trial where you have this harsh, infamous judge that's been assigned to your case. You have strange interactions with him on the court days. There's not anything we would think of as actual evidence presented. There aren't any real specific charges, but you have these strange days where you're technically in trial,
right,
and then long gaps that follow. I want to read from page 196 of your book, where you describe what ultimately kind of came to constitute the charges against you, or the case against you. You write, but on the surface, this is what the case was all about. Take a guy who is, with some level of empathy toward Iran, describing in plain English the various elements of the Islamic Republic's ethos to an audience that for decades decided it did not want or could not understand it. It was too much for hardline ideologues to comprehend, which means it was impossible for them to accept. If you can't own it, control it, or understand it, you must destroy it. That was the attitude I found myself up against, and that essentially is what they were charging you with, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they publicly in the propaganda that they would produce would say, you know, he was sharing classified information directly with Obama. He had all this information about the nuclear program. He was advising the Iranian administration to accept a bad deal. All of this stuff that, you know, had no grounding in truth whatsoever. But when it came time to come to court, they pulled out articles that I had written. And, you know, I would go meticulous. And look, I'd been in prison for a year at that point, and I'd been interrogated about all of these things relentlessly for months. So when I got into the court, I had pretty well prepared answers for each one of these things that I was being accused of. First and foremost, by your own laws and your own reckoning, that's not a crime, right? I didn't break any rule. Second, you know, it's ridiculous that you're accusing me of this sort of thing because I'm here in your country with complete permission. They had cameras set up at every one of my 4 court sessions. I think the intention was to have something that they could show on their propaganda channels. To my knowledge, not a single second of those 4 trial sessions has ever been released or put on Iranian television. Not in a raw form, not in a manipulated form. Because fortunately, my wife had convinced me. You know, they were trying to get me to concede guilt. They would tell you, and in many countries when you're taken hostage like this, they'll tell you, hey, you just plead guilty. Mm-hmm. You know, we need to show that to the world, and then tomorrow you get to go home. It doesn't always happen like that, but you and I have both seen instances when it has. But Yegi was adamant about the fact that you haven't done anything wrong, we haven't done anything wrong. And I don't want to be married to the guy for the rest of my life who, you know, said that he was guilty when he wasn't. Right. And, you know, she's a strong-willed woman, and a smart one at that. So I'm really glad, in retrospect, that I handled it how I did. But it was scary.
I bet it was. Let's talk about what might have been the low point. I want to fast forward to Christmas time 2015. This was a month and a half or so before your release, or a month. The JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, is done.
Yeah.
The agreement is sealed. It seemed that your fate, at least at some point, was rather intertwined with this, but when the deal was done and you were not released, that had to be pretty scary.
It was more than scary. I fought the thought that I had been forgotten. I had all of this evidence explained to me by my mom and my wife to know that people were writing about me and people were talking about me. But I also knew that in international politics sometimes there are collateral victims. And I worried that I would be one of them. What I didn't know was that there were secret negotiations going on, and had been for over a year at that point, over my fate and the fate of other Americans being held in Iran. So as the year wound down and the JCPOA was set to be implemented, if you remember, the days leading up to Christmas, you know, there was a presumption that it would be finalized and implemented in early January, but there was a lot of back and forth that had to happen.
It's actually called Implementation Day.
Implementation Day. It wasn't set to be January 16th. It ultimately ended up being January 16th because there was haggling going on about a variety of issues, including me. I couldn't have known that, and I didn't know that. I think the last 24 hours or so, which I don't want to talk about because I want people to read it, because I think it really is incredibly thrilling to see how all of these big geopolitical shifts that were happening at that moment affected our little life.
Let's not spoil the ending, but I find it fascinating that the Swiss played an underappreciated role in all of this. We don't have diplomatic relations with Iran, but the Swiss do, and so they could communicate officially with the regime, and they are also pretty good negotiators.
They're great negotiators. They were intermediaries in the negotiations of myself, Amir Hekmati, Saeed Abedini, and a couple of other Americans that were released but didn't travel with us that day. They provided a jet to fly us to safety, and it was
Swiss hospitality on the
incredible Swiss hospitality in every conceivable way. And I consider several people from the Swiss Foreign Ministry to be, lifelong friends, almost like family to Yegi and I, because without their intervention and involvement, this might not have been possible.
Well, and from the outside, we were working with the Swiss regularly, and they were, in my opinion, heroes in this whole story. But they cut a better deal than even you knew they had cut. Even when you were being released, you were at the airport, were ready to go. I won't spoil all the details, but turns out they cut a deal that the Iranians, right up to the end, did not want to honor. Key pieces of it.
I think, it's important to note that the people that were negotiating this deal over my fate and the fate of the others were not the same people that had possession of me. It's typical rug merchant stuff. Multi-part deal for a lot of different pieces of inventory, and a couple of them don't belong to you. And so there was a lot of jostling going on right up until the end. Kazem, who we meet early on in the story because he was my interrogator from day one, was there with me at the airport, as you say. He was unaware of the details of this deal, and I think probably very purposefully so. I think that they were being kept in the dark by their higher-ups about how this was actually to play out. And fortunately, the Swiss were committed and played this incredible intermediary role up until literally until we got on the plane and flew out.
It was a minute-to-minute thing, and thankfully it ended the right way. It's not a happy story, but a happy ending for that part that came very close to not being so.
Well, and I bristle to think about how my life would be different right now if things didn't work out exactly how they had that night.
Let's go back to that dark period in December, January, when you're worried that maybe with the nuclear deal done you might be forgotten. You had a chance to watch Barack Obama deliver the State of the Union address in your final days as a prisoner. And he didn't say a word about you or the Iranian prisoners, the other Americans. That must have been rather devastating.
It was scary, but at the same time, I came to understand that if something really was in the works, as I had been told, that it probably wouldn't get talked about in such a public forum. I didn't know that that my brother was your guest that night at the State of the Union. You took Yegi and I as your guests the following year. And I think the State of the Union is so... The view of the State of the Union from the tens of millions of people watching it at home and me in my Iranian prison cell that day is very much focused on the President of the United States and one or two people that happen to be in the room. What people don't understand is what a representation it is of the country at the moment. Each member of Congress brings a guest that I imagine has something to do with what's going on in their district or an issue that's important to them personally, politically, professionally. And to know in retrospect that my brother was there with you changed my view of it. But on that day, I think it was January 11th or 12th, 2016, just before the speech was to be given, Iran captured an American Navy vessel, an armed vessel.
It had wandered off course.
Wandered off course into Iranian waters, mistakenly, but trespassing. By our government's own admission, trespassing into Iranian waters. I was watching this unfold on television. My heart sank because I thought to myself, this is gonna just blow up any opportunity that I'm gonna get out. I might get 5 new cellmates, right? Yeah. American ones.
Right.
And within a matter of hours, it was resolved.
So this ended up being a hopeful event for you, because that told you things were maybe on a better track.
It was a hopeful event, but also one that said to me, why did I just spend the last 540 days in prison? If the U.S. Secretary of State and the Iranian Foreign Minister can avert this potential crisis, which at earlier points in the relationship might have ended up in a military confrontation, an armed U.S. vessel illegally in Iranian waters. I mean, just sound it out, right? But they were able to resolve it peacefully and quickly. It gave me an inclination that, okay, there are things possible here. Mountains can move. And a few short days later, they did.
Talk about your attempt to put your life back together, because it's not a Hollywood movie when you're released after this kind of an ordeal. You don't run down the tarmac from the airplane, hug your relatives, and everybody joyously moves on with their life. It's a little more complicated. It's a process.
Yeah.
I had a chance to meet you for the first time at Landstuhl Army Base in Germany as you were beginning that reentry process, but there were throngs of media from all over the world there with the bright lights wanting to talk with you. There were doctors from the U.S. government that wanted to assess your physical and mental health. Talk about the process.
It's an ongoing process that continues now. I'm thankful that I listened to the advice of the psychologists there at the base and my family to take a few days to really readjust to the notion of freedom. Freedom is the best gift and privilege anybody could ever hope for. But it takes some getting used to if you've been deprived of it for as long as I was. So having choice and agency back in my life, it didn't feel natural at first. I mean, I had gotten to a point where if I wanted to go to the bathroom for the last year and a half, I had to ask for permission. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I could say no to. And I was skeptical of everything. I think I've retained some of that skepticism. Mm-hmm. The response, the public response from people here in the United States and around the world to my family and me has helped restore some of the faith that I think I lost in humanity. But I find it much harder to trust. I was someone who was a fairly intrepid traveler for most of my life. I don't want to go places that I'm unfamiliar with now. Mm-hmm. I hope to challenge that as the years go forward and get out and see the world again, because it was such an integral part of my life and my life experience.
But it's going to be tough.
It's going to be very tough, and it is tough. But I have tons to be thankful for, and I always try and focus my attention on what I do have rather than what we lost.
I was surprised that you named your book Prisoner, because you were really a hostage.
I like the term hostage better. I had some long conversations with my editor about that. I think that ultimately there had been a lot of books called Hostage. But initially, if you go back and you look at the releases that we made, press releases that we made when I first started working on the book, it was going to be called Hostage. But ultimately, the powers that be got involved, and they decided that this was a more appropriate title.
That's what it's like when you write a book and work with publishers.
Even other people, you know, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. But you and I both know you were a hostage. Let's talk about being an American. This experience must have changed your sense of identity as an American, and maybe even your feelings towards your own country. You wrote a bit about that in the book. Talk about how you feel about being an American.
Look, I consider myself first and foremost a human, and right alongside that, American. We can be, as Americans, hyphenated in any way we want, and that's not a right or a privilege that's afforded to the people of most countries in the world, including Iran. So I take that privilege really seriously, and more so now than I did before. But I always appreciated and honored the moniker and the freedom that our blue passport allowed us to explore the world with. Unfortunately, I think in recent years, and I'm not going to just say over the last 2 years, I think this has been going on for a couple of decades now. That moral authority that we were known for throughout much of the 20th century has really come under deep question. I hope that it's not completely eroded, but I'd like us to get back to that. And I'd like to compel you and your colleagues right around the corner to do more, to work together, to protect the values that we can all agree on, because there's a bunch of them.
Protecting journalists is a huge part of that because of our traditional commitment to a free press.
And I think that you know, we could talk about my colleague Jamal Khashoggi and his gruesome murder at the hands of the Saudi government. I applaud the efforts by the Congress to seek justice and demand justice in that case. Conversely, I'm very distraught and beyond disappointed and scared at the administration's non-response to this murder. And I think this trend of attacks on journalists have been amplified in the last couple of years, but they've been going on for a long time. We see it more often now in democracies than we ever have before. Right around the corner in Annapolis, 7 months ago.
Terrible mass shooting. Well, as your congressman, I'm proud of how you've used your platform.
Thank you.
As an author, as an advocate, to fight the fight for those values. I want to ask you one last question,
please,
because we're out of time. And I had like 2 hours of other material.
We'll do it again. If they want us to come back, I'd be happy to.
If you could, if Kazem was watching right now,
yeah,
what would you say to him?
He probably is watching, right? I mean, I think that these guys have a hard time letting go. And I think I would tell him, it's hard for you to do, but take yourself out of your shoes and put them in mine. Think about all that you did to me and that you've done to many other people in similar and in different circumstances. And know in your core that you're on the wrong side of history.
Thanks for a great conversation. Everybody watching this show needs to get out there and buy this book because it's fantastic. A fantastic book written by a fantastic person and friend. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you very much.
Book in Charlottesville will take place March 20th to the 24th. And on April 6th, look for us at the San Antonio and Annapolis Book Festivals. And later in the spring, we're live from the Los Angeles Times Festival of Books at the University of Southern California. And then in May, it's the Gaithersburg Book Festival in Maryland. For more information about upcoming book fairs and festivals and to watch our previous festival coverage, click the Book Fairs tab on our website, booktv.org.
C-SPAN, where history unfolds daily. In 1979, C-SPAN was created as a public service by America's cable television companies. And today, we continue to bring you unfiltered coverage of Congress, the White House, the Supreme Court, and public policy events in Washington, D.C. and around the country. C-SPAN is brought to you by your cable or satellite provider.
And now on Book TV, we're live with author and Manhattan Institute fellow Heather MacDonald. Her books include The Burden of Bad Ideas, the war on cops, and most recently, the diversity delusion, how race and gender pandering corrupt the university and undermine our culture.
Our strength, and what is literally unique among major countries around the world, is our diversity.
We're going to see people of merit rise up from every race, faith, corner of this country, because that's America's strength.
Our diversity is our strength, but our unity is our power.
We must also recommit to building a world where diversity and difference are promoted and celebrated.
I think that what's important is that as a leader, he speak up on behalf of the rights of all Americans and the respect we should show for the diversity of our country, which I think is one of our great strengths.
Heather McDonald, author of The Diversity Delusion. When you hear that phrase, diversity is our strength, what comes to mind?
Well, it kind of makes me want to throw up, frankly, Peter, because it is so darn hypocritical. They don't really mean it. They're defining diversity in the most narrow, constricting way, which is gonads and melanin, which is not relevant, as far as I'm concerned, to somebody's worldview, to their beliefs, to their aspirations in life, and they're talking about basically race and gender quotas. The idea of, say, intellectual diversity is foreign to them. This is just a code word for a form of identity politics that I think is extremely dangerous and poisonous for our society.
Isn't it important, though, that, as you say, gonads and melanin are included when we look at a group of people?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could not care less what the gender is of a lab working on Alzheimer's disease, say. Unfortunately, right now, our national government does, and it is pressuring every scientific department in the country, in a university, and private scientific firms as well, to hire based on gender, because the mantra now coming out of the National Science Foundation is the only good science is diverse science. Do I really care who discovers the cure for Alzheimer's disease? I do not. And I am not going to assume that I know your views based on your skin color or your gender. I am so sick of this prefix now that comes about every statement in our identity-obsessed world, which is, well, as a woman, XYZ, or even better, as a black woman, XYZ, or best of all, as a trans black woman, XYZ. None of that follows. I'm going to treat everybody as an individual, but that is not what the diversity rhetoric is about.
Heather McDonald, how did we get here?
Difficult. It's easier to describe the trajectory than to understand the cause. All I know is that when I was in college in the 1970s, there was some crazy literary theory going around, which I unfortunately fell for, something called deconstruction, post-structuralism. It said some very weird things about language, literature, meaning, humans. But I was so fortunate to be in college in the 70s because I got to read the greatest works of English literature without anybody thinking to complain that, say, as a female, I was somehow in an unsafe space reading John Milton or reading William Wordsworth. I got to immerse myself in language and in beauty, in sublimity, without regard to the race or gender of the authors. The 80s changed everything. You had the rise of a virulent, radical multiculturalism on college campuses, women's studies, gender studies, that started to teach students that they were entitled to reject some of the greatest works of civilization, works that they had not a clue about, simply because of the authors or creators or the painters or philosophers were of the wrong race or gender. You know, we saw the civil rights movement, which, to its credit, fought against centuries of American bigotry on behalf of the rights of the individual. In the 1960s, that started changing into a much more radical and nihilistic black power politics. I think that was something that was moving into the colleges as well. And the women's stuff, it rode on the coattails of the civil rights movement, I think, improperly, and went into the same narrow, constricting, poisonous realm of defining people on the basis of race and gender.
And from your book, The Diversity Delusion, you write that colleges across the country are creating what tort law calls eggshell plaintiffs, preternaturally fragile individuals injured by the slightest collusions with life.
True, absolutely. I mean, they purport to be unsafe on a college campus. Can I just remind your viewers and you, Peter, how ridiculous this idea is? You have students now. It is impossible to overstate the degree of maudlin caterwauling. They will say, as a Yale student, I am at risk of my lives from circumambient racism and sexism. This is crazy. There has never been a more tolerant, more opportunity-filled environment in human history than a college campus. It is filled with the most well-meaning faculty who want all of their students to succeed, in particular society's traditionally oppressed groups. And yet, students are being encouraged by this growing diversity bureaucracy to think of themselves as victims and to celebrate their victimhood. There is a ruthless competition underway on every college campus today to be the top dog victim. These days, that position, glorified, sought after, is occupied by trans individuals, but that won't last. Anybody who can guess the next top dog victim is more far-seeing than I, but gets the prize, because the students are desperate to find some way to trump the current totem pole of victimhood.
You know, Heather McDonald, isn't there some legitimacy in women's studies, African American studies, to tell those stories in history as well?
I don't think they should be separate disciplines. We tell them all the time. Novels tell the story of women, of blacks, with extraordinary empathy. Huck Finn does. I just read the book Slaves of Solitude, set in post-World War II Britain. Incredible insights into female sexual competitiveness. Of course, we should open our history. We should understand reality in as great and broad a way as possible. But the reality is this, Peter. Those separate studies departments, whether it's black studies, Chinkantz, Latinx studies, women's studies, they have become grievance factories. They are not about openness. They are about cultivating a very particular mindset, which is one that is at war with the accomplishments of Western civilization.
So when you speak on a college campus, what's your reception?
It's varied. At times, it's been rather hostile, physically so, brute force. Other times, it's merely tense. But other times, students have listened respectfully and asked questions. At the University of Pennsylvania recently, it was a challenging audience, but they were all respectful. There was no interruptions. I was recently at the University of Colorado Boulder, there too. Now that was a mixed audience. There were a lot of people, adults from the community, so they were very receptive to my message. But there was some faculty there that were insulted by the fact that I actually said that there are no bigots at the University of Colorado. This is the very weird thing about our current moment, Peter. There is nothing more insulting you can say to a college administrator than, your institution is filled with good people. There are no bigots there. Because they want to say this is a bigoted environment. It is a very perverse situation where you have elite liberal institutions voluntarily embracing the narrative that they discriminate, when this is empirically, demonstrably false. So I was at University of Colorado Boulder, had a, you know, they did a wonderful job inviting me. Nevertheless, for me to say that this is an open-minded institution was seen by some people there as an insult. Go figure.
But what's the advantage to saying it's not an open environment?
That's a fabulous question. If one was starting from scratch, not knowing the whole victim ideology that we live in, it's absolutely puzzling. And yet there is a bureaucracy in every university today, and it's not confined to the elite colleges, it's now trickling down, sadly, even into community colleges, that is invested, its entire well-being is dependent on this idea that there is institutional racism on college campuses. And there are people whose identity, again, if you're doing black studies, possibly you are reading Ralph Ellison and Du Bois with an ear for just their language and greatness. But the far greater likelihood is what you are telling students is that the Enlightenment itself, which was all about tolerance, is a source of racism and bigotry, which is historically false. But these departments are invested in this narrative that America remains endemically, permanently racist and sexist. This is Ta-Nehisi Coates, which is probably the best paid college speaker today. He is beloved by every college administrator because his message is that the identity of America, not just 200 years ago, but today, is to destroy the black body. And that is a message which colleges perversely welcome and encourage, and they don't want to hear a counter-narrative.
Back to the diversity delusion, you quote Peter Uven, Vice President of Academic Affairs at Claremont McKenna College in California. I fully understand that people have strong opinions and different, often painful experiences with the issues Heather McDonald discusses. I also understand that words can hurt. Why did you include that in the book?
Well, I guess I wanted to give a full picture of what happened at Claremont McKenna.
What happened?
Which was a blockade, a student blockade of about 250 students that surrounded the auditorium where I was supposed to speak about my previous book, The War on Cops, which simply tries to give voice to the hundreds of people whom I've had the privilege to meet in high-crime neighborhoods, whether it's South Central Los Angeles or Central Harlem, who are law-abiding, they want their children to succeed, and they support the cops. They want public order, they want the same freedom from fear that people in other neighborhoods can take for granted. And they say to the cops, why aren't you getting the kids off the street? Why aren't you getting the drug dealers off the corner? So I wanted to give voice to those people, to give an alternative story to the Black Lives Matter narrative. Well, this was viewed as something that was not tolerable, not allowable on Claremont McKenna campus by the students and those from the neighboring Claremont colleges like Pomona, Scripps, and Pitzer, Harvey Mudd. And so hours before I was supposed to speak, students started congregating outside of the auditorium, and it was so, this is just classic of student sort of wallowing in their lachrymose self-pity. Their rule for the blockade was that the black students would be on the inner ring because otherwise they were so at risk from Claremont's feckless police, the Claremont College's feckless police forces, that somehow they'd come in with billy clubs and just would be beating them. So the students believed that my presence there as a racist, sexist, Islamophobe, warphobe, transphobe, I mean, it's the usual litany of substitutions for thought and for engagement. that the fascist McDonald had to be shut down. Well, Peter Uven, one of the deans, was trying to sort of, I don't know, thread the needle and throw them as a sop to say, well, of course, this is somehow threatening rhetoric or makes people feel unsafe, or, you know, which is just ridiculous. We should not be playing into this absurd conceit. There are millions of students abroad in Asia right now, Peter, who are studying night and day for the privilege of attending an American college, this alleged maelstrom of hatred. They're students of color. Why do they want to come here? Because they understand that an American college today offers boundless opportunities. You can read every book that has ever been written. This is something that would have driven the Renaissance humanists mad with envy and desire. And yet these students are being taught to think of themselves as victims. It is educational malpractice.
Has there been another period in our history, Heather McDonald, where identity politics has played such a large role?
Interesting question. Obviously, our original sin was slavery and de jure desegregation. That was identity politics. That because of the color of your skin, you were not granted the protections of the Constitution. And we fought a civil war to try and remedy that profound violation of our founding ideals. Now, the Civil War didn't end things, obviously, because parts of America held on very tenaciously to their identity politics. But I would argue today that we have very largely overcome that. There's not a single mainstream institution today that is not bending over backwards to hire and promote both as many people of color as possible and females. You know, what we had in the 20th century, instead of identity politics, I'd actually rather go back to the traditional leftism of Marxism. To me, it's sort of more interesting to divide the world into, say, capitalists, railroad barons, workers, farmers. Those are more interesting categories than race and gender. That's an accomplishment. That's something you do. But the identity politics is really taking us back to a period in American history which I think we should all be happy to have left.
Journalist Deborah Dickerson, writing about you in Mother Jones in 2008, said that you are among America's harshest critics of blacks, harshest and most devastating, unlike most of the right-wing blogosphere. Homegirl does her homework.
Well, I don't know about harshest critics of blacks. I would say I'm a critic of an ideology that is going to guarantee further racial inequality. I am a critic of any type of culture that is counterproductive, that disparages academic effort, the bourgeois values of deferred gratification. And so I'm certainly a critic of race hustling, but I'm surprised she wrote that, because I think that is completely inaccurate.
When you read this article, though, and this was written back in 2008, have you met Deborah Dickerson?
No, I haven't.
It's a real backhanded compliment.
Oh,
to you.
sure. It was.
It's a very favorable article in the sense that basically she says, you come prepared.
Right.
And that the left has to prepare to debate you.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it does help to look at statistics, because as I've done, looking at statistics about crime, about police shootings, say, demolishes the Black Lives Matter narrative that we're living through an epidemic of racially biased shootings, police shootings of black men. So I'm always happy to debate numbers.
Heather McDonald, two of the things you take on in your most recent book, The Diversity Delusion, are Black Lives Matter and the Me Too movement.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the Me Too movement an important social movement?
Well, to the extent that, yes, it confines itself to sexual predation in the workplace, which is a reality, and shames men into acting like gentlemen, that is something that is very valuable. But it immediately morphed, not surprisingly, into yet just another pitch for gender quotas. And so you now have, again, the Hollywood, you have the music industry. They are quite explicitly saying we are going to hire, nominate, award, prize based on gender. Any institution now that is going to dare put out a slate of anybody for anything that is not 50-50 male-female is asking for trouble. And the other thing is, again, like, I support males acting like gentlemen and having a sense of chivalry and restraint, and females acting responsibly and modestly. But the Me Too movement, to the extent that it is still invested in a sexual liberationist view, is going to be a little conflicted in what it says is the ideal male behavior. So again, I think that we had norms of sexual behavior that before sexual liberation came about, acknowledged the differences between the male and female libidos. Those were all thrown aside in sexual liberation on the assumption that they were somehow oppressive to females. And we have now a situation that is great for males, you know, the campus hookup scene on college campuses, where there's no default against premarital sex. And females, if they don't want to have a drunken hookup with a guy they barely know, have to argue their way out of the default yes. That, I don't think, is a particularly advantageous situation to females who react differently to casual sex, to intercourse. It produces physiological, biological, hormonal responses in females that are different in males. It produces more of a desire for emotional bonding. And the hookup culture that says females should regard sex with as casual an attitude as males do is something that I think is contrary to nature and is not in the best interests of females.
It's a lonely job, you write, working the phones at a college rape crisis center. Day after day, you wait for the casualties to show up from the campus rape epidemic, but few victims call. Could this mean that the crisis is overblown? No. It means, according to the campus sexual assault industry, that the abuse of co-eds is worse than anyone has ever imagined.
Exactly. This is another paradox, Peter, of our college campuses today. Just as you would think that a college would welcome being told, there's no bigots here. You guys are not, you know, some Jim Crow slaveholders. You're open-minded, tolerant people. You would also think that a college would welcome when it has low reported rapes. Who wants to be a rape haven? You know, who wants to be a scene of violence of an unprecedented proportion, which is what these campus rape statistics are telling us? The meme that the Obama administration picked up that was long in play on college campuses, which is that 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 females will be sexually assaulted during their college years. That is a level of sexual violence that is almost unheard of anywhere in the globe today. You can look at Detroit, which is America's most violent city, and if you combine all 4 violent felonies which the FBI tracks, which is murder, rape, aggravated assault, and robbery. You get a grand total annually of 2%. The rapes are in the 0.01 something. So 20% to 25% over 4 years is just mind-boggling. So you would think a college would welcome that girls are not reporting campus rapes. But when the campus rape bureaucrat at Yale was asked, well, Harvard has 30 rapes, they have more rapes than you, the Yale rape bureaucrat was very defensive and said, well, they must be overcounting, you know, because we wish we had that many rapes. It was as if somebody was ragging them about the latest Harvard-Yale game or something. The fact of the matter is that if this tsunami of sexual violence were going on, instead of a stampede of females to get into college, which is the reality we're seeing, a stampede that grows more and more frenzied every year, you would have seen a stampede of girls to get out of college. You would have seen a movement decades ago to create more single-sex schools where females can study in safety, free from this pall of campus rape. You would not see, I assume, because I'm going to assume that females have some degree of intelligence and some degree of solidarity to warn themselves off, to be strong women together, which we're supposed to believe in. If that were the case, you would not see on every Saturday night the co-eds trooping off down Rugby Road at UVA to the frats, or any other school to the frats, if these in fact were dens of rape. Because I'm going to assume that females know how to protect themselves, and they keep going in.
You earlier on said you fell for X kind of language in your college career. What does deconstructionism mean, and what do you mean when you say you fell for it?
Oh dear, it's so crazy, Peter. It's so arcane, but it was in one sense the root of what happened later, at least as far as a rhetorical gesture. Deconstruction was this theory about language and literature that came out of France in the 1960s, 1970s. Its main progenitor was a French so-called philosopher named Jacques Derrida. And he had an aura of European sophistication around him. And he wrote prose of utter impenetrable jargon. Yale, where I was an undergraduate, was the counterpart to Jacques Derrida at the Sorbonne. And Derrida would come every year trailing his white silk scarf, trailing acolytes of graduate students starry-eyed. And it was Yale was the place to be. Deconstruction embraced some very odd propositions about language. It said that language always failed, that language was about itself. It never referred outside of itself because language consists of a set of arbitrary signs. There's no natural relationship between the word for dog and a dog. In French, it's chien. In German, it's Hund. These are all arbitrary. Because the verbal sign is arbitrary, that somehow deconstruction concluded, therefore, we can't mean anything. And that literature is only about itself. It's not about trying to express the human dilemma. It's not about trying to discuss love and loss. It's about its own failure to mean. And the real kicker, the weirdest thing about deconstruction was it said there is no such thing as the human self. The human self is just a trope of language. It's just a rhetorical fiction. Well, why would anybody believe this? It's contradicted by daily experience that you and I are talking, and I understand you, and I think you probably understand me, and I hope your listeners understand us. I think they do. We know that human beings are more than language, and yet I had been interested always. In high school, I was attracted to language. I loved Faulkner because the language was so ripe and strange, and I loved Melville for the same reason, just these incredible flights of description about the water and the whale. And this seemed like it was the hottest thing happening. It was the thing to do. So I fell for it. And I wasted so much time in college trying to understand Derrida's Mythologie Blanche and Heidegger. Time that should have been spent reading more novels, reading history. But the one thing about deconstruction is it did teach you to pay very close attention to language. You were doing it for the wrong reason. You were doing it to find where text broke down. But we read closely. And as I say, it was also a Mandarin science because we read the canon. Nobody, Paul de Man, who was the counterpart to Derrida, although very different personality at Yale, he read Rousseau, he read Plato, he read Heine, he read Kleist. For weird reasons, he read Shelley, but he read them. And again, this was pre-identity politics, so I was glad for that. Now, the language of deconstruction, which is highly mannered, it was this weird self-involved rhetoric, that then gave rise in a weird, perverse way, because you then have the self rising up like a phoenix in multiculturalism and saying literary studies is only about the self. Now students only want to study themselves as a female. It was a weird turn of events. So you had the idea that the self is a fiction being jettisoned, but the language of deconstruction held on, and so all the stuff about narrativity, that's all still with us, alas.
So did that make you, in a sense, a leftist, a progressive? Were your politics influenced by this deconstructionism?
No, my politics were influenced by simply growing up in the America, on the coasts. You know, I grew up in LA. I went to school on the East Coast. Those were environments where liberalism was simply the default. And I did not have the desire, the impetus, whatever, to think my way out of the default. Some students did, obviously, but I was just a unthinking, not particularly political, but I know that I very much absorbed. I remember when a bike of mine got stolen from in front of the Yale Law School when I was back there as a graduate student. My view was I didn't deserve that bike. I had an early intimation, this was in the 80s before people really came up with the idea of white privilege, but I guess I believed it that, well, somehow I had no right to that bicycle. How can I complain? So I think it was, deconstruction was not particularly political. It became, when it became identity politics, that's when the politics came in.
When you were growing up in Southern California, though, there was a relatively solid mix of conservatives and liberals, weren't there?
Yes. I was in a school that had a lot of Hollywood kids, but my school actually was not particularly political. I'm very grateful for that. It was, we did our science projects, and we studied the Krebs cycle and read Huck Finn. So I don't recall that. I think it was probably more in high school and just the assumption of college. But that's, I've never really thought about that, is where really it was communicated.
What kind of work did your parents do?
My father was a lawyer who ended up managing a trust, an estate, and had some commercial real estate with other owners in Los Angeles. And so he was sort of, ended up being, he didn't practice law, more of a solo practitioner. And my mother, I'm very grateful, she was a homeowner, a home worker, what's the term?
Homemaker.
Homemaker, a mother. And even more importantly, both my parents read to me. And they understood the value of these great children's books, the great English tradition of children's literature, of Wind in the Willows, of Winnie the Pooh, the E. Nesbit tales, Railroad Children. And so I was allowed to fill my head with these amazing stories of innocence, of irony. I mean, the writing of the British children's literature tradition is so sophisticated. The language is so rich. The descriptions of nature are so brilliant, but it's also so cozy. The stories of the animals that are personified. So she read to me. My father taught me to read very early on. Read the Tolkien books, Captains Courageous. So that was, I think, probably a very important thing in my upbringing.
Master's degree from Cambridge, or a postgraduate degree from Cambridge, and a law degree from Stanford.
Well, it took me a long time to get the theory bug out of my system. I came back to Yale. What really turned me on academically, and again, I apologize if this is getting into the weeds here of academics, but I studied linguistics in Cambridge in England. And that was language. That was the study of language. And I fell in love with something called speech act theory, which was the creation of a British analytic philosopher named J.L. Austin, how to do things with words. This was the antidote to deconstruction. Deconstruction says language always fails. Language breaks down. It's all about itself. You can't communicate. J.L. Austin noticed that there are certain types of sentences that are not descriptive. They're not true or false. It's not like to say, well, that table is broken. We can determine, is that true or false? It's false. Instead, there's certain sentences that do things. The criterion of truth and falsity doesn't apply. So if I say, I, Peter, take you as my married husband, and we're in a proper environment where we can exchange marriage vows, that statement is not true or false. It has changed the world. We have made a contract. Or if I christen this ship, the HMS Peter, that is not a true or false statement. With that statement, I have changed the world. I've done something with words. And Austin developed this interesting typology of different things you can do with words. John Searle, a philosopher at Berkeley, was the American version of doing speech act theory. So this was a completely different view of language. I love syntax, I love studying phonetics, but I nevertheless had been determined that I would go back to Yale to start a PhD in comparative literature, because I could think of nothing greater in one's life than to be given the responsibility of reading these great works and to be the person who passes on this inheritance to students, to be able to sit in Sterling Library of Yale and read Edmund Spencer. This is the greatest thing one can aspire to. So I wanted to go back to Yale, and because it was still, I still had the deconstruction bug in me a little bit, I got back and I heard my professors who I had revered as an undergraduate. They were saying the same things as they said when I left, and I heard it as a form of madness. I heard Paul DeMond talking about Shelley, mutilation Shelley. I thought, this is crazy. So I left. I quit. But I still was interested in the study of language and interpretation. So I went to law school, not because I wanted to be a lawyer, but it turns out there was sort of a legal version of deconstruction that was hot in the 80s, something called critical legal studies, which looked at legal texts, not as things that accomplish things, but as, again, as sort of language products that were, now we're getting very political. When you get into critical legal studies, things are getting very political. They are interested in an oppression narrative, and they're seeing legal text as a form of oppression. But I was interested still in the study of interpretation. How do we read text? How do we read the Constitution? We're talking about this all the time, you know, the whole originalism debate. It's an interesting debate. How do we determine what the Constitution means? Do we try and get the access to the founders? Can we get access to the founders' intention? These are interesting philosophical questions. Do any of us really know what that group of men meant? But maybe it's not even relevant. All of these questions that come up in the law, I was thinking about in a literary context. So that's why I went to law school, which was not a good reason to go to law school necessarily. It's a better reason if you want to actually become a lawyer. When I went to the law library the first time, my heart sunk. It was a whole bunch of case books on the shelves that are very different. It's not literature, but I stuck it out.
Did you ever practice law?
Not much. I clerked for the most liberal judge in the country, Stephen Reinhardt, who he viewed me. He later said I was the clerk who went, his only clerk who went bad, because I did eventually become more conservative. But he was a very sweet man, and I kept up with him over the years. And he had an exquisite sense for language, and helped, I think, to remount some of the mannerisms that I may have still had in my prose thanks to deconstruction. And then I worked at the EPA briefly at the General Counsel's office, which is the office that makes sure that the regulations that the scientists have written allegedly conform with the congressional intent. I volunteered for the NRDC. I still consider myself an environmentalist. I didn't grasp, however, that the EPA does toxics regulation. And so it was a lot of chemistry, and that was not really to my liking.
So do you consider yourself a classical conservative today or a classical liberal today?
I wouldn't I don't know. I guess, interesting, classical liberal. I suppose. I don't think I'm at all very libertarian. But I'm conservative to the extent, I suppose, that I do believe in self-discipline and restraint, in custom, in authority, and in meritocracy. I think that's probably one of the biggest distinctions now. Meritocracy and the capacity of individuals to determine a good deal of their fate, which isn't to say that people are not born into wildly different circumstances. There's vast privilege. There's people who do not have privilege in their family circumstances. This is undeniable. But I still would argue today that the most important determinant of how people end up in life is the effort that they put in individually, and that any individual in America today has a massive scope for the exercise of individual agency.
How did you get into writing books?
Well, I got into writing where actually my first writing project was going to be, I wanted to write the definitive refutation of deconstruction, because I was so mad that I had wasted so much precious time when I could have been reading good books, reading this nonsense theory. So I'd collected all these file cards that I was going to show that none of this stuff mattered. Well, I never did that, but I did start writing on multiculturalism for places like Partisan Review, which, alas, no longer exists, and Salma Gundy and Hudson Review, on the contemporary cultural politics, the multiculturalism that was hitting museums. You know, museums were saying we have to present everything through the lens of race and gender oppression, whether it's the Smithsonian or the Whitney Museum. So I started writing about that. And then I published something for City Journal, which is the Manhattan Institute's quarterly magazine. And the editor at the time, Myron Magnet, asked me to write something about an event that was happening in New York at the time. There was a crack addict, a mentally ill crack addict named Larry Hogue, who was terrorizing the Upper West Side of Manhattan because he would go berserk on crack, and he was mentally ill, and he would, you know, strike pedestrians, he would destroy windows, and then he would get picked up by the police and brought to a hospital, and he'd be treated and would calm down. And given the rules that make it so difficult to hold on to somebody who's mentally ill and a drug addict, he would be back on the streets the next day. So Myron Magnet asked me to write about this. I'd never written reporting before. I'd not done student journalism, something I regret. And all of you student journalists that are doing it, it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. So I did this with a certain amount of trepidation to actually do a reported piece. But after that, I kept doing that. And this was in the 1990s in New York. It was a very exciting time. It was during the mayoralty of Rudolph Giuliani, and it was an urban laboratory here. New York had become squalid. It had been, the crime, you know, there was over 2,000 people who were murdered in 1990. And you had streets that were just chaos. The subways were chaotic, although they'd been helped by cleaning up the graffiti. But Giuliani was taking on an entrenched welfare bureaucracy that put out the notion that if you're poor, you cannot do anything for yourself, that we were the welfare capital of the world. 1 in 7 people in the United States who are on welfare lived in New York City. And Giuliani proposed a social contract that, okay, we're going to help you, but you have to also help yourself. So he was one of the centers doing welfare reform, of saying it's a reciprocal contract, you're going to have to work. And he also said for policing, he had a commissioner, his first commissioner, William Bratton, who did something that was so radical. He said, I'm going to lower crime. No police commissioner had said that. It was assumed up to that point that crime was a function ineluctably of poverty and racism, and that until we eradicated income inequality and racism, urban violence was a fact of nature that the police could only manage. They could try and get their response times down in getting to a robbery, in getting to that drive-by shooting, but they could certainly not avoid those things. And Bratton, he set himself a numerical target. He said, I am going to lower crime 10% my first year. No police chief had done that. In fact, the FBI's annual crime reports during the 80s would issue a annual disclaimer saying, we all know the police can't lower crime. Bratton not only met his target, he bested it. He brought in a 12% crime reduction. Next year, he upped the ante. He said, I'm bringing it down 15%. He met that and brought it down to crime 16%. So this was a transformative time, and it was a very exciting time to be doing journalism about urban policy.
And 2 of Heather McDonald's books are Cops Racist and The War on Cops. Was there the cost of bringing down that crime? Was there abuse of human rights? Was there abuse of police brutality?
No, we had police brutality. The shootings, what got me writing about policing for the first time, in 1999, there was a very tragic police shooting in New York, the shooting of Amadou Diallo, a West Ghanaian immigrant who was in the vestibule of his apartment in the Soundview section of the Bronx. And there'd been a crime pattern in the neighborhood, a series of rapes that the police were looking out for. And the cops saw him. They thought he matched a description. They asked him for ID. He didn't understand. He reached for his wallet. They thought he was reaching for a gun. Contagious gunfire started. One person shot. They thought the bullets were ricocheting back at them. They thought Diallo was returning fire. He was not. This was the infamous 41 shots. A heartbreaking, heartbreaking episode. Well, this was seized upon by the left, by Al Sharpton, by Susan Sarandon, by the media, who were furious at what Giuliani was doing in New York, to take on the welfare industrial complex, to discredit the idea that you needed to, the only way to lower crime is by more government poverty programs. And they turned Diallo shooting into the very symbol of the NYPD. Well, that year, in 1999, the NYPD, which at that point had a head count of somewhere between 35,000 and 40,000 officers, shot fatally about 11 people. This was the lowest at the NYPD's history. In the 70s, they were killing 100 people a year at least. So as we were lowering crime, the use of police force was being driven down by the intensive use of data, by holding police commanders accountable. And the abuse of rights goes on with uncontrolled crime. The civil rights violation in our country that we should be worried about is the fact that blacks die of homicide at 6 times the rate of whites and Hispanics combined. That is a civil rights problem. It is a civil rights problem when the elderly cannot walk to the store without fear of a drive-by shooting. So Giuliani encouraged, and Bratton encouraged the police to intervene in suspicious behavior before it ripened into a felony, and they encouraged something called broken windows policing, which is attention to low-level forms of public disorder, which is the thing that when I go to inner-city neighborhoods and police community meetings, it's rare that people are there complaining about shooting or robbery patterns. What they're complaining about is the fact that they'll say, there's hundreds of kids hanging out on the corners fighting. What I've heard again and again is, whatever happened to the truancy laws? Why can't you get them off the corner? Or I smell weed in my hallway. Why can't you do something about it? The people that live in disorderly neighborhoods want public order, and the police started paying attention to that. I would say that's a civil rights triumph.
Heather McDonald is our guest on Book TV. This is our monthly in-depth program. One author, 3 hours, your calls. We're going to put the numbers up on the screen. We've talked for nearly an hour. Now it's your turn. 202 is the area code, 748-8200 if you live in the East and Central time zones, 202-748-8201 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. We're also going to scroll through our social media sites, so you can go ahead and comment that way too if you can't get through on the phone lines. Just remember, @BookTV is our handle. Heather McDonald is the author of these books, beginning with The Burden of Bad Ideas, How Modern Intellectuals Misshape Our Society. That came out in 2000. We haven't discussed that one yet. We'll get to it. Are Cops Racist? How the New Attack on Law and Order Makes Everyone Less Safe, 2003. The Immigration Solution, she's a co-author on that book, 2007. The War on Cops came out in 2016. Her most recent is The Diversity Delusion, How Race and Gender Pandering Corrupt the University and Undermine Our Culture. We've talked quite a bit about that. There's a lot more we could talk about with that. So a lot of topics on the table. Go ahead and dial in. We'll get to those calls in just a few minutes. You talked about, Heather McDonald, the welfare industrial complex. What about the prison industrial complex? Is there such a thing in your view? Prison overcrowding, profit motive to send people to prison?
No, I don't think if you're asking about private prisons, they're not a major player on the horizon. And the argument has been made that some of these communities in upstate New York say that their workforce is exclusively prison, and so they somehow this is determining what judges and prosecutors in New York do. I don't think so. You know, what's going on in the source of that prison population upstate is New York City. What's going on here is a desperate triage to handle the amount of crime that exists. Prison today remains a lifetime achievement award for persistence in criminal offending. Any big city prosecutor is trying to keep people out of prison because there isn't enough space. Would it be great if we had a much lower prison population? Of course, but our prison population in the United States is a function of the fact that our violent crime rates are so much higher. Our murder rate is 7 times higher that of the average of the industrialized nations, and if you look at gun violence, our gun violence is about 22 times higher.
Why is that? Is it because of gun laws?
Well, traditionally we've been a violent culture, and I think the family breakdown is not helping things at all. You are not civilizing and socializing boys, and so there's a culture of violence in the streets now that is just terrifying if you live in those environments.
Are people receptive to that argument?
To which argument exactly?
The one you just made about the breakdown of the family?
Well, no, because when I bring this up on college campuses, there's 2 problems with that. When I say that, on average, children need their mothers and fathers, on average. I mean, I'm not talking about any individual single-parent home. There are many heroic single mothers that are doing the best they possibly can to raise law-abiding children, and there are obviously tragedies where you have orphans and people who lose their parents. But for a variety of reasons, it is so complicated, Peter. The marriage culture itself, to the norm, the expectation that men and women will marry before they have children is itself a civilizing norm, leaving aside any individual child in his household. But if you talk about mothers and fathers being the best possible situation, and you know, President Obama, before he became president, he gave a Father's Day speech in Chicago in 2008 that laid out the data that has been available to social scientists for decades now about the fact that children growing up in single-parent homes have an average chance of getting involved in crime, ending up in prison, failing in school, juvenile delinquency, having emotional problems, being single mothers themselves. He went through the list. It's readily available. But if you say that, you're violating the strongest taboo is you're violating the taboo that strong women can do it all. We are now in a world where we see all masculinity as toxic. It is not a normal thing on a college campus to say that males bring something to civilization. Indeed, they are a driving force in civilization. And it also has become difficult to talk about mothers and fathers because it violates various gay taboos. So it is a message that is not welcome on college campuses by and large. But I mean, I've talked to people in prison who say the problem is that there's not enough fathers around. So this is a knowledge that is available in the very neighborhoods where it's most needed, but there needs to be a cultural transformation to bring it, give a more real-life instantiation.
From the War on Cops, Heather McDonald writes, some members of Chicago's left will argue against holding fathers or mothers responsible for their children. Quote, to blame it on the family is totally unfair, says Gwen Rice, a board member of the Developing Communities Project. I'm tired of blaming the parents. The services for the poor are paltry. It boggles the mind. Historically, you can't expect a parent who can't get a job to do something that someone with resources can do. These problems have histories. There are policies that have mitigated against black progress. What needs to happen is a change in corporate greed and insensitivity. Rice corrects my use of the term illegitimacy. Quote, there are no illegitimate births. A lot to break down in there.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate you. I'm in awe of your sticky pad management. That's quite extraordinary that you could get that quote. I couldn't have come up with that. I forgot that was even in there. Yes, that is a very crystalline summary, encapsulation of the left-wing view, which I think is extraordinarily destructive. It is telling people that they have no agency, that you cannot do anything, you cannot expect a lowering of crime, a less of involvement in drive-by shootings, in these youth crews that are going around shooting people, or you can't even get married or defer childbearing until there's more government spending. Now, we have been spending a lot of money. There's been trillions that have been spent on social programs since the 1960s. It is very, very difficult to say that there's been a lack of effort on that front. But there's something that has been talked about now. William Galston, an advisor to Bill Clinton, in the 90s talked about this, and it was true then, it's true now, something called the success sequence. You can avoid being poor by 3 simple activities. You finish high school, you wait until you're married to have children, and you work full-time at a job, any job. 75% of the people who do that are in the middle class. to tell people that young girls, that they have no ability to defer child rearing, that that's somehow unfair, and to tell young males that they have no option but to serially impregnate girls, I think that is condescending, and I don't think many parents in the middle class would accept that for their children. They would expect their children to exercise self-restraint, to think prudentially, to think about the future, and to defer behaviors that, if engaged in as a teenager, are really kind of ending your life, and you're going to make it very difficult for yourself to advance.
I want to find out from you whether these stats hold up today or whether you know that or not. But this, in the chapter, again, back to the war on cops, is the criminal justice system racist, is the name of the chapter. In 2006, blacks were 37.5% of all state and federal prisoners, though they're under 13% of the national population. About 1 in 33 black men was in prison in 2006, compared with 1 in 205 white men, 1 in 79 Hispanic men. 11% of all black males between the ages of 20 and 34 are in prison or jail.
Well, the black share of the total prison population has gone down somewhat in the last couple of years, I would say over the last 5 years or so. But the disparities are still very large. And they come back, Peter, to the statistic that I mentioned before. Blacks die of homicide at 6 times the rate of whites and Hispanics combined. They're not being killed by whites, and they're not being killed by the cops. They're being killed by other blacks. The black homicide rate is 8 times that of whites and Hispanics combined. And if you take Hispanics out of that equation, you've got about an 11-to-1 black to white homicide rate. When you look at youth between the ages of 14 to 17, males, black males between the ages of 14 to 17 commit homicide at 10 times the rate of white and Hispanic males combined of those same ages. That is what's driving the disparities in our prison system. And it is not drugs. There's another stat in there. I'm going to test your sticky pad system here.
Let's go.
That shows you what happens when you remove all drug prisoners from the prison population of the United States.
Next,
God, it's incredible!
Critics blame drug enforcement for rising racial disparities in prison. Again, the facts say otherwise, Heather McDonald writes. In 2006, blacks were 37.5% of the 1.3 million state prisoners. If you remove drug prisoners from that population, the percentage of black prisoners drops to 37%, half a percentage point, hardly a significant difference.
Again, I'm just in awe. I'm in awe. You've got some sort of weird photographic memory going there, Peter. But yes, exactly. The point is that you can take all the drug prisoners out. It changes the proportions not a whit. The percentage of people in prison for possession of drugs is negligible. The population is driven by violent crimes and property crimes.
What's the Ferguson effect?
The Ferguson effect was the phrase I coined, picking up on a phrase that the St. Louis police chief had used, that explained the dual phenomenon of police officers backing off of proactive policing in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement that told them that such policing was racist. And so police are political animals, as they should be. They got the message, and they said, okay, we're going to drive by that guy that's hanging out on a known drug corner at 2 a.m. hitching up his waistband as if he has a gun. We're just going to wait for the next drive-by shooting to call in and not be proactive, we'll be reactive. And the flip side of that, the other half of the Ferguson effect, was the resulting increase in violence in inner city areas. 2015 and 2016 saw a 20% increase in the homicide rate in this country. Nearly 3,000 additional black males were killed over those 2 years compared to what the numbers were in 2014. And so it explained what was going on that was alarming to very many observers and certainly police chiefs and people living with the rising violence.
One of the things that I found interesting in the War on Cops was when you talked about black majority police forces and the effect on black policemen of this conversation or criticism that they get as cops.
Yeah, they get the same thing. They'll say, you know, if I stop a black driver, the first thing out of his mouth is, you only stopped me because I'm black. And I, black policeman, will say, no, I stopped you because you ran a red light. The vast majority of black cops, I mean, it is actually a very sort of reassuring and happy-making experience to go to a police precinct, because this is truly post-racial. The cops are all getting on. You know, there's a lot of camaraderie. And the black cops and the white cops, they all say, it's not a question of race, it's a question of behavior. If you're acting in such a way to raise my suspicions to the point where I have, say, legal authority, I always have a legal authority to go and ask you a few questions. You can walk away. The question is, when does that become the authority to do what's known as a custodial stop in constitutional policing parlance, a Terry stop, where you're not free to walk away. But I'm looking for behavior. I know crime patterns in this neighborhood. I know the kids that are hanging out, that are the gangbangers. That's what drives me. It's not race. Now, there are in some police departments sort of the radicals, but they are not representative.
Let's take some calls. Lots more topics to talk about with Heather McDonald, but let's start with Mike in Mahopac, New York. Thanks for holding, Mike. You're on Book TV.
Yeah, good afternoon. I retired from the NYPD last year, the 3-2 precinct in Central Harlem. But I also have a 4-year degree from Boston University in political science and international relations. And I'm just really sick of the massive ignorance of the public when it comes to basic facts and just the empirical data you can get from the Uniform Crime Report of the FBI, and the way the mainstream media cherry picks issues like stop, question, and frisk. Stop, question, and frisk is based on a U.S. Supreme Court decision from 1968, Terry v. Ohio, and it seems like the media has turned that that tactic into something that's illegitimate, when it's actually one of the most helpful things that ever happened for the city of New York in terms of driving crime down. And I just wish the public in general would just look a little deeper instead of just believing what they see in the media about race and crime, and especially in New York City.
So, Mike, you talked about stop and frisk. Would you? Isn't there a case to be made for racial profiling with that?
Well, absolutely not, because it's actually called stop, question, and frisk, and you cannot initiate a stop without reasonable suspicion. And it's like Ms. McDonald said, the reasonable suspicion is based on observed behavior. That's what people don't understand. You're not just randomly stopping people. You have to have reasonable suspicion to stop someone.
So you worked, you were in the precinct in Central Harlem, correct?
Yes.
What would you say the majority of your relations, what would you say were the majority of your relationships or interactions with the residents of that area?
Well, the overwhelming majority of people are just regular, hardworking citizens, and like Ms. McDonald said, they appreciated the enforcement efforts for the most part. They just want to live their lives and raise their kids like anyone else. It's just in that precinct is less than 1 square mile, and it's a very, very busy place to work, and there's a lot of guns, there's a lot of drugs, and you know that's just the reality of the situation. It's not.
Mike, are you white? Are you
Yes.
white, Mike?
Yes.
Were most of the people that you dealt with African American?
Well, I mean, that's the population, the majority population in the 3-2 precinct and the 2-8 precinct in Central Harlem is obviously black. I mean, less so than when I started in '97, but I mean, yeah, it's a mixed population, but the majority of it is black. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Heather McDonald, what'd you hear from Mike?
Well, he's absolutely right. It's the most bizarre thing. There was a trilogy of lawsuits that was brought during the Bloomberg years, the previous mayor in New York, before Mayor de Blasio, the one who followed Rudolph Giuliani, against the New York Police Department's stop, question, and frisk practice. These suits were brought by the elite law firms of the city, Paul Weiss, others, that were, you know, these elite lawyers. They have doormen. They're living on Central Park West with doormen. And one of the lawsuits was targeting the police for enforcing criminal trespass laws in New York City housing. People that do not have private doormen on Central Park West, that are dependent on the police to try and get the drug dealers and the rapists out of their houses. The way the press, and they had a very sympathetic judge that issued rulings against the NYPD. The press characterized this as declaring that stop, question, frisk is unconstitutional. It's not, as Mike says. It's based on a 1965 Supreme Court case which addressed the issue. Is there some kind of intermediate authority that the police have between going up to somebody and asking a question? Again, if I as a police officer say, hey, Peter, can you give me your ID card? You don't have to comply. You can just walk away. You can say, F you, and walk away. Is there something that the cops can do to try and investigate a situation that is short of making an arrest? When, if I arrest you, you're not free to walk away. You got to stick with me. And they came up with this intermediate, if a cop is observing behavior that looks like it's about to ripen into a crime or there's a crime in progress, they do have a right to go up to somebody, ask a few questions, possibly frisk if they feel there's a weapon there, and you can't walk away. That's known as a custodial stop. You're in custody. This is stop, question, frisk is still legal. Terry stops are still legal. And I had a very liberal criminal law professor at Stanford Law School who himself has written that there is no more important police power for lowering shootings than stop, question, and frisk. But it's not just shootings. One of the things that the left always used was, well, the yield of guns that the NYPD got each year from stops was under 1,000. And therefore they said, well, this is all a waste. It's doing nothing. Well, A, that doesn't take into account deterrence, that people are not carrying because of the possibility of stops. But it's not just getting guns off the street. It's also if there's been a pattern, say, of car thefts on the street, and cars are parked, and there've been thefts in a neighborhood, and the cops see somebody who's going along trying car door handles, that can give rise to a Terry stop. And you can go up to somebody and say, excuse me, sir, what are you doing here? Can you explain yourself? So it is a very important police power. And the Ferguson effect, notice the fact that whether you talk about the pew polls of officers or talking to them personally, cops were saying across the country, we are not making those stops. It's too hostile. The environment that we're getting now on streets, thanks to the virulent anti-cop demagoguery that was being pushed out by the media during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement and by politicians and by activists. When we get out of our cars now and ask a few questions, we are surrounded by people cursing at us. The cell phones go right in the face. It's an extremely loaded environment. And many cops are saying, okay, you know, A, you're telling us that Terry stops are racist, so we'll make less of them. And when the cops back off of proactive policing in high crime neighborhoods, crime goes up.
Should Mike our white policeman who called in earlier be assigned to the 2-8 or the 3-2 precinct in Central Harlem?
If he's a good cop, absolutely he should be. They deserve the best policing that anybody can get.
But isn't it important to have somebody who looks like you policing you?
No, I don't think so. Should I only have white cops? Can I not have a black policeman? I think that we have to fight back against this idea that we can only identify with people that have the same melanin content in their dermatological, barrier between us and the real world. I just don't think so. And in fact, I mean, these are uncomfortable statistics. The Justice Department under President Obama and Eric Holder did a study of threat misreception in the Philadelphia Police Department. This is when cops, like the Diallo shooting, they mistake a cell phone for a gun. So they are misperceiving a threat. And the Obama Justice Department studied police shootings in Philadelphia and found that black cops were much more likely to shoot somebody based on threat misperception than white cops. So the idea that somehow you're going to get different shooting outcomes with black cops is wrong, and they may even be worse.
Next call for Heather McDonald is Jerry in Jean, Nevada. Hi, Jerry.
Hello, how are you today? I'm so happy to hear you speak with such eloquence and articulation on so many ideas that I have myself never felt I had the ability to express articulately like you do. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
But my real question was that I wondered if you've ever spoken with Amy Wax about the bourgeois values and their relationship to our society today.
Yes, I'm a friend of Amy, and I write about it in The Diversity Delusion.
University of Pennsylvania?
Yes, she's a University of Pennsylvania law professor who had the temerity in the summer of 17 now, I guess, to publish an op-ed in the Philadelphia Inquirer that said that a lot of our social problems, our urban problems, are due to a breakdown of bourgeois values, the values that were more in the ascendancy in the 1950s, things like respect for authority, temperance, sobriety, marriage, waiting till you're married to have children, and this was viewed as an extraordinary violation of the political orthodoxy on college campuses. There was a huge amount of protest against her, and she stood her ground. She is tough as nails, and the dean of her law school wrote a very mealy-mouthed thing, as they always do. They say, well, of course we believe in free speech, but the values of Amy Wax do not necessarily reflect those of Penn Law. She then got into further trouble by a video interview she did with the Brown University economist Glenn Lowry, where they talked about racial preferences and something that I write about called mismatch theory, and the fact that you are actually not doing the alleged beneficiary of a racial preference any favor by bringing him into an academic environment for which he's not prepared to compete. And this is not related to race, it's related to preference. If it was a gender preference and you're admitting me to MIT with low math SATs, and I'm not going to be able to compete. So Amy Wax, during this Blogging Heads interview, noticed the fact that the black law students at UPenn clustered at the bottom of their class. And this is true in every law school in the country, because every Every law school is employing very large racial preferences. It is putting those students at a competitive disadvantage. She said this was again viewed as an even worse enormity, as an even worse, to use the safety rhetoric, Peter, it is putting the black students at risk. She has now been banned from teaching first-year law classes because she is viewed as so toxic.
And Amy Wax, by the way, did an interview on C-SPAN. If you go to cspan.org or booktv.org, type in her name, you'll see it. You'll see the interview. It's an hour-long interview that she did. In the diversity delusion, Heather McDonald, you also take on California's, if you're in the top 10% of your class or 9% of your class, free education in the UCal system, in the UC system. Sounds like a pretty good deal.
Well, the issue there is that this was one of their many ways to try and get around Proposition 209, which was a voter referendum in 1996 led by the brilliant, courageous Ward Connerly to try and bring California into line with our Constitution, or what used to be our belief in treating people as individuals rather than the basis of race and gender. So Prop 209, passed by voters to change the California Constitution, said government agencies may not discriminate on the basis of race and gender, which means they may not use racial preferences, meaning you have to admit students on a colorblind basis on the basis of their academic credentials. The University of California went into fits. How dare you tell us that we cannot use racial preferences? How will we create the leaders of the future? The snobbery that is involved in the defense of racial preferences is completely amazing. These UC chancellors, the chancellor of UC Berkeley said, well, if we can't use racial preferences to admit our critical mass of black students, where will the black leaders of the future come from? As if somebody who goes instead of UC Berkeley, who goes instead of the University of California at Riverside, as if his life is over. Well, then why don't we just shut down UC Riverside so everybody can go to UC Berkeley, if it is so crippling to one's life chances? So UC has come up with, it's been twisting itself into knots for decades to try and come up with surrogates for overt racial preferences, because it is so determined to, as the quotes from Hillary Clinton in the beginning of the show, racial diversity defined on the basis of race, which means today, keep out the Asians, because they're whooping everybody's ass because they study so hard. So we got to keep out the Asians and make place for people who are not competitive. So one of the things they came up with, in addition to holistic admissions, which is, well, you get bonus points if you can say you're a really good victim, is you admit people based on their class standing in any given class. And this is hoped that it would bring in more blacks. But again, not all GPAs are equal. You know, if you're graduating the top of your class from some of these inner city schools where people are not doing their homework, you know, you get an A just for taking your textbook home and not being truant, that's not going to prepare you. You need an objective test that everybody is held to the same measure. And I talk about a boy in the book who was admitted to UC Berkeley under this program that gets there, and his freshman year is just a nightmare because he's not prepared. It's heartbreaking. Psychologically, it's devastating. And he keeps trying to rally his spirits. Come on, Kashan, you can do it. You know, we can compete now. But it's very hard to keep up. So the idea of getting rid of objective testing, the irony, of course, is the SAT was created, the Scholastic Aptitude Test, was created in the 1940s and 50s to get rid of class prejudice. It was in order to allow those kids in the Midwest who had not gone to Andover or Exeter, who were not the elite New England prep school aristocracy to show their academic ability and be able to compete for Yale and Harvard. And now we're saying that it's elitist to use it when it's colorblind. The further irony is, these people that are so committed to the narrative of ubiquitous racism, if they really believe that colleges are infected by institutional racism and that nobody is capable of judging people on the basis of merit, they should want objective tests. They're completely contradictory in their views because they are against objective tests now. They want to give discretion to these admissions officers so that they can use race illegally in many instances in California, in Washington State, in Michigan, so that they can use race. So in fact, they really don't believe in institutional racism because they are confident that if we give discretion to college admissions officers to use race, they're going to use it in favor of blacks and Hispanics, not in favor of whites, and that contradicts the racism narrative.
A tweet from Peggy. I would like to ask Heather Mac Donald why she speaks with such disdain and venom about American students on campus. I have watched one of her talks and truly cannot understand her anger.
Because for any student to think of himself as a victim when he has at his fingertips the greatest privilege that has ever been granted an individual, the thing that Faust sold his soul for, which is knowledge, that student is in the grip of a terrible delusion and is failing to take advantage of opportunities that, again, students the world over would kill for. Students that are there to learn, that appreciate what they have, that are spending time in the libraries, that realize that they have been given an inheritance that is precious. Those students I respect. I cannot respect students who go around playing the victim card when to be a college student today is to be privileged.
Gina, Princeton, New Jersey. Hi.
Well, hello. I'd like to challenge Heather's terrible attitude toward multiculturalism. I am a mixed-race lady. I'm very proud of that fact. I'm a retired educator, and I know for a fact that we have good students. I've had good students of all stripes. What I would wish that she would do is write a different book. I think you have your head on some of the problems we face as a society, but I think you're missing the boat. We need everybody to work. And I think you should write about encouraging, not from a venomous point of view, but from a motivational point of view, encouraging students to learn as much as they can, to fly as far as they can. We need everybody to help solve the problems that we're facing. Maybe another book, or maybe someone else could write a book. We need something to bring people together to solve the problem.
Gina,
I don't you doing that.
Gina, what did Heather Mac Donald say that you disagree with specifically? Is there something?
Her attitude. I think her attitude toward
her attitude,
her base bashing the left. She's not advocating unity. I think we need to come together. Her title of the book, The Diversity Delusion, how off-putting. That's more divisive than trying to bring us together. I think I'm serious, Heather. I think that you see some of the problems and some of the things that you've said, okay, there's some truth here and there. But I think by trying to divide people and put people off by this attitude that diversity is not a joy, that it's some burden, diversity should be a joy. It should be a gift.
All right.
I'll just leave you
Gina,
with this.
thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
I had a wonderful talk that I saw with Dr. Wood on founding era politics and music. And I will just leave you with a few words that she said, that the founders of our country knew they needed to find harmony in its diversity. So if you'll be so kind, I'll leave you with that.
All right. Thank you, Gina from Princeton, New Jersey. Go ahead.
Well, the idea that the diversity ideology, as it's presently constituted, is a source of unity as opposed to division is preposterous. From the moment a student steps on campus today, he is brainwashed into an ideology of toxic masculinity, white privilege, white oppression, white supremacy, that females are victims. This is not a uniting rhetoric. This is a rhetoric that divides people on the basis of race and gender, that tells them that the most important thing about them is their race and gender. I know conservative whites and liberal blacks. I know liberal whites and conservative blacks. I am not going to assume anything about you on the basis of your skin color or what's between your legs. But the diversity rhetoric, and we now see it in the real world. I mean, we are all in Gender Studies 101 now, Peter. This thing is not staying put. It has jumped the wall. It is transforming American society. The hysteria about Brett Kavanaugh was a direct import, the Believe Survivors mantra, that females who claim to be the victim of sexual assault are entitled, prima facie, end of story, to unquestioning credulity. That's a direct import from the campus rape ideology, that it is a frontal assault on one of the greatest discoveries of Anglo-American jurisprudence, which is the presumption of innocence, something that did not govern jurisprudence during the Middle Ages. It is a frontal assault on due process. The hysteria over the Covington, Kentucky children that saw them, the entire elite let out one glad cry that finally they had come up with a living embodiment of white supremacy privilege, the type of hatred that was directed at those kids who were themselves trying to diffuse a situation of these black Israelites that were spewing out anti-Indian, anti-gay, anti-female, anti-white hate speech. They were trying to come between. That's the world we're living in now today, thanks to the diversity ideology. It is about group identity. It is not about individuals.
But our friend Gina in Princeton said we should all come together, multiculturalism. Do you have anything against multiculturalism?
No, I think all cultures have something to provide. We should read the best of all cultures. If we had world enough in time, college should maybe go on for 20 years, and we would be as equally well versed in the culture of China or India as we are in the United States and Europe. The fact of the matter is we are in the West. Our primary obligation is to pass on that inheritance. But obviously, cultures, there's expression of sublimity that humans have been able to reach across cultures. But that's not, the rhetoric sounds good unless you know what the words that come next.
Heather McDonald, writing in the City Journal from the Manhattan Institute. Jussie Smollett made a not irrational wager that a patently preposterous narrative about an anti-black, anti-gay hate crime at 2 a.m. in sub-zero Chicago would be embraced by virtually the entirety of the mainstream media, leading Democratic politicians, Hollywood, and academia, with no one in these cohorts bothering to fact-check his narrative or entertain even armchair skepticism toward it.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, this It's the follow-up from Covington, Kentucky, which I would say was also a hoax. The elites in this country, are desperate to put flesh on the narrative of ubiquitous white supremacy. And so it's become almost a hysteria in this country of institution after institution, whether it's law firms that say, yes, we're racist, we're racist, we're racist, at the same time that it is, again, demonstrably provable that they are doing as much as they can to try and recruit, hire, and promote both people of color and females. But it has become a sort of odd national religion, this search for racism and the joy that has greeted any alleged discovery of it.
If you can't get through on the phone lines, reminder, on all our social media sites, @BookTV is our handle. We'll scroll through those on the bottom of the screen. George in Hudson, Florida, thanks for holding. You're on with author Heather McDonald.
Good afternoon. Nice talking to you, Mr. McDonald. You know, I like in-depth. It gives me the opportunity to see the personality behind these publications. And I'm quite honestly, I like what I'm hearing from you, and I like your take no prisoners attitude. I think it's great. Now, I'm a staunch conservative. I'm not going to ask you a question. I might not like the answer to it. But how do you think President Trump is doing has done and is doing now in the last 2 years of his presidency?
Well, I like his policies. I cannot stand his what he's doing to the national character. I think he is setting the worst possible role model for young males in his vindictiveness, his thin skin. I support his policies 100%. I support his immigration policies. I was sickened by his treatment of Attorney General Jeff Sessions. It was a classic Trump gambit to have a scapegoat for problems of his own creation. Sessions was the most important member of his cabinet for realizing Trump's promises on immigration, on violent crime, and yet Trump consistently treated him with the most just disgusting mean-spiritedness. And I've recently written against his declaration of a national emergency. Now, again, let me be perfectly clear. I think that the mass unskilled immigration is a crisis. I think it is a national emergency, and I support a wall. But I think his declaration of a national emergency is a constitutional violation, something that is far more important, because he has now decided that the Congress, which controls the power of the purse, which has the constitutional authority to appropriate funds, they were not willing to appropriate the funding that he wanted for the wall. It ends there. They don't see it as a national emergency. That's a political question. Trump has got to do a better job of convincing people that it is. For him now to say, okay, I'm going to act as Congress and raise my own money, when they've explicitly turned me down, is to set aside the Constitution and put us at risk. And if I'm waiting for the moment when we get our next Democratic president who decides that the Republicans are not giving him or her enough funding to fight climate change, and that president says, well, it's a national emergency, I'm going to appropriate $100 billion to put cars out of existence and airplanes. And the first thing the Republicans will say is, you are violating your authority as president. We are setting a precedent that is dangerous. So Trump is far too casual and cavalier, as far as I'm concerned, both with the norms of public behavior, of magnanimity, and of the constitutional norms. That having been said, again, I support his policies. I don't think he's a racist. I don't think he's a sexist. I just think he's a self-engrossed, thin-skinned a person who is not something we should aspire our males to emulate.
You also write about President Trump in the City Journal. President Trump maligned the criminal justice system in his State of the Union speech. The claim that the criminal justice system is racist is the mantra of left-wing activists the country over. Adopting it for the State of the Union was an unfortunate attempt to score bipartisan political points.
Peter, again, you amaze me. Just, how do you sleep? Yes, exactly. He wasted his last moments of the Republican-controlled Congress when he could have been doing something on the wall with this First Step Act, which I'm actually kind of agnostic about. I can live with the First Step Act. It lowers sentences for certain federal drug crimes and violence crimes. I can live with that because the fact of the matter is that all sentences are arbitrary. And if they'd been lower to begin with, if they'd been 2 years lower to begin with, nobody would be complaining. It's just politically it's hard to ratchet sentence down. It's easier to ratchet them up. That having been said, though, I think it was a waste of political capital, and the narrative that he used in signing this law gives succor to the destructive narrative about criminal justice racism, which is completely false. You know, the criminologists have been trying to show this for decades, and the honest ones like Robert Sampson, Michael Tonry, have been forced to conclude against their inclinations that the overrepresentation of blacks in prison is due to criminal offending, not to criminal justice racism.
Here's an email. This is from Gretchen. Would you not agree that whiteness in America is an identity itself, which has been the dominant norm setter for our society? When those who are not white assert their significance, it is called identity politics. Is there no legitimacy to this assertion against the norm?
I don't think you need identity politics to assert your legitimacy. I think you need individualism. You need a sense of living up to the founding documents of this country, of treating all people equally, recognizing their individual worth. Identity politics is group politics. That is something inimical to individual worth. You know what, Peter? Being female is not an accomplishment. It is not a particularly interesting thing to be. And I know it is probably the case that I have been put on panels, invited to do things because I'm a female. That's insulting. Maybe that's the best I've got to offer. It could well be, you know, that I've nothing besides my sex. But if that is the case, I'd rather not be on those panels. I'd rather be chosen because of my ideas. And now we have this crusade against manels. Do you know what a manel is?
No.
Oh, well, you haven't spent enough time in universities. A manel is any panel of experts that is all male. Oh my God, heaven forbid an all-male panel. So fanels are fine. If you're a fanalist, it's really great. The University of San Diego recently announced a biology conference that they'd only invited females to. So it was going to be all fanels. That's fine. But if you are putting together a panel of people to talk about the latest cancer research, and it just so happens that the people doing the cutting-edge work in that particular area are males. If you're going to obey the reigning orthodoxy on college campuses today, you have to throw that mantle out and bring some females in. You know what? I do not care who solves cancer. What I care, are they the best scientists? So identity politics is not about, it's not about unity, and it's not about individual worth. It is inevitably, if you look at it as it plays out in the world today, it is about conflict and opposition and a sense of grievance.
Let's hear from Paul in Sun City West. I believe that's Arizona. Hi, Paul.
Yes, it is. Hello. Thank you very much for taking my call. Ms. McDonald, very insightful, and I thank Book TV so much for providing things like this. You said a little earlier in general that you feel people have the ability to make choices. And that's and there are challenges in life, whatever it is. I'm taking that you mean that people can make choices and make better of their life. We live in a gold medal, egocentric free market world that has given us great value that we're blessed with and I appreciate so much. But I believe there's a delicate balance between choice and compassion, and the ability to instill work ethic, emotional stability, recognize different abilities in our education system that needs to not just throw a word of choices that people can get out of what they're in. I guess I'll just kind of stop right there. I'm just recently retired. You can probably tell by the city I'm in. And I'm kind of just starting my retirement with a dedication to helping kids find their place. And I feel like...
And Paul, you're retired from what?
The corporate world, which I feel has been very abusive, and the weight of our economy is so slanted towards free market without a conscience. I worked in finance for several years. After I'll just stop there.
All right. Thank you, sir. Heather McDonald.
Well, this is certainly a debate right now about the free market. Tucker Carlson famously or infamously started this off by a monologue in his show that said, Republicans and conservatives have this knee-jerk worship of the free market, but community matters, other things matter. And I would agree with that. So when I talk about choice, I don't know if you're hearing that as sort of a libertarian. The only thing that matters is, say, consumer choice. I would say absolutely tradition matters, custom matters, authority matters, constraints on the ego of will matters, and an awareness of the need to follow certain civilizational norms. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know if agency would ring more positively to your ears, but I just think it's not a good thing to be routinely sending the message to certain groups of children in our society that because of their race, they are going to face unending obstacles and animosity. Because again, there is a lot that any individual can do to advance himself. Again, paying attention in school, taking your school books home, doing your homework, being respectful towards your teacher. There's a piece that was published in Quillette last month called Public Education's Dirty Secret, and it was by a public school teacher in New York, now retired, and she describes a reality in New York public school that is not allowed to be talked about in public discourse, of the degree of chaos in the classroom, of kids that are violent, assaulting their teachers, cursing, the stigma against studying because that's seen as acting white, the stigma against using certain vocabulary because those are white words. All of these things. Now, it's up to the authorities, it's up to the teachers and principals to discipline kids and be able to set norms we've got this absolutely poisonous idea now that discipline rates should be set based on race, and that any school disciplinary practice that has a disparate impact on minorities must be jettisoned, and disruptive students must be kept in the class to destroy the learning of other students. That's very bad. School authorities have to be willing to maintain order, but it's up to parents as well to expect their children in school to respect teachers and to put in an effort to learn. And again, I would emphasize that is within every child's ability.
Why Johnny's Teacher Can't Teach, From the Burden of Bad Ideas. The crusade against racism is just the latest irrelevancy to seize the nation's teacher education schools. For over 80 years, teacher education in America has been in the grip of an immutable dogma responsible for endless educational nonsense. That dogma may be summed up in the phrase, anything but knowledge. Schools are about many things, teacher educators say, depending on the decade: self-actualization, following one's joy, social adjustment, or multicultural sensitivity. But the one thing they are not about is knowledge.
That's true. Absolutely. I spent time at Columbia College, Teachers College, Bank Street. The one thing you do not hear talked about in those ed schools is how can we cram as much knowledge into students' empty noggins as possible. They come in ignorant to schools, and by and large, they leave ignorant, because now it's all about, again, it's about community building or identity politics. And the idea that the scourge of progressive education, which is that students are supposed to teach themselves. Teachers cannot be top-down authorities, intellectual authorities. Students are supposed to construct their own knowledge. Poll after poll has shown that American students' knowledge of the basics of American history, what century did the Civil War occur in, what century did World War II in, it just gets worse and worse by the decade. And part of it is all these excuses for not just saying, you will learn. You got to sit down, you got to memorize. Sorry, you got to memorize. You know, it's just not about constructing knowledge and having group projects. You got to put in the hard work. We're becoming more and more ignorant of our history, of the rest of the world, because the idea of knowledge itself is somehow seen as oppressive, that it too is like, it's white. And therefore we have to, you know, in mathematics, I mean, this has been a discourse for decades now, that mathematics is somehow a white thing. Now it's also heteronormative. Objectivity is seen as white. Objectivity is seen as oppressive. If we should shut down every ed school in the country and test only for, do you know American history? Do you know algebra? Do you know French? And can you convey it? But the ed schools have been really a very, very bad source of our national scandal of widespread ignorance.
Email, Chuck. Who would you most like to debate about any of the topics you've been discussing, not because they're a bomb thrower, but because they make the most sense?
Interesting.
You want to think about that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Wayne in San Diego. Hi, Wayne.
Hello. I have about 40 words and 4 points that I would like this lady to comment on. I wonder why we don't actually teach honest intellectual engagement in the schools. I would refer her to an article, Politics 3, in the Stanford Research Institute by A.H. Maslov many years ago for details on this. My great mentor, Raymond Gilmore, once said, the suspension of judgment is the highest exercise in intellectual discipline. I would like her to comment on that. As you can see, they're related. The suspension of intellectual discipline is jumping to conclusions based on egocentric obsession. I would like her to discuss that. And to discuss stopping the left-right dichotomy as opposed to ideology. And should threats be legal? Illegal. I'm sorry.
Wayne,
and,
what do you do? Wayne, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living, Wayne?
I'm retired. I started out as a farm boy and ended up in ecosystem restoration, and I had the good fortune to encounter many interesting people along my life. I'm 80 years old right now, and so I appreciate your program very much, and I wish there was some way that I could contact this lady by email and extend the discussion, but unfortunately that's not the real world.
All right. Well, let's see what Heather McDonald wants to say to what you were saying, and whether or not you want to give a website or a email address. That's up to you.
Well, they can certainly contact the Manhattan Institute. I don't remember the exact phrase you used, Wayne, but I'm going to analogize it to a phrase that is au courant these days in education circles, which is critical thinking, which that's what ed schools now, if they talk about things, or college presidents, critical thinking is what we need to teach, which is a structure rather than content. And I'm not a favor of that either. I think you learn critical thinking by grappling with actual content material. Certainly, it is an ideal, the ideal of disinterestedness, of being able to subject your own beliefs to doubt, as Descartes tried to do, is a great intellectual accomplishment. We all have blinders, and we select the information that verifies our worldview and tend to discount that which doesn't, and I'm sure that I'm guilty of that myself. But I would just say that we're in such a crisis right now as far as the looming ignorance, that I think the fanatical, univocal focus of education should be on content that you test. Do you know the facts of biology? Do you know the periodic table? Have you read the Greek tragedians? Have you experienced the Oresteia? Have you experienced Shakespeare? Have you experienced pastoral poetry? And do you know anything about how unique it was to develop the concept of constitutional government and neutral principles that would restrain the human drive for power and oppression? So I don't know that we know how to teach those other things that are at a more meta level. If you can get the content across, that is accomplishment enough.
Daniel, Faribault, Minnesota. Hi, Daniel.
Hi. Yeah, I have ADHD, but I believe everybody in New York City is ADHD. If you take him and put him on a farm after 6 months, he's normal. But if you put me on a farm after 6 months, the farm will be hopping. So, anyways, to start out, my dad was a Green Beret. He was one of the elite of the elite. And I lived on a small farm, Fluid, Minnesota, richest land in the world. But I'm Native American, but I'm Native, I don't know, and where it goes is because I purchased some property that's a ancestral 150-year-old farm, and that person's family, I'm the second owner, but it was through a state forfeiture. But how do you go about the nativeness of not knowing who you are, but knowing who you are by not being told who you are through our culture?
Daniel, we're gonna cut it off right there. There's a lot of philosophical thought going in there. Have you thought about the debate question? Have you had a chance to think, or should we save that for the end of the show?
A debate question.
Let's save it for the end of the show. I don't want to catch you unawares. Heather McDonald is a co-author of a book from 2007 called The Immigration Solution. We want to show you just a portion as we and then we'll add the immigration issue to our discussion here today. We've got about an hour left in our program with Ms. McDonald. But we want to show you her two co-authors talking about the immigration solution. We'll be back live in just a minute.
Proponents of what I would call open borders always want the prime directive for all of them is to confuse the issue of illegal and legal immigration. Everybody in this room is for legal measured immigration. Indeed, we are more generous to Mexico than any other country. I think the figure is somewhere around 160,000 immigrants and green card holders, and yet that has to be blurred, those lines between illegal and legal. And finally, the very nomenclature, as a philologist who always tries to pay attention to language, I noticed that you could not use the word illegal alien in the late 90s. It was called undocumented worker, even though many people were not working. Indeed, a quarter of people in California assistance are here illegally from Mexico. 15,000 people in the California penal system are here illegally from Mexico. And so they're not all working. And it wasn't a problem of having documents. People didn't just forget them at the border, they never had them. So undocumented worker was a very imprecise term. Those in Oaxaca use their material, their body capital, so to speak. There's no finer workers in the world than to have a roofer or a farm labor 18, 19 unattached male. But yet as people age, and in those types of occupations, whether it's on your knees 16 hours a day laying concrete or picking peaches with 50 pounds on your stomach, a person's not designed to do that for 20 or 30 years. And so we noticed that in all these small towns, people in their 40s and 50s and 60s were not working as they had, and yet they were being replaced by younger workers, and the employer was de facto throwing them out on the entitlement industry to pick up the cost when their bodies literally, in some cases, gave out. And without education and without English and without legality, it was very hard for those people to see cement work or shingling as an entry-level job that would lead to a foremanship. So it was obviously in the interest of the employer. Now, the argument was that there's a shortage of workers, but I was struck that often in places where illegal immigration was highest, the unemployment rate of people was also high. In California in the late 1990s, Central Valley had 11% unemployment rate. And yet the California Farm Bureau said, in the case of Fresno County, if it did not have 30,000 workers from Oaxaca in any particular summer, it would not harvest, fill in the blanks, peaches, raisins, grapes. So there was something going on besides just a shortage of workers. We had the manpower, but psychologically or spiritually or morally, we were not able to inculcate to our own youth, and indeed second-generation children of citizens who were children of illegal aliens, that it was an ennobling experience to go out and do physical labor. Another group, obviously, besides the employer, was the Mexican government. We still, to this day, do not know how many billions of dollars are sent back in remittances, somewhere between 20 and 40 billion, to a very naturally rich country. And there was a height of cynicism that Mexico, for example, when they publish a comic book instructing people how to get across the border illegally, they assume two things. One, that they can flaunt U.S. law, and two, that their own people can't read, and therefore they need pictorial help. The second thing was that Mexico was opening these consuls all during the 90s. I think it's up to over 40 now. Again, this cynical idea that it's people, once they leave Mexico, suddenly become treasured citizens that need the help of the Mexican government.
The immigrants who came here during the first Great Immigration, according to several economic studies, were actually as skilled or slightly more skilled than the American workforce of the time. Now, whenever I say that people are shocked, they can't believe it. But if you think about the fact that the American economy at that particular time was about 35 to 40% agrarian. The industrial economy that was emerging was a fairly simple economy, and that higher levels of education were not common even among the American workforce. You can sort of figure out that I understand what you're talking about when we say that this mass of people who came were in fact well suited to the American economy of the time. That's reflected in a lot of the economic research, which says that within 20 years, those who came and stayed basically achieved parity with the American worker. Now, I said those who came and stayed, and this is extremely important to understand. What we don't often understand when we say we are the, America's a nation of immigrants. We're actually a nation of the immigrants who came and stayed. During the first Great Immigration, more than half of immigrants returned. They returned when they couldn't make it in the United States. They returned because we didn't have a social welfare system the way we have today. We didn't have a safety net. No one knows precisely how many went back, but there have been studies of individual ethnic groups. Italian immigrants, for instance, 65% of them went back. So we are actually a nation of the immigrants who stayed. And that's a kind of self-selecting process, because the immigrants who stayed and succeeded were by nature the people who were best able to adapt to our particular system. It's not surprising then that studies have showed that their children also essentially within one generation were on parity with American-born children whose families had been here for 2, 3, 4 generations. Now this is essential if you want to understand why we had the kind of economic and cultural assimilation of that first great wave. Another thing that's important to understand is that first great wave did provoke a political backlash. And that political backlash was in the form of the immigration laws of the mid-1920s, which by shutting down immigration gradually, and then the Depression shut it down completely and turned America actually into a net exporter for one of the few decades in its history, we essentially created a moratorium which helped those immigrants who were here succeed, because they were not competing against new waves of immigrants. And as I will discuss in a few minutes, a lot of the economic research shows that when you have successive waves of immigration, the newest immigrants wind up competing, first of all, with the immigrants who've preceded them, thereby making it more difficult for both to assimilate. Now we fast forward to today, and we look at today's immigration. There have been a number of studies that have showed, for instance, that the education level of immigrants, and I'm not distinguishing between legal and illegal here, because what we're really talking about is low-wage immigration, which has come to predominate and come to dominate a lot of our immigration. A number of studies, including several by economists at Harvard, have showed that between 60 and 70% of immigrants from Mexico, Central America, do not have a high school education. Now, you have to understand something. That's essentially the same education level as immigrants during the first Great Immigration. But the American economy and the American society has advanced 100 years. So there are enormous differences in terms of their adaptability to the American economy. And we're now starting to see what the results of that. A study done by several economists at Harvard and also the National Bureau of Economic Research found, for instance, that in studying Mexican immigrants who came here in the 1970s, the late 1970s, and looking at where they were in 2000, the 2000 census, that they began with about a 30 to 40% wage disadvantage versus American workers. And 30 years later, that wage disadvantage had actually grown larger.
To border policy. Mm-hmm. What is the solution? Is it a wall? Does a wall really make a difference?
Well, it's one part of it, I think.
Is it immoral?
No. I mean, why does Israel get a wall and we don't? I think if the sending countries are not willing to try and stop that, if they're not able to get their own acts together, the country has borders. That is part of what creates national sovereignty, what creates a nation. It's not all just one world government yet. So that is part of the solution, but I think other things are E-Verify, that employers should be mandated to make sure that their workers are here legally. It's a very simple process to check electronically. It's instantaneous. But I think as well, we have these magnets of things like sanctuary cities and a constant effort on the part of certain Democratic politicians to try to normalize illegal status and give as many benefits as possible, and that clearly serves as a magnet. I would also ideally get rid of birthright citizenship. I don't think that it it is not written in the Constitution. It's a constitutional Supreme Court decision that gives rise to the idea of birthright citizenship. But it was, the 14th Amendment was clearly intended to give rights to American slaves and blacks. Nobody was thinking when they passed the 14th Amendment that they would be saying that somebody who crosses pregnant the Mexican border in order to have a baby here so that that person can be an American citizen, that was light years from what they were contemplating.
But what about for people such as yourself, born in California? Is that a birthright, that you're born as an American citizen?
Yes, because my parents were here. They're citizens. They're legal. That's, again, what a nation is. It's a compact between individuals. Of course, these things are arbitrary, but the alternative is to have no sense of national identity, no cultural continuity, and to have people living outside of a country deciding what basically the laws are of that country, what the immigration policy should be, what its demographics should be. And I think that is a right that resides in the people of a country itself.
202 is the area code if you want to participate in our conversation with Heather McDonald here on Book TV. 748-8200 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 202-748-8201 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. Also, we have all our ways of contacting us via social media. We'll scroll through those as we continue our conversation. Sam in Stanwood, Washington, you have been very patient. Thanks for holding. You're on the air.
Hi. Am I on?
Stan, please go ahead. We are listening.
Yes, I would like to comment on her response. And I would like to say to Heather McDonald, first and foremost, I appreciate every single word you have written. It is based in facts and truth. And I want your take on Mr. Hussein Obama and when he gave the authority and the go-ahead on murdering cops because black students were angered. It was okay to murder police via our president. I wonder what your take on that is. Secondly, I'd like another answer on your take of the false narrative that everybody in America is racist. Van Jones said the night of the election that America is the most racist country in the world because we did not invoke Hillary Clinton into the magistrate, the God, the majesty, whatever it was. And tell me one more. How do you feel about the whole federal government involved in a coup? We have now become a third world country because of a coup that has never been attempted in American history. But
hey,
for
tell you what,
Hussein,
Sam, we're going to stick with that, particularly that first question that you brought up, because President Obama is quoted and critiqued quite often in Heather McDonald's The War on Cops.
Well, I don't think he ever said that it's okay to kill cops. I mean, they didn't come anywhere close to that. Nevertheless, I do fault President Obama for giving power, giving authority to the Black Lives Matter narrative that said that we are living through an epidemic of racially biased police shootings of black men, for implying that the reason that blacks are disproportionately in prison is because of their race rather than their actions. And I also fault him for the fact that after 5 cops were murdered in Dallas in July of 2017, he went to the memorial service for those 5 cops and repeated this lie that the criminal justice system is racist. This was not the moment to do that. So finding causal connections is always difficult, but I would say that the assassinations of cops that we've been seeing for the last couple of years, some part of those have been inspired in some way by the just extraordinary hatred that has become the daily experience of all too many cops now working in inner city areas.
November 24th, 2014, Heather McDonald writes, President Obama betrayed the nation, even as he went on national television to respond to the grand jury decision not to indict Officer Darren Wilson for fatally shooting Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. The looting and arson that had followed Brown's shooting were being reprised, destroying businesses and livelihoods over the next several hours. Obama had one job and one job only in his address that day: to defend the workings of the criminal justice system and the rule of law.
Yeah. And instead, again, like after the assassination of the Dallas officers, he chose to bring up the idea that cops are shooting black men disproportionately based on their race, which again is not the case. And this narrative puts us all at risk because we are undercutting the legitimacy of law and order. And that's playing with fire. The nation has largely been free of the tribal violence that still characterizes many other parts of the world today. It is something that I think is built into human beings, that kind of group us versus them that can lead to violence. But the rhetoric that the elite institutions, the mainstream institutions use against the criminal justice system, and the idea, you quote Van Jones, that there's no more racist country on earth, that is just preposterous. It is preposterous. You go to many countries, China, African countries, homophobia, my God, the misogyny, the rest of the world is coming to the United States. The reality of the 21st century is the migration of third world country residents into the West. Are they trying to get in because they're going to the most racist spots on earth? I don't think so. I think they are going to places that have offered the best opportunity to all people, including so-called people of color, of any place else on earth. The patterns of migration speak for themselves.
Crane is in Folsom, Louisiana. Hi, Crane.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Heather. I'm going to be real brief and very direct about this. I'm a retired police officer from southeast Louisiana. You know, it's real simple, and this is not being political, but I will say this. I spent 20 years doing the job, and every single police officer, and I came in after the Rodney King affair, happened in the 90s, and I will tell you this, after my academy training, we were very sensitized to not only race relations, but neighborhood relations between police officers and the department. And I have found every single officer I have ever worked with simply puts their head down, does their job, and it's very thankless. And another thing, in terms of justification, when somebody has to shoot, which is a last resort in our job, it states at least as far as Louisiana goes, that what you have to say is, and that not only goes for police officers, but for civilians, is that you are in fear of death or great bodily harm. We hear on the news repeatedly that we that the person that was shot was unarmed. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what I just said. And I will say this, that I am very proud. I've never had to fire my weapon in 20 years, and I'm retired now, but I will say this. All of our police officers are just simply trying to do their job and do it as best they can. Thank you, Heather, for your job.
And Crane, we're going to get an answer from Heather McDonald in just a minute, but I wanted to ask you about the Second Amendment as a police officer.
Okay, in terms of carrying firearms?
Yes, sir.
Well, here in Louisiana, you can carry a firearm open carry, as long as it's shown. You can carry it. You can carry it in your vehicle any way you want. And so the restrictions on the Second Amendment here in Louisiana are very, very, you can kind of do as you please, as long as if you're going to carry open carry, you have to show it. We do have concealed carry in which you have to, go through the training, and then you have to go through all number of issues to make sure that you're, knowledgeable in the use of your firearm if you're going to carry it concealed. And that's how it works here in Louisiana.
But what is your view about that as a police officer? Yeah. And if you pulled a car over, do you presume that that person driving is carrying?
Well, yes. We always, when we pull a vehicle over, we will assume that, and it depends. Now, if I'm pulling a car over because it matches a description of a vehicle that is wanted for or is known for having committed a felony, or the person in the car, then we will do what we call a felony takedown. And then there are certain restrictions that we go through to make sure that we may have multiple officers on the scene and make sure that we, safely detain the vehicle and the person, the operator of the vehicle, and then, decide whether or not that person is, wanted for the, a crime that the vehicle may match in terms of the crime that was called in.
But that's an interesting question, because I've noticed that there tends to be a division between big city chiefs and officers about people carrying. But, this is one of the problems after the assassinations of the cops in Dallas, where the first news reporting was that there were like 20 different assassins because there were so many people walking around with guns. I would think that if you're an officer, and I know some that do feel this way, you do want the monopoly on the use of force. You don't want everybody walking around armed to the teeth, because it becomes more, I would think it would make the job more complicated to try to distinguish the good guys with guns from the bad guys with guns. But I have to say, I have met quite a few cops that are very avid Second Amendment fans and are perfectly okay working in an environment where people have guns.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Crane came down. I tried to ask him in two different ways, and we never quite got a yes, people should carry or not carry.
Right.
So, Hugh is in. Before we go to Hugh and Ashland, do you speak to police groups? That's a second or third officer that's called in today.
Yes, I've given talks at the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the FBI's organization and others, yes.
Hugh in Ashland, Virginia. Hi, Hugh.
Hi, I was going to come from a whole different perspective related to unity, but I'd like to stay on the topic of police. I was a contract security officer for many years and worked at all different levels. My life was actually saved by the police in New York due to a near-death experience related to COPD that totally disabled me. I relocated from New York down to Virginia and was arrested from my bed. I've never been arrested from anything in my life by a corrupt police sergeant who's now dead. Now, I do have a big website. I actually share common background with President Trump. I'd love to share 3 words that Heather can look over this whole website and may follow up with me, because the whole situation related to my arrest is being covered up, and that goes back into the President Obama administration. There's even a letter from a police chief that said there was a hearing, which there never was, and I was found not guilty.
Hey, Hugh, before we get into what this is, why don't you give us the website so we can all look at it?
Yes, just to Google 3 words. This isn't the website, but it'll bring you to a page on the website. My last name, Traulsen, is spelled T like Tom, R-A-U-L-S-E-N like Nancy, then put the word and, A-N-D, and then Trump, T-R-U-M-P.
All right. Traulsen and Trump, we appreciate that. I apologize. I just want to get to some more calls before we run out of time. Next up for Heather McDonald is Jeff in Big Timber, Montana. Jeff, thanks for holding. You're on the air.
Well, thank you. Ms. McDonald, I admire your writing, and it doesn't really much matter if you're a woman, a man, or gay, or black, or white, or a Martian. I just admire what you have written. I'm the editor of a weekly newspaper in Montana, and I did email you, some weeks ago to ask permission to run a column that appeared in the Los Angeles Times, excerpt from your book, Diversity Delusion. I'm thankful you've worked so hard to expose this absurd runaway obsession, particularly on the campuses. 50 years ago, this is not all that new. 50 years ago, I was at the University of Oregon, and one of the sociology professors thought Joseph Stalin was a pretty swell guy. And I just walked out. I couldn't believe it. But I just really have one main question for you. This current culture on the campuses could be comedic if it isn't so damaging. It's steering the young minds in the guise of creating diversity. So how can we rid our campuses of this pervasive virus? I wrote a column, just one other thing. I wrote a column saying a letter to our freshmen, and I urged them, our local students going to college, to keep in mind genuine free speech and to steer clear of radicals on both sides of the spectrum. So there's a lot more I could talk about, but I just like to hear you now.
Jeff, did you get permission to run Heather McDonald's column in your paper?
I hope so. I hope I ran in Montana. You certainly deserved it.
I certainly did.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, we'll get it for you right now if you need it. All right, Jeff in Big Timber, Montana.
I give you future permission. You can run anything I write, and I'd be honored to be in your paper. Thank you so much. Well, one thing that's got to happen is alumni, you got to do your due diligence, and you got to cut off the money spigot. Do not give money to your alma mater if you're a college graduate unless you are absolutely confident that they have separated themselves from this poisonous victim identity politics. You know, money will talk, even though these colleges are fabulously wealthy. Princeton has an endowment of about $1 million per current student. They still need, they hate capitalism, but they still want more money. So if alumni were to, as a unified matter, stop giving money, I think that would get their attention. Otherwise, it's very tough. I do not believe in preferences for conservatives. It is just the case, and liberals have been documenting this, that the ideological skew of the professoriate gets more and more extreme by the decade. In theory, I don't think that matters. You know, I actually don't know what the politics were of my college professors. I don't care. They might have all been Democrats. It didn't really matter because, fortunately, by and large, at that point, I may have been blind to it, but I don't think there was any politics in my classroom besides this weird deconstructive stuff, which did have ultimately a anti-Western view if you dig down enough. But I don't believe in affirmative action for conservatives to get that balance. And frankly, it's going to be harder and harder if we wanted to find them. I was told by a professor at a respected Midwestern evangelical college that his college doesn't really admit many white males anymore to graduate school to do PhDs, because it knows that they will have a very hard time getting hired, and it doesn't want to hurt its placement statistics. It's very hard. I mean, white males today, you have to be twice as good as anybody else to get a job. The diversity pressure is so huge. It's in the sciences, it's certainly in law firms, it's certainly in the corporate world. You know, you have this gender fetish for corporate boards. I mean, I frankly vote against every female who shows up on a proxy ballot I receive, because I assume she's there for her gender, not because she knows anything about consumer products or investment banking. So the pressure against white males is huge. So I'm not saying white males are necessarily conservative, but there is already a selection going on in the intellectual world to groom more people like themselves. So it's a very tough nut to know how to crack. I think starting new institutions is a good thing. There's, you know, Americans are very generous. The amount of money they pour into not just their schools, but social uplift. We're all supposed to hear that Republicans are so racist. I don't know a single wealthy Republican donor in New York City that is not doing something to try and help kids in the inner city. I do not know one. They all have their pet projects to try and give these kids opportunities. And I think the money that's going into colleges now should be gathered to create a new university that would be dedicated to the selfless, loving study of our past inheritance.
We always ask our authors to send us a list of people either who influence them or who they're reading or who are some of their favorite writers. And one of the ones that you included was The Lost City by Alan Ehrenhalt. Mm-hmm. Who is that? What is that?
He was the editor. I think he still might be with Governing Magazine, a respected public policy magazine about state government, local governments. And he wrote a book about 1950s Chicago that gets to some of the ideas we were talking about earlier, Peter, about choice. Do we have too much choice and authority? And he gives extraordinarily detailed portraits of 3 neighborhoods in 1950s Chicago. A Catholic parish, St. Nick's, Bronzeville, which was the segregated black area, and a suburb of Chicago where a lot of World War II veterans' families were moving to start up their families, called Elmhurst. And what he describes is a very different world than ours today, one that did not venerate maximal autonomy and maximal choice, whether it's in the economic sphere, which is what conservatives say, the free market. Again, this gets back to the Tucker Carlson discourse. On the liberal side, maximum autonomy when it comes to moral behavior, personal behavior. There should be no strictures on, there should be no stigma against single parenting, for instance. There should be no stigma against promiscuity. Everybody should be able to just do their own thing. Ehrenhalt noticed, this was in the book was written at the time when there was a lot of talk about communitarianism. If we want community, if we want real community, that involves restricting choice. You can't have endless opportunities. He saw early on, he was anticipating this current debate. Capitalism is corrosive of traditional authority, of family. It gives children spending power. We're so rich that you now have, the New York Times had yesterday an article about pre-toddler influencers that are like out on the web promoting products. But when you had the 1950s where the teenagers now were a market, this gave them power over adults that had never existed in human history. So the market breaks things down, and of course the sort of liberationist ethos did. And he noticed the Bronzeville, the black ghetto, they embraced bourgeois values, another theme that's come up today. They created institutions, insurance institutions, social clubs, dances They aspired to middle-class propriety. Their life was constricted by the horrors of outright bigotry, and yet they created a life that was dignified by working within tradition. And so Aaron Holt said, the community and maximal choice are mutually inconsistent. We are now in this reflexive rebellion against authority, whether it's by libertarians or by leftists, and that ultimately leads people to be less, your average individual is less happy in that world.
Now, there was some morality in what you were just saying, correct, from this book?
Yes.
And I don't mean to equate these two, but in my reading about you, I was surprised to learn that you're an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you an atheist?
Well, I've never had a religious instinct in my body, ever. It's that whole discourse of the metaphysics has never interested me. I've never spent a lot of time thinking about what created the world because it's impossible to answer. I would say that I also have a personal gripe against the idea of a loving personal God and petitionary prayer. For a while, I blogged on something that I helped create called Secular Right, and one of my themes was the daily slaughter of the innocents. Every single day in natural disasters, we're going to take it outside the realm of anything humans are involved with. People are being mowed down, babies are being mowed down with congenital birth defects, allegedly under the auspices of a personal, loving God who knows everything and can control everything. So when I see individuals praying for themselves to be cured of cancer, I wonder, what the person in the hospital bed right next to you just died of cancer. Why do you think God is going to respond to your prayers for help? And he was willing to let that person who, my guess is probably as worthy as you are, die. Why? And I would notice that God gets credit for the good things and never gets responsibility for the bad things. So several years after 9/11, I think John Ashcroft said, well, God has kept us safe since 9/11. We haven't had any attacks thanks to God. Okay, well, if God prevented us from being attacked on 9/11, then why did he allow 9/11 to happen? But he's never held responsible for that. And I would further argue that the conservative discourse that grounds, to the extent that it grounds certain conservative truths about family, about stability, about respect for law and order, in biblical injunctions, and says Holy Writ is what's necessary to ground this, you're not going to persuade people who don't believe in the revelation that the New Testament is correct. You're not going to, I mean, Jews don't believe the New Testament is correct. These are the most rational people in history. They don't believe Jesus is the Son of God. So Jews are atheists when it comes to the New Testament. And I'm an atheist when it comes to the Old Testament as well, and the Quran. But you're not going to persuade somebody who doesn't believe by saying, well, this is because it's in the New Testament. I'm amazed when I hear Republican politicians get up and start talking about, you know, Jesus, because not everybody believes in Jesus. So I would ground the conservative truths about the family above all, about the fact that children need mothers and fathers, in what civilization has learned over the golden rule of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you, the Kantian concept of being able to think rationally about what are the rules that will guarantee the most civil society, are available to human beings on the basis of reason rather than alleged divine revelation.
But isn't the Bible, is the Bible a part of the Western canon, and aren't the so-called Judeo-Christian values what has made the West what it is today?
The Bible is absolutely part of the canon, and you cannot read Western literature up through the 19th century without being immersed in that language. But I can treat that as a narrative structure without necessarily believing that it is revealed truth. I also disagree. I debated Robert Novak, who's passed away, but he's a Catholic theologian and a neoconservative. You know, so he was very politically involved, and you know, he's part of a discourse that would say things like charity is uniquely a Christian virtue, and I just don't think that's the case. I don't think that people were not charitable before, you know, the 1st century BC. I think that those are human virtues that have evolved evolutionarily, the course of history through the Enlightenment. Tolerance is not a religious virtue. Tolerance is an Enlightenment virtue. I would say the state of the religious, the embodiment of religion is religious war. If you really believe that these are life and death truths, the Crusades are perfectly justified. Tolerance, the idea of tolerating other faiths, that's not inherent to religion. That was something arrived at through the development of Enlightenment reason.
Jeff's in Shelton, Washington, and you're on with author Heather McDonald.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald, I wanted to ask you what you think could be done to reduce the amount of bullying in public schools today. With cyberbullying, it seems like it can be deeper and more nasty and more anonymous. Worst case scenarios, it leads to teen suicides and in some extreme cases, school shootings. I'd also like to ask you personally, were you ever bullied as a young student, or did you ever bully anybody? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well, I remember in the 4th grade, our class did bully a boy, and as I recall, the teacher actually was sort of complicitous in us locking him in the attic closet. So, yes, I've observed that bullying. It was not particularly vicious. This was back in the 1960s. But I would say what can be done is just a constant emphasis on civility and restraint, and an awareness of language, a sense of dignity, and not allowing students to be aggressive towards each other. And this again gets to the point of the anything goes, let it all hang out Rousseauian view that somehow it is civilization and society that corrupts individuals, that man in his natural state is a noble savage and is kind and generous, and it's the strictures of civilization that result in oppression. It's just the opposite. Human beings come into the world as rabid egotists. The self is all, and it's only through the process of acculturation, of conforming yourself to certain expectations, that you learn to expand the range of sympathy to a larger and larger group of people. So I don't know. I've not taught school. I guess I would have it like a sort of a zero tolerance approach. On the other hand, I don't think you can teach niceness, so I don't know. This is something that's outside of my realm of expertise, but certainly again, to bring it back, I would say the current discourse that we're living in of identity politics doesn't help either, because that is, and kids are learning at earlier and earlier ages. There's affinity groups at earlier and earlier ages about group identity. That does not help.
Schaum's Outlines, German Grammar, Patrick Hamilton, The Slaves of Solicitude, Esther Waters, George Moore, and Richard Vedder, Restoring the Promise, Higher Education in America. Those are the 4 books that Heather McDonald is currently reading. I got nothing. That's a variety?
Yes.
Okay.
I tend to favor fiction, and I tend to favor earlier fiction because I think the language is of a more exquisite quality. The latest book of fiction there is The Slaves of Solitude by Patrick Hamilton. That was written, I think, in 1948. I alluded to that earlier. A story of a boarding house on the outskirts of London during the Blitz, and Hamilton's insight into sexual politics between females is just astounding, and his taking you into the petty cruelties of this boarding house environment is just an extraordinarily insightful into human society. And you've got American GIs that are coming into London with their drinking, but it's a very, it's funny and to a certain extent claustrophobic about the sort of petty sadism in human communities. But again, it is such a refutation of the idea that only females can understand female psychology.
Let's go to German grammar.
Okay. I put that in because I want to fight back. I'm going to Switzerland in May, and I'm getting my German back. I studied languages in college.
How many do you speak?
Excuse me?
How many do you speak?
Well, I'm okay with French, German, and Italian. Spanish, not so great. And I tried learning Latin in my senior year of college, and I was completely foundered on it. But I had the privilege of learning German at Middlebury Summer School, which is very regulated. And the point of my putting in Shams, which I am looking at again, we are currently living under this falsehood that you can learn a language by not working, by listening, you know, the Babbel and all these other self-help teach yourself languages. You just listen and it's so easy, they say. That's the literal pitch. No, you need to memorize, learn grammar, learn the case endings, drill, and Shams, if you want to learn a language, hope that you've got a Shams for that language because it has exercise books. I tried to teach myself after graduating Czech and Portuguese, and it just was so frustrating because the materials were so lousy. So if you can learn German by subjecting yourself to some hard work, and these are great study guides.
Ken's in Richmond, Kentucky. Hi, Ken.
Good morning. Thank you for the call, Paul and Heather. A little background real quick because I see that we're getting kind of close. I'm a retired military officer, spent 30 years in the Marine Corps. And the background on this is where I'm going to go with the comment and a question, please. Anytime I deployed to a foreign country, Middle East, Far East, whatever, I always went to some indoctrination of the culture to understand where I was going and the norms. I retired from the Marine Corps in 1998 and immediately went to work at the Centralized Police Training Academy here in Kentucky. I focused on leadership and ethics, and I know that's a broad term, but leadership and ethics, and I focused a lot on James West's three-step model. But here's my question. In regards to your work in regards to police work and law enforcement and criminal justice in our country, I have a feeling after 20-plus years of this that our police training could be revised. Sometimes I believe that we focus too much on the skills part and not enough on the human part. For instance, if there's let's say there's a 24-week police training academy.
Hey, Ken, I apologize to you. Can you go ahead and get right to the exact question so we can move on to you guys?
I would just say that police need constant training in tactical skills, in taking cover. They need real-life stimulation, but they certainly need training in communication skills and de-escalation. Cops are not racist, but they do develop really obnoxious, hardened attitudes on the street, and they need constant refocus, re-encouragement to treat everybody with courtesy and respect, and that needs to happen. But what they don't need is to waste their time on implicit bias training, which the Obama administration is putting all of the federal law enforcement through, and a lot of local agencies are wasting the precious training dollars they have on fighting their officers' unconscious bias.
Let's hear from John, who's in Los Angeles. John, you're on Book TV with author Heather McDonald.
Heather, I have a question relative to the wall and immigration. My question centers around two sentences in an article in this morning's Washington Post, and here it is. This is two sentences, a direct quote. Quote, birth rates and fertility rates, which account for the number of women of childbearing age, are at their lowest levels on record, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. The record extends from 1909 to 2016, the most recent year for which we have data. End quote. Question. In light of the fact that this problem is not going to be resolved for at least 2 generations, how are we going to regenerate ourselves as a society without, frankly, indiscriminate immigration to prevent the United States from turning into what is quickly becoming, which is a large old folks' home?
Heather McDonald.
Well, I think that we still have a fairly decent birth rate in the United States. At this point, I don't think underpopulation is a massive problem. I think that indiscriminate immigration is a far more immediate problem, imposing social costs on communities through health care costs, education costs, prison costs. What I see, what I've reported on in Los Angeles is the emergence of a second underclass among a lot of these low-skilled Hispanic immigrants, which isn't to say that there's not many second and third generation immigrants that are upwardly mobile, that are starting businesses, but there's far too many that are getting sucked up into gang culture. That I've spent time at the Berendo Middle School. Gang, they've got gang counselors up the gazoo there in Pico Rivera in L.A. So I just think that that's just not an answer, because it brings too many other problems in its wake.
Email from Jay in Los Angeles. Do you believe that lawmakers in the U.S. with laws and policies that appear to be well-intentioned, stop and frisk, and or inclusive, all men are created equal, appear to be well-intentioned on the surface, but when it comes to minorities, these laws and policies take on a different meaning that is usually detrimental to minorities?
No, I think what's detrimental to minorities is double standards, not holding everybody up to the same expectations of high performance, and Jim Crow, separate but equal, two standards. I mean, it is no more a embodiment of equality to say that we're going to have lower academic expectations and entry requirements for blacks, which is the case in every selective school today. That's no more acceptable than to say we're going to have separate water fountains. Everybody should meet the same standard, and it is an invitation to not try as hard, not to make yourself competitive, to say, well, we just don't believe we're going to have whites and Asians have to meet this standard and blacks and Hispanics a different standard. I think that is condescending and is a racial categorization that is not fair or helpful.
Martin, Gary, Indiana, hi.
Yeah, hi. The author had made a comment about uneducated, low-skilled Mexican immigration being a national emergency. And I was wondering how she felt about the education system in the inner cities and how that is likened to the national emergency she's speaking about.
Martin, how do you feel about the education system in the inner cities?
I think it's inadequate.
And for what reasons?
You don't get the right education to compete, like the H-1B program that many of the IT immigrants come in with.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Well, I would also say that low-skilled illegal immigration and low-skilled immigration generally is also, it hurts, it drives wages down for low-skilled Americans and second, third generation immigrants. So it's definitely putting the economic pressure on people that are at the bottom rung of our economic ladder. As far as the schools go, yes, I would again recommend this Quillette article, the Public Schools Dirty Secret. A lot of those problems are due to the unwillingness of educators to hold all students to the same standards. We now again have this very poisonous idea that subjecting black students to discipline is racist, and so we're letting troublemakers stay in the classroom that is preventing those many students that are there to learn, to succeed. I think we need high expectations. I support models, the no excuses schools like the KIPP schools, although they're getting very left-wing these days in much of their ideology, but that script behavior, because a lot of these neighborhoods, the norms of social control have broken down. Kids come into the school, they're not learning the self-control at home. The schools need to script virtually every moment of the day to teach students to stand in line, to be quiet, to pay attention to their children, and to have a very rote type of learning. It's the antithesis of the progressive education, student-centered learning, students constructing their own knowledge. It is top-down to get the reading, get the phonetics, and so yes, there's much that can be done by way of schools to be more orderly and more demanding, but I would say a lot has to come from the family culture as well, of parents that are monitoring their kids. Are they showing up at school? Are they doing their homework? And are they respecting their teacher?
All right. We've come to that time when you have to tell us who you'd like to debate. But Mary Ellen emails in, I would like to suggest for debate Ms. McDonald and Heather McGehee of Demos. I don't know if you know Heather or not. She's been on C-SPAN as well several times. But that's Mary Ellen's suggestion. Who would you like to debate?
Well, I would like to take on the president of Yale, Peter Salovey, who has been absolutely instrumental in encouraging this delusional victimology after students mobbed a Yale professor for 3 hours in 2015, cursing and screaming at him. It was the most just terrifying instance of Chinese Cultural Revolution type anarchy. Peter Salovey said, in reference to this and other incidents that semester, that he'd never been so proud of his students. He has taken every opportunity to validate this narrative that Yale is somehow a racist institution. I would like to debate him.
And a reminder to President Salovey that, according to Deborah Dickerson, Heather McDonald will mess with your mind and make you either up your politico-cultural game or admit you're wrong. What worries Deborah Dickerson is that so few on our side can or bother to go toe-to-toe with her. Heather McDonald has been our guest for the last 3 hours. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Book TV now continues.
And we're back live for the second day of the Tucson Festival of Books at the University of Arizona. Today's lineup includes author discussions and call-in segments on journalism, aviation, as well as mass shootings and gun control. For a detailed schedule of our live coverage today, visit booktv.org or check your cable guide. Also, make sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at BookTV for behind-the-scenes pictures and videos from the festival. Now it's an author discussion on the current state of journalism. You're watching Book TV on C-SPAN 2, live from the Tucson Festival of Books.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I think I can speak for all of the panelists to say that this Tucson Festival of Books is quite awesome. The energy that there's just a terrific energy that the authors need and feel and thank you for. I think you could say that for probably half of the panels at this festival, the title could be Orwell Was Right. This panel is actually called Can Truth Survive Fake News? The very phrase of which, fake news, is of course fake itself, coined by a bottomless Pinocchio, who by my colleague Glenn Kessler's count has uttered more than 8,700 false or misleading claims. But we have a great panel to discuss the search for truth in its meeting today, starting with, to my far left, Nina Burley, a great writer, correspondent for Newsweek, formerly of People magazine, and a prolific author who has written about everything ranging from Middle Eastern archaeology to the Amanda Knox trial in Italy. And her latest book, which I have to be careful with because the first word is golden, and it's about Trump, but it's actually Golden Handcuffs. And it's about the Trump women. To my immediate left is Rick Wilson, who I'm sure everyone who watches MSNBC knows by now. Thank you. A Republican campaign operative for many years, and probably the ultimate never, ever, ever Trumper. A conservative whose mug has gotten millions of liberals excited to see him on TV with his brilliantly lacerating takedowns of the president and his cult. And his book, of course, is called Everything Trump Touches Dies. And Trump has never touched me, thank God. Literally. And in the middle, I'm honored to present David McCraw, a great First Amendment lawyer for the New York Times, who has been in the trenches fighting for press freedom at the Times since 2002, and before that at the Daily News, I believe. That's right. And his book, which has just come out and is for sale here, even though I think the pub date was March 12th, he pushed it up. And it's, I consider it quite a really well-written, self-deprecating, illuminating look at what it's like, the hard work that goes into the stories that David and the lawyers try to protect inside the New York Times.
Thank you.
And I'm going to start with David because there was one sentence in his book that got me thinking and contrasting it with Rick and Nina, where he's talking about the immediate hours and days after the election in 2016. And he says, I was wrong about Trump for much too long. And he's talking there about Trump's danger to freedom of the press. And David, I want you to explain why you were wrong and why you think you were wrong.
Can't we start someplace else? I mean, couldn't you point out this is the largest crowd ever? No. Those aren't empty seats. Those aren't empty seats.
Well, I have photos of my crowd.
So
there are at least 7,000 people in this room.
That line and one of the opening chapters of the book start looking at what I call myself as the raving moderate. I'm an optimist by nature. I thought that the campaign had been the campaign and that we would then get back to something that looked a little bit like normal. People were recruiting me to join various campaigns to take on Trump, to fight against change in law and so forth. In the middle of that, Trump came to the New York Times, And there was this really interesting event at the end of that where he's been speaking for about 50 minutes with our editors, and somebody asked him about the free press and whether he was really serious about trying to change the law, which would be very hard for the president to do. And he said, you know, I raised that with somebody, and then this person pointed out that it would be easier for people to sue me, and so I think you're going to be okay. Nobody thought we were going to be okay. I don't think any of us thought we were going to be quite in the place that we are. And the point I'll make very briefly, maybe come back to later, is this, is that I'm still not that concerned about change in law. Clarence Thomas, a couple of weeks ago, talked about rolling back Times versus Sullivan, the seminal libel decision by the Supreme Court in this country. But I'm much more concerned about the effort to delegitimize the press, to encourage people to think of the press as a stain on America, as the enemy of the people, as a purveyor of fake news. And I've done a lot of work overseas with free speech groups, and the thing you learn there is that a distrusted press and a shackled press aren't that far apart. If you cannot move public opinion, you cannot operate in a free society. You cannot move people to protest scandal. You can't move people to stand up to government when it's wrong. And that's why the discrediting is so, so deadly to democracy.
Nobody has shackled Rick Wilson, of course, but I was struck by another chapter in your book on the media, where you say that conservatives waged war on the media for decades, and the media won. How do you explain that with Fox News and everything that's going on today?
We're actually in a golden age of journalism right now. There is greater investigative reporting going on right now than at any point, I would argue, since Watergate. That doesn't mean that the media is not under a nearly existential threat by the division in the society that we're in right now, which we are siloed into these two big media pools. And you've got the most brilliant creation of Roger Ailes, who was a genius at television. Whether you love or hate Roger, you have to acknowledge Roger was a genius at creating television. He built the machine that holds Donald Trump aloft in our society today. Fox News reaches 90 million Americans. That's a lot. That's a lot of eyeballs every day. They are the dominant cable force in the country. That doesn't mean that they're not, that they're completely able to set the agenda for the whole country. They are a constant drip feed of fear for a lot of the Trump base. They're a constant pressure upward on Trump's numbers for the Republican base and an enforcement mechanism. But we do have a press right now that understands sometimes it has to get in the fight to preserve its role in our society and to preserve itself as an institution when it's under a withering attack by a man who holds the free press in utter contempt. And the irony of my Republican colleagues is many of them declare themselves to be strict constitutionalists. And, you know, as a actual strict constitutionalist, yeah, I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment too, but it's not the only one I look at. And the First Amendment matters, and it matters probably more than the rest, not just because of its ordinal position, but because of the importance of having accountability mechanisms in our society. And one of the most important is a free and frankly, sometimes confrontational press. Our founders didn't exist in an era of state-run media in the tone of Fox. They had a variety of, frankly, partisan press outlets that all waged war on each other and all competed to have messages and competed to have news pushed out there. And right now, we are in a good era in some ways because the media is energized and they're in a fight, and they know they're in a fight, and they can't be complacent. And they're also in an era where they've got opportunities they rarely have with most White Houses. Most White Houses, good ones, leak on purpose. This White House leaks because it's not a good one. It leaks all the time. They're all in this Darwinian battle inside the Trump White House of who's gonna be the last person to be humiliated and thrown out the door. It's like the worst apprentice ever. So that's sort of the 30,000-foot view of where we're at in terms of, I think, the challenge and the opportunity for the press right now.
I think that applies to the national press and especially some of the larger papers, and the dangers of local coverage and state house coverage is still very much vulnerable.
On the economic, on the economic model side, that's a whole.
Sure. Yes. Nina, you have faced face-to-face the dark side of an attempt to repress the exploration of truth. related to your book, but not exactly the book. Can you explain what happened to you and how that's affected your perspective?
Yeah, well, I'd just like to start by saying I'll read you a quote from Ivanka Trump, because my book is about the women of Trump. And one of her, she wrote a book early before he ran for office, and she is her father's daughter. The quote is, "Perception is more important than reality. If someone perceives something to be true, it is more important than if it is in fact true. This doesn't mean you should be duplicitous or deceitful, but don't go out of your way to correct a false assumption if it plays to your advantage." So that's kind of what we're up against, among many things. So what David's referring to is I wrote my book about the Trump women, the three wives, Ivanka and Trump's mother and grandmother. It was assigned by Simon & Schuster based on a magazine article that I did right after the inauguration about the women of Trump. And when they offered me the contract, my immediate, I dragged my feet for a long time, because having covered Trump, having lived in New York, having watched how he operates, having read the biographies, I knew that his habit of litigious, his litigious responses, his willingness to file lawsuits, as frivolous and as losing as they might be, was a scary thing to confront. I know somebody who was involved in one, a writer, and it's not a pleasant thing to have to deal with. So I was reluctant to start it, and then when I did start it, I made a decision not to put things in it that were not entirely nailed down, with sources double-checked. We had lawyers go through it, for months before it came out. Even though my editor would have loved to have something in there that would have drawn down the kind of attention that Michael Wolff's book, I assume everybody here is familiar with Michael Wolff's book, it's sort of the text on the Trump White House, because to do a book like that, you are guaranteed what is now, today, the Oprah's Book Club stamp of approval, which is the Trump rage tweet. And for publishing, that's what you want. But I avoided all of that. I hewed to things that had already been published, or hewed to things that had 100% corroboration. And the book came out in October, to absolute silence from the Trump administration and the right-wing press, which was kind of interesting. It was completely ignored. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think that they really didn't want to give it any attention at all. And 3 or 4 months passed. The London Telegraph contacted me and asked me if I wanted to write an article about it, about Melania, and using some of the material in the book and doing a little bit more reporting. So I wrote a piece over Christmas, and it went up. And they sent me a letter a week after it came up and said, "We've received a letter from Charles Harder. Charles Harder is Melania Trump's attorney. Charles Harder has gotten $3 million out of the Daily Mail already. Charles Harder brought down an entire media company in New York over the Hulk Hogan video, and he's a fearsome character." The Telegraph immediately took the story offline, and that was fine. And then they moved to write an apology, which is sort of, they said, they called and they said, we're gonna have to apologize. We really want this to go away. And they put out an apology letter, and they said, we're not going to use your name. Well, everybody in the world knew. It didn't take long to figure out whose story it was. And they took it down with this apology, and it was abject, and it apologized for things that other journalists have written about her, and it apologized for things that are factually accurate. And then they said they gave her a substantial sum, which I understand to be probably in the low 5 figures, probably just legal fees. But it was a real stain on, of course, my reputation and my project. So I had to get a lawyer in London to counter all of these claims, officially, and that's online. And the question is now whether or not, one goes to court to win back one's reputation. And I'm not a litigious person. I like that my story is out there, my side of the story, and I think that's probably where it ends, but I don't know. We may go further. The lawyers think they have a case. But the point of it is, when you're writing about these people, that is always a threat. And I think that's where I'll leave that for now.
Nina, the fun part about that is if you did go to that, you'd get her NDA in discovery.
Yes, well, that is. I mean, the idea of getting her into discovery, of course, is
which is where Trump always folds, by the way, when it comes to lawsuits.
Right. I mean, the British law is much different than ours, and that is why they caved in so quickly, because they might not even get to NDA. They might not get to discovery. So, but it's still under discussion. Stay tuned. It could get interesting.
David, you've dealt with these very same lawyers for pressuring the New York Times for Trump even before he was elected. And why don't you explain that, and also a little bit about why you're more protected in the U.S. than Nina faced in England?
Okay, I'm going to try not to lapse into professor mode here. Exactly right, that the U.S. laws have been a godsend to democracy. We should stand up for them. The heart of the libel law in this country was set forth in Times versus Sullivan, 1964, where it began this revolution where the Supreme Court said, even if the story is wrong, the publisher can still win as long as the publisher didn't have actual malice, reckless disregard of the truth. And to think about it in a very simple way, that if you believe what you're writing is true, you have no reason to have any sort of substantial doubt about it, you're still protected even if something goes wrong. And it has been a blessing for the press. It's allowed the press to do incredible things in this country. And one of the things that I think is really important to keep in mind is that when the Supreme Court ruled in Times versus Sullivan in 1964, it essentially was saying, be courageous, do tough stories, go after people in power, know that you're going to be protected by the law. And I, as a lawyer, think it is a betrayal of that law, and a betrayal of what Justice Brennan and the Supreme Court was doing if I take the position that we should be scared. I want to help our people get things published. That's always been what we're about as lawyers at the New York Times. I'm lucky to work at the Times in that we have long taken the position that we will not settle libel cases for money in the United States. Actually goes back long before Times versus Sullivan. I was doing an article about this for the Times last year, and there's this 1922, I think it is, but from the 1920s letter from our publisher, then publisher, who I believe is the great-great-grandfather of our current publisher, but I may have missed a great in there. And it's a remarkable document because a lawyer has written to him saying, a lawyer for the New York Times, saying, we're going to settle this case upstate New York. And the publisher writes back and says, you know my feelings about this. Do not pay money to settle libel cases. If we got it wrong, we'll hear that from a court, and we'll pay whatever the court says we should. But we're not going to simply settle to make the problem go away. Our commitment to our journalists, our journalism is that strong. And so it's easier for me than it is for a lot of my colleagues elsewhere, because I always know the answer when somebody asks, should we settle? And because the answer is going to be no if they're asking for money. But Nina's correct that England plays by very different rules. One of the things that is true in England is that the publisher, the author, has to prove something is true. It's just the reverse in the United States, that in this country, the plaintiff has to prove that it's false. Huge difference. We were sued in England by somebody who had been a hanger-on with the Beatles in 1967. The article had been a bit of a reprise of what happened in 1967. We suddenly found ourselves trying to find people from 1967 who, A, remembered what had happened, B, had not smoked so much dope that they had some shot of remembering it, and 3, were many times deaf from having sat through too many rock concerts. So anyway, it was a tough lift for us. But the thing I want to end with is that because of the way foreign law makes it easier for people to sue, Congress took an extraordinary step in 2010. They passed the U.S. Speech Act. What the U.S. Speech Act says is that if somebody wins a libel judgment overseas in a country that isn't as protective of the free press as the United States is, that person cannot bring that judgment to the United States and enforce it. Cannot come here and get bank accounts, cannot come here and make a levy against properties. Incredibly powerful law to stop what was going on, which was people were suing overseas and coming to the United States to enforce it. Here's the important thing to remember about the Speech Act, since most of you, I assume, are not going to get sued for defamation overseas. The important thing is this, is that every Republican and every Democrat voted for that bill. Every one of them. That was in 2010. That's the consensus we need to get back to, that the free press matters.
Rick, I spent the year 1995 writing about Newt Gingrich and the Republican Revolution, and in some ways consider that to be a progenitor of what's going on today. And I, without making you be self-deprecating like David, you know, what did you see that this monster was being created then, and what sort of role do you feel responsible for yourself as part of that?
I think the moment where I started to have a kind of like, is this thing out of the fence at this point, was during the 2010 cycle, where suddenly we were seeing, you know, Sarah Palin promoting primary candidates who were crazy as a sprayed roach and who were just not ready for prime time. Because the Long March, and even Gingrich was smart about this, he understood that while the contract with America was a great branding mechanism, remember Newt's pickups in '94, a lot of those people were not running on some particularly ideological platform. They were running as reformers. He also left some flexibility for local candidates, local parties to say, yeah, this guy's a better fit for this district than this other guy. He may not be every ideological dream date, but you know, he can win. So Newt had a little, there was a little practicality in it, but it certainly set the seeds of something that has become sort of a defining characteristic of Trumpian conservatism, and that is this sense of inferiority about the media. They're out to get us. They always lie. They're always mean to us. They're always saying we're stupid or slow or bigoted. And that has becomes this tribal signaling mechanism inside the Republican Party where, you know, in the era of Trump, it doesn't matter what you think about debt and deficit or individual liberty or property rights or foreign policy. The big tests are twofold. One, do you love the great leader Donald Trump with all your heart and soul, and will you sacrifice everything for him? Two, do you hate the press? And Trump has recognized very clearly, embedded in all this statist, nationalist, authoritarian stuff he flirts with all the time, is he's got to drive a wedge between his base and objective truth and reporting. And they hate the thought that the president's words and actions and deeds will be reported accurately and he will be held to account. That disturbs them tremendously. But we started to see that bifurcation, I think. You know, look, Fox was launched in '96. Talk radio really took a big upsurge in the mid-'90s, early and mid-'90s. And social media started to really sweep in as a political factor around 2010 to 2012. And these things started to have a sort of singularity of you know, this siloing effect with the Republican base vote particularly, where this sense of inferiority and paranoia about the media and about institutions more broadly, this echo chamber telling them all the time, be afraid. Are you not afraid yet? Because the brown people are coming to get you, whether it's the Muslims or the Caravan or MS-13 or whatever, you know, whatever monster du jour came out of Bill Shine's brain for the last 15 years. So those things, they sort of all swept together and made this perfect storm in 2016 that led us, to, I think, to the point where we are. And, of course, the catalyst in all that was you had a guy who is morally reprehensible and as intellectually bankrupt as he is. Donald Trump has a tremendous feral cunning about the media and understands how to play it and manipulate it and use it and how to turn it as a weapon to keep his base ginned up all the time.
You know, I'd like to take like a 3-minute break here to go to Nina and just clear your minds of Trump for 3 minutes, because I wanted to talk about something else, which is your reporting on Amanda Knox was really groundbreaking. And I'd love you to talk about what lessons you learned about assumptions of fact and your search for truth and trying to figure out that story, which had so much mythology built up around it.
I would like to answer that, but can I just follow up
Sure,
on
of
what
course.
Richard, what Rick just said?
Don't hold
it's
off on
really,
Trump yet.
It's really important. I started in this business in the 1980s covering the State House in Illinois. And the State House, are people from Illinois in here? A lot of snowbirds.
Yeah, here we go.
And that State House in that press room was filled. Every little warren, every office, every square inch of it had journalists in it, because there were that many newspapers and that many radio stations and that many outlets in the state of Illinois, downstate, upstate, telling Americans what's going on in one of the most corrupt state capitals. I mean, I guess they all are, but
Now I'm from
I
Florida.
learned
I'll see and raise you on
everything
that
I
one.
needed. Okay, now maybe
I've got New
I
Jersey.
learned everything I needed to know about American politics in Springfield, Illinois in those years. Now, in my life, so I'm totally disagreeing with Rick on the golden age thing. In my lifetime, I don't have the figures, I used to have them, but the numbers of journalists in this, the people who are actually working at what I do, has collapsed and plummeted. I know people who are selling hot dogs in Detroit who used to work for the Chicago Tribune. The industry has collapsed. My company, the place I work, hanging on by its fingernails financially. And all of this happened at a time when we now have a president and a regime running this country that has singled out journalists by name, by tweet, from the Oval Office, in rallies with 10 or 15 or 20 times more people in them than you right here, howling at them and howling memes, lying memes over and over. And those of us who are supposed to tell people what's going on in your State House or in the White House, we're drowned out. I have Twitter feed, we all, everybody has to tweet back. We write. Of course, we have the megaphone. You can get on TV and you can say things, but the megaphones are siloed. The TV is all siloed. So this is all to say, as somebody whose my whole training was to cover and believe in the fact that there was a public looking for the objective as opposed to the subjective. Over the 2 years that I've been covering Trump, in the beginning, that kind of quote from Ivanka Trump was sort of a joke to me, and this whole thing was sort of, oh, it's just going to be quite an interesting thing to cover. It's ridiculous. And this last summer, I started to really understand and feel how degrading it is to the profession. I don't mean degrading like bringing us down to lie in the ground lie down with dogs and come up with fleas, although that's part of it. But just the degradation, the dissolving of what we do, and it is not the golden age of journalism. And I have to.
I take your point on that, though, because
I wish it was. I know people are working very hard.
I think David's point about my observation is correct. That, I am talking about the Times, the Post, that are playing at this very high level with this incredible degree of access right now and incredible scoops right now. But yeah, I mean, your example, when I started out in politics in Florida in 1988, there were about 60 reporters covering politics in the state, and now there are about 5. I kid you not, about 5.
I'm sure that's true here in Arizona.
And they're stretched.
Yeah.
They're stretched to the absolute outer boundaries all the time. They miss enormous stories all the time. And no, there is no social media component where bloggers are going to fill the gap between that and actual journalism. It just doesn't happen.
Can I break the gold age ice age tie here?
Please.
Okay, yeah. It is the ice age for local journalism. If as somebody said the other day, if your ambition is to steal a lot of money through politics, now's the time to run for office, because your local newspaper is not there to care anymore. I agree with Rick that, though, at the other end, the coverage of Washington Washington has really been superlative. We feel it at the Times. The pressure that we feel from the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, other outlets to cover the big story is there. The last thing I would just say, and not in defense of Illinois, but to underscore it, is I grew up in Illinois. I grew up in a small farm town in Illinois. Every governor when I was a kid went to jail. That's right. Otto Kerner went to jail. Dan Walker went to jail. Even Fat Sam Shapiro went to jail. They all went to jail. Right. I took away from that one lesson: you can't trust people in government. I don't understand where the conservatives have gone. That used to be the conservative ethos. Don't trust these people. And
skepticism of executive and state power used to be a core function of conservatism. It was that the power of the state had to be constrained, the power of the executive had to be constrained. I mean, I remember when Republicans were declaring that Barack Obama was a combination, was like Black Stalin because he was doing executive orders. They were freaking out. And Trump does it now as his central mode of governance. And conservatives are like, yeah, all right, that's cool.
But I want to hear about Amanda Knox.
Do you want to hear about Amanda Knox?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so Amanda Knox, everybody here knows who she is, I guess, right? So I went to Italy in 2009 with a book contract. My idea was to go over there and write about why this American girl turned into Charles Manson, because that's what I've been reading as I was consuming information at People magazine, reading the British tabloids, reading what our reporters over there were reporting based on what was being reported in the Italian media and their interviews with the lawyers. I went over. I got there, right in the beginning of the summer, and and the trial had already started. It was sort of in play, but in Italy, everybody knows that you must take your 6-week vacation in the summer. So the whole thing went on hiatus, and that allowed me in those 6 weeks to start interviewing everybody who was around. The prosecutor made himself available, the cops, some of the cops. Some of the people who were involved in the investigation, all the lawyers, and I'm just doing journalism 101. I was just doing, knock on the door, let's see the document, tell me where this piece of information that I read comes from in the document. You, Mr. Prosecutor, do you back up this piece of information that's in now the British tabloid? And nothing was adding up. In the first couple of weeks, I realized, I got a problem. And I called the editor and I said, I don't know what you want me to do here, but I don't know I no longer think that the book is about a girl who went and turned into Charles Manson. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether she did it or not. I'm now completely confused. And so, I stayed and I had an assistant and we started just keep doing journalism 101. We went up and down Italy to all these different sources, people who knew the different players. And meanwhile, the trial played out and she was convicted in, a courtroom with the Madonna peeling from the wall behind it's a medieval courtroom, and there was the cross and the church, and they had been calling her Lucifer, and the whole book really should be an opera, not a TV show. It ended. The conviction was called. The press was called in at mezzanotte, midnight. Come in at midnight and it was November, and there was fog snaking through the piazza, and there were people out in the darkness, and you could hear them howling, Assassina Americana, American killer. And, we went in, and she was condemned, and that's the word they used, condemned. She was convicted. And I walked out thinking, wow, I've just witnessed an actual modern-day pagan scapegoating ritual. And it was amazing. And so, and I learned a lot through that case about how you can take somebody's story in our business and turn them, just completely create a character out of bits and pieces of information that are not in Italy. They do journalism differently. They have mafia problems. Their legal system works differently because of the mafia, so it's not as transparent as ours. And so anyway, that's the long answer to your question. I did learn a lot about how the media can be manipulated, and also if you're young, female, and attractive, the things that the press likes to do with that, especially the British tabloids. And, you know, I'm an English major. I'm an Anglophile. I loved the British press. When I would go over there, I loved to read they had, you know, 15 or 20 papers that you could still buy, at least last time I was there. I loved all that. You know, it's the home of the English language. But watching the way these guys worked, there was so much cynicism, I kind of lost a lot of respect for them. So, but it's still a great language.
If it's all right, let's stay away from Trump one more time before we get back to Rick in the belly of the beast. David, I'd love for you to talk about the New York Times and the genesis of the Me Too movement and how the sensitive topics or issues you have to deal with in writing about that.
It kind of came out of the blue for me in that I received a message from Bill O'Reilly's lawyer asking to come over and talk, and I had no idea what he wanted to talk about, and he showed up, and he told me that the Times was working on a story about Bill, and I got in touch with the reporter, and that was really the first time that I had been aware that this line of reporting was taking place. Those stories were incredible by Emily Steele and Mike Schmidt. They represented really hard reporting. A lot of those cases involving Bill O'Reilly involved settlement agreements and getting at people who had agreed not to talk about them and getting behind those settlement agreements. That led roughly the same time to the work that Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey did on Harvey Weinstein. In the book, I talk about, again, always a little slow. That's sort of my motto. I'm at the airport, and I remember Jodi's looking for me, and I called Jodi back, and she said she's going to do this story about Harvey Weinstein, and we're sure to get sued and all that. And I remember thinking, I've seen this movie before. We'll do a story. They'll deny it. Everything will continue on. Maybe some ads will be pulled. The ads will come back. It will be nothing. I was so wrong. And the thing I remembered, and it goes back to a little bit about what I was saying earlier, is that need to stand up, to stay with the story. And Megan and Jodi were incredible. They did not get intimidated. They kept pushing. They were an inspiration to me, and I was not going to be the one to get nervous about it. There was a team of lawyers that Harvey Weinstein ended up with. They were, as it proved, less team than mutually repellent particles, because they then started pushing each other away and then contradicting each other. And so much of what followed in the aftermath was interesting, because there were so many stories after that, and rightfully so. But that lawyers would call me for a person in the art industry, or a person in the music industry, or a person in some other industry, and I could almost script the opening line, and it always was, "My guy's not Harvey Weinstein." And I always thought to myself, and I try to listen because that's an important part of what I do, that's not really the bar.
You know, for any of you who watched the movie The Post, or reporters are cantankerous, obstreperous, but the lawyers at the Washington Post and the New York Times, the reporters love them because the lawyers are really on their side, and that movie sort of made it look a little bit like the lawyers were trying to stop everything in the Pentagon Papers. Not quite accurate, and certainly not the norm. And so David and Bo Jones, who I worked at the Post for a long time, you know, their role was to help us get it in the paper, and they believed in that deeply. And so I want to thank David here for all of that you've done over the years. Rick, if you don't mind taking us back to the dirty world of today, I'm curious how much of the cult is a fake cult. In other words, you probably get calls every day from...
Absolutely.
Yeah, talk about that.
So I'm going to divide it out into two big groups. The first group are elected officials. I'm going to tell you a dirty little secret about the Republican Party in the Senate. There are about 10 guys in the Senate who are actual Trump true believers. The cuckoos, the bomb vest guys, I call them. 10. The rest of them fall into the category of either being terrified of Donald Trump. They don't want him to tweet about them. They don't want him to mess up their primary. They just want to go along to get along, get things done. And there's a handful that are just absurd opportunists. I mean, Lindsey Graham is the king of that particular mountain. And Lindsey said the quiet part loud this week in an interview. Mm-hmm. He goes, I want to be relevant. I want phone calls from the president. I want, if you're not here to have the president love you, why are you here? If you're not going to get reelected, why are you here? Well, I don't know. Call me crazy, but something about serving the people of your state or your district seems to, at some point, might have been the intention of the founders. I'm not really clear on that. But that opportunist faction is the thing that normalized Trump and that excuses all of his behavior. Well, we got to get our judges. Well, we got to get this tax cut. Well, we got to get this. We got to get that. Because they have a sense that we're at the party before the apocalypse. And 2018 was a preview. And the scenario that Mitch McConnell faces in 2020 is that's the bad year for the Republicans. Okay, we only had 8 vulnerable seats up this time. Okay, it was the Democrats on defense in 2018. It's the Republicans on defense in 2020. And if the economy isn't where it was in 2018, and Donald Trump, his numbers, they play in a range somewhere in the very high 30s to very low to mid 40s. That's his trading range. It doesn't vary. That's right now with an economy that everyone considers to be pretty spectacular. Now, why it's spectacular is the Fed and everything else, but we'll leave that aside. If it's not there, these guys are going to have to own Donald Trump, and they're going to have to carry Donald Trump on their back like a big orange weight. And they're not. So the ones that are scared of a primary, they keep their mouth shut because they're afraid Donald Trump will tweet about them and draw the crazies out of the woodwork. I mean, look, Martha McSally lost this race because she was afraid of Kelly Ward, because she was afraid of Donald Trump getting behind Kelly Ward. And if your party is designed to control you by fear of the crazies, it has a whole set of boundaries of getting elected in the general. And you're going to see that iterate out over a lot of races this year. I mean, Lindsey Graham is afraid of Donald Trump saying, I don't like Lindsey Graham, I prefer candidate X. And a single tweet can do it. I mean, you saw in the state of Florida a guy named Adam Putnam, who had been agriculture commissioner, traditional Republican, enormously popular across the state, good dude, like just, taking care of business kind of guy. Donald Trump tweeted about Ron DeSantis, who loved him and who pledged loyalty to him, and Adam Putnam disappeared politically. Nuked, gone, over. Donald Trump has enormous power over the Republican base, so these guys are constrained and controlled by that. Now, to break out of the political space, in the House, basically the sane Republicans either quit or got beat last time around. You are down to the core now. You are down to the Trump-Hadi caucus. And a lot of these guys are very, very committed to preserving the reality bubble around themselves. And you've got Meadows and you've got Nunes and you've got Jordan and these guys who are out there basically saying, no, the real crime is in the people that are investigating the crime. Wait, what? But in the Trump, in the social base, in the normal civilian non-elected base, there's a tribal set of the Republican Party that are 25% of these people, 25% of the GOP are ideologically malleable. They are completely in the Trump cult. They care about Donald Trump. If he said tomorrow that the fundamental principle of conservatism is the seizure of property for the working people, they would go, oh yeah, well that's of course what it is. If he spouted Karl Marx tomorrow morning, they would say, well that's conservatism. That's what Buckley said, right? So about 25% of the GOP is just, they're lost. They're gone. They're only about the Trumps. They're going to vote for Donald Trump Jr. for president in 2024. I promise you. They've become a cult-driven, family-driven thing. They want a Trump royal family. We've seen him in focus groups, and it is utterly terrifying because they believe everything he says. Well, he's the richest man in the world. He's the most successful businessman in American history. He's a genius. He's the best negotiator of all time. He's already broken China's back, and all of our money's coming back. They believe these things, and you can't change their mind. They're gone. They're done. It's over. About 25% of the party are behavioral Republicans. They just voted Republican. They're not highly politically engaged. They don't particularly love the Democratic Party. They are social and fiscal conservatives in varying flavors and varying overlapping Venn diagrams. And about 25% of the party is gone, and that primarily were educated voters and female voters. And I like to say that women voters got separated from the GOP in 2016, and in 2018 they got a divorce. And by 2020, I think we're going to have restraining orders. But how do you build a party that's viable nationally, that is dedicated to a platform that is fundamentally anti-immigrant, that is fundamentally alienated Hispanics and African Americans, and just Trump or his people trotting out the occasional person to say, well, a black person works for the administration here, or I have a black friend there. And literally Donald Trump said that. Look at our black friend in one of these rallies. And my jaw was on the floor. That's not exactly Ed Brooke. This isn't exactly, a meaningful leadership in those communities. And the things he said and done, like Charlottesville, those alienation forces are driving people out of the GOP rather quickly. They're also foreclosing a lot of younger voters who have and look, it's the unicorn of politics that younger voters are going to turn out in huge numbers. They don't. They never will. They went up dramatically from 11% to 13% turnout in 2018. But those people are setting a pattern of voter behavior that, if it carries on and if it iterates further, will be a very bad piece of business for the Republican Party. And at some point, this urban-rural divide in the party is going to be a real question mark. And about 25%, to loop back and close this up, of the Republican Party, they dislike Donald Trump. They're not comfortable with him. They are stuck. They don't know what to do. They don't like him. They wish he wasn't president. They like their congressman, or they like their senator, or they like their Republican governor. They don't really like Donald Trump. They're uncomfortable with his affect, with his behavior, with his insults, with his venality, with his vulgarity, with the entire catalog of things that make Donald Trump, a combination of a figure of ridicule and a figure of disgust by a lot of Americans. All that taken as a big whole doesn't mean that the Democrats are going to sweep 2020, because they can snatch victory away from themselves at any given moment. But I think you've got a Republican Party that's in very great flux right now, and it's the control of Trump over this party is a control of fear for the most part. The FOMT, fear of mean tweets. Always predict how a Republican elected official will behave by that acronym, fear of mean tweets. If they think Trump's going to tweet about them, they will go out and wear a clown suit and break dance in public if that's what they think he wants them to do. So.
We have about 12 minutes left, so people who have questions come up to the microphones. In the meantime, I want to ask Nino another question. This week we watched Ivanka Trump, without blinking, state on national television that it was just normal clearance procedures for she and Jared. Is that sort of in keeping with the understanding that you have of Ivanka, that she could do that?
Do you want me to read that quote again? Does everybody
Yes, please.
remember it? Okay, it's probably perception is more important than reality. If someone perceives something to be true, it is more important than if it is in fact true. This doesn't mean you should be duplicitous or deceitful, but don't go out of your way to correct a false assumption if it plays to your advantage. That's what's going on there, and it'll go on forever. I just want to say, while you're winding people up, that this one thing I learned, one of the insights in my book that I hope everybody goes out and buys it, because they don't want you to read it, is the title "Golden Handcuffs," which I didn't come up with, has to do with obviously we can't leave because our jobs are we get so much money, right? But it's also what I came to understand about Trump is that all of his relationships, and I think Rick's book is sort of has to do with this, is all of the relationships that he has, from the doorman to the journalist to Michael Cohen to the Congress people, is every relationship has an implied threat of blackmail or financial, taking your money away. All of them, every single one. And that's why you could see Matt Gaetz doing the tweet the other day threatening Michael Cohen with revealing the mistress. And underlying all that this comes back to journalism, is that one of the reasons Trump can use the word fake news, and I think he believes in it really, is that his entire relationship with the media in New York has been colored by his relationship with David Pecker and his ability to buy stories. Always. He's always been buying stories through the National Enquirer, and that ability, if you do that, if that's what your business model is with journalism, then he looks at me and he looks at the New York Times and he thinks we all have a price and somebody has paid us and we've agreed to that, to take the money. Or, they know something about you. It's blackmail or it's cash.
So we don't have too much time, so let's make these lightning round answers. All right? We'll start here.
Given everything that's going on and has been going on, could each of you tell me why Donald Trump will not be impeached by the House?
They don't have the votes in the Senate. It's never going to happen.
By the House?
It doesn't matter. Why take the vote if you can't close the deal?
What he said.
Yep.
What he said.
We all agree on that.
0% chance.
So, the beginning of this talk, just to reveal a conflict of interest, I'm a reporter, so I'm really interested in what people think of the press, was the statement that everybody seemed to agree on, is that the public doesn't trust the media, and the distrust has grown, sowed by Fox News, by Trump, whatever. So my question is there any kind of an even mild fix for this? Because all I ever hear as a reporter is, just keep doing your job, just do your job, file your Freedom of Information Act request. Is there a fix for this problem, or is it just going to keep getting worse?
I answered that to you the other day, so I'll let David and Nina.
What was your answer? Oh.
What he said. Keep doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, as unsatisfying as that is, I think that's the role of reporters. I think the role of a lot of us who are not reporters but love what they do, that is what journalists do, we have to be the ones speaking up for it. I think we have to stand up against libel suits. I think we have to stand up against any attempts to change the law. But I really think that it depends on that same group that Rick's been talking about to come out and say this is unacceptable. The people in the Republican Party to say, I may not like the New York Times, but you know what? They are not the purveyors of fake news. They are not the enemy of the people. They're not a stain on society. We need a free press.
Yeah, I mean, I second that. I just think, the basis of what I do has to do with speaking truth to power, and that is the bedrock of our country. And everybody in this room should go out and share that notion with their friends and who think that that's not what the media is or the press is. Even if it's media that's doing ridiculous things, they should be allowed to speak and to say what they want. That's what this country was founded on.
Yes.
This is for Mr. Wilson. Given your peculiar knowledge of Republicans, can you tell us if anybody is likely to stand up with a backbone, either in the communitarian class or the senators?
I think you will see a couple of Republicans who primary Donald Trump. As of this moment, that's still an open question of whether any of this is going to be an effective primary. But there's a historical precedent here that's a fairly recent vintage, which is Pat Buchanan, who had no chance whatsoever of beating George H.W. Bush in 1992, primaried him. He was an absolute, edge case, 0% chance, but he drew a lot of blood into the water. He churned the water up enough that the shark of Ross Perot came along to nip and break off votes from Bush in the general election, and basically empowered some of the populism of that time to flood out of the GOP into the independent side and enabled Clinton to win.
I'm actually going to interview Kasich next week. Do you think he's going to get in or not?
I think John wants to get in. I don't know if he sees the timing window working for him.
Thank you.
I had sort of two elements to my question. And one of them is I was thinking about the book by Jane Meyer about dark money and the look of the evolution of the powers that be behind how we got to Trump, in a sense, but also looking at what you were talking about earlier in terms of the consolidation of, or the reduction of number of journalists out there. And I'm a former journalist myself. And I wanted to look at that from the perspective of a paper that I worked at over 25 years ago that had, at one point, a small town, 45,000 people, had 25 reporters. It has 1 reporter now. At all. So the confluence of that money that's coming in on that level of political discourse, and yet we have fewer and fewer journalists and more media consolidation and ownership of that consolidation, meaning fewer viewpoints being proposed. How about it?
I think David's
wrong. The situation, Nina's absolutely right. The situation in local journalism is really dire. But I would like to talk about a couple of things which I think are positive. One is that I think that the new nonprofit model is starting to take hold. There are people with money who are financing nonprofit local journalism. Texas Tribune, for instance. You're going to see that. I have been talking to people about forming a nonprofit law firm, getting nonprofit legal services to those. I think that's going to help a lot. The second thing is that the New York Times has succeeded with a model which I hope will catch on, and that is our revenue base has shifted dramatically to subscribers rather than advertisers. I don't think the local advertising market is coming back. It's not going to happen. The internet has made that impossible. But if a lot of good folks like you are willing to pay for news, be the subscription base for local news, there's some hope.
I just want to say that our byword is benevolent billionaire. And I don't think the WAPO actually would be where it is if it hadn't been purchased. You're talking about the success of the great national press in Washington. It's due to somebody coming in and pouring money into it and not expecting to get a lot of money back.
There's we could do a whole separate talk on the consolidation of media firms in the last 25 years and why that led here and why the tyranny of a quarterly report has led these guys to cut and cut and cut and cut and cut, and the belief that the power of for their stockholders is the only thing that matters in the equation, is sort of runs head to head with some of the necessities of journalism.
Benevolent was the key word, because there are some billionaires who are just cutting the hell out of newspapers. But I would say for my own paper, the Washington Post, Donald Graham, who grew up in the newspaper, it was his family newspaper, who loved it, read it every day, read every story in the paper every day. It was an act of incredible selflessness for him to sell the paper to Jeff Bezos, who so far has been benevolent. Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? So there's a Facebook meme going around that says, as a journalist, if somebody tells you the sun is shining, it is not your job to bring in somebody else who says it's raining outside. It's your job to open the window, put your head outside, and tell us what's really happening. And I wonder how you all give me much more hope than the actual media that I read or listen to gives me. And so I wonder, what is the interplay between sort of presenting the whole spectrum of craziness that's out there that actually starts at about the center and moves so far to the right that it's ridiculous, and the whole left is just sort of not even there. The balancing act, I guess, and then what you were talking about, and both of you were talking about just standing up and speaking truth to power and saying, no, that's BS, and that's not the story we're going to tell. We're going to tell the truth.
Well, as a working journalist, that's been an issue that's been discussed since I got into the business 30 years ago. It's always a problem and a question. People are, why do you want to talk to the crazy gorilla over there? If the guy said, the earth is flat, you have to go chest that out. But that's what we do, and I think I think now the press has moved against Trump so far that that's actually problematic in some ways, that there is that there's a resistance because people can see it. That's one problem. But the other thing is, just don't get your information from Facebook. That's please
Right.
don't even do it
Right.
ever.
The oldest saying in journalism is a city editor saying, "If your mother says she loves you, check it out." So, you know, it's
As Benjamin Franklin said, this Facebook meme is excellent.
So anyway, thank you to this wonderful panel, and thank you all for coming today.
So does David get a chance, and you get a chance to relax a little bit now?
I think we'll go back to the hotel. Quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we fly out about 9:20, but when we left Nashville, 7, so we have 40.
Yeah. This helps. This relieves.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to start by saying I'll read you a quote from Ivanka Trump, because my book is about the women of Trump. And one of her, she wrote a book early before he ran for office, and she is her father's daughter. The quote is, "Perception is more important than reality. If someone perceives something to be true, it is more important than if it is in fact true. This doesn't mean you should be duplicitous or deceitful, but don't go out of your way to correct a false assumption if it plays to your advantage." So that's kind of what we're up against, among many things. So what David's referring to is I wrote my book about the Trump women, the three wives, Ivanka and Trump's mother and grandmother. It was assigned by Simon & Schuster, based on a magazine article that I did right after the inauguration about the women of Trump. And when they offered me the contract, my immediate, I dragged my feet for a long time, because having covered Trump, having lived in New York, having watched how he operates, having read the biographies, I knew that his habit of litigious, his litigious responses, his willingness to file lawsuits, as frivolous and as losing as they might be, was a scary thing to confront. I know somebody who was involved in one, a writer, and it's not a pleasant thing to have to deal with. So I was reluctant to start it, and then when I did start it, I made a decision not to put things in it that were not entirely nailed down, with sources double-checked. We had lawyers go through it, for months before it came out. Even though my editor would have loved to have something in there that would have drawn down the kind of attention that Michael Wolff's book, I assume everybody here is familiar with Michael Wolff's book. It's sort of the text on the Trump White House. Because to do a book like that, you are guaranteed what is now, today, the Oprah's Book Club stamp of approval, which is the Trump rage tweet. And for publishing, that's what you want. But I avoided all of that. I hewed to things that had already been published, or hewed to things that had 100% corroboration. And the book came out in October, to absolute silence from the Trump administration and the right-wing press, which was kind of interesting. It was completely ignored. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think that they really didn't want to give it any attention at all. And 3 or 4 months passed. The London Telegraph contacted me and asked me if I wanted to write an article about it, about Melania. and using some of the material in the book and doing a little bit more reporting. So I wrote a piece over Christmas, and it went up, and they sent me a letter a week after it came up and said, we've received a letter from Charles Harder. Charles Harder is Melania Trump's attorney. Charles Harder has gotten $3 million out of the Daily Mail already. Charles Harder brought down an entire media company in New York over the Hulk Hogan video, and he's a fearsome character. The Telegraph immediately retracted, took the story offline, and that was fine. And then they moved to write an apology, which is sort of, they said, don't, they called and they said, we're gonna have to apologize. We really want this to go away. And they put out an apology letter, and they said, we're not going to use your name. Well, everybody in the world knew, it didn't take long to figure out whose story it was. And they took it down with this apology, and it was abject, and it apologized for things that other journalists have written about her, and it apologized for things that are factually accurate. And then they said they gave her a substantial sum, which I understand to be probably in the low 5 figures, probably just legal fees. But it was a real stain on, of course, my reputation and my project. So I had to get a lawyer in London to counter all of these claims officially, and that's online. And the question is now whether or not one goes to court to win back one's reputation. And I'm not a litigious person. I like that my story is out there, my side of the story, and I think that's probably where it ends, but I don't know. We may go further. The lawyers think they have a case. But the point of it is, when you're writing about these people, that is always a threat. And I think that's where I'll leave that for now.
Nina, the fun part about that is if you did go to that, you'd get her NDA in discovery.
Yes, well, that is. I mean, the idea of getting her into discovery, of course, is
which is where Trump always folds, by the way, when it comes to lawsuits.
Right. I mean, the British law is much different than ours, and that is why they caved in so quickly, because they might not even get to NDA. They might not get to discovery. So, but it's still under discussion. Stay tuned. It could get interesting.
Over 100,000 are expected at the Tucson Festival of Books here. It's a 2-day weekend festival. We are in day 2 of live coverage of Book TV. There are also over 300 authors, and one of them is Nina Burley. She's here to take your phone calls after just listening to her and others talk about journalism. The lines are lit up, so we'll get to those in a minute. I want to begin with why you wrote the book and what you were hoping people would get out of it.
I wrote the book because I was there on election night watching Donald Trump get elected and take in the Hilton, in the New York Hilton. He entered with his entourage of women, all of them in 4-inch heels, not looking down, not having to look down because they're used to wearing shoes like that, with perfectly ironed hair, all of it TV and camera ready. And I thought, wow, these are the new role models for our daughters. This is the American face, the face of American womanhood. And it was just such a flip from what obviously had been before the election ended with the bad hair day, pantsuit, middle-aged woman. You would never see a woman like that on Trump's arm. And I thought I'd like to investigate what sorts of women are in his life, what are they like, and also how did they shape him? And I got into his mother and his grandmother as well, women about whom very little is known because the Trump organization doesn't talk about his grandmother, the founder of the Trump company, really. And I wanted people to think about what does it mean to have women like this as our role models, and who are they? And that was the impetus, really.
What do you say to critics who think they should be off limits? The First Lady and his children.
Well, the children, I don't get it. Oh, you mean the children who are part of the, well, first of all, the children, his children who are in the administration, and I only deal with Ivanka here. I don't even really get into Tiffany. I think once you're a senior advisor to the president, you're no longer an off-limits child. I do not talk about Barron at all in this book. I won't talk about him with you. We don't go there. As far as the wives, I don't know. I mean, we've had, every president's wife has been written about. Obviously, reporting has indicated that some reporting has indicated that Melania wasn't quite on board with running for president or wasn't particularly happy. You read about that. But she is a public figure now, whether she wants to be or not. And his mother and his grandmother, who are no longer alive, are very interesting people to look at as well, because they are part of history of the President of the United States.
Well, let's go to calls. John is up first in San Francisco. John, welcome to the conversation.
Hello, thank you for having me. I wanted to bring Nina's attention to a story that's been out there for a while. It's about Maria Butina, the woman who was accused of basically accused in the media of being a spy and as being a Red Sparrow type, where everything was thrown at her that she had used sex for getting her ends met. But I was thinking of, you had mentioned Amanda Knox, and I was thinking it's a close parallel, because here this woman is arrested, put into solitary confinement, and basically kept incommunicado for weeks and months. And now it turns out that the prosecution has had to back off from saying that she used sex and all these nefarious things, and had to admit that she was a student with a 4.0 grade point average. But I'm just curious if you're aware of this story, and it seems to me that there's been a failure in the media. Now, James Bamford just came out with a great article in the New Republic where he basically burst the bubble on her whole story. And I'm curious, have you heard about the James Bamford article or read it? And maybe you have some reflections on how she was basically fitted up.
Okay. I'm familiar with James Bamford. He's actually a friend of mine. I haven't read that article. I know the general outlines of it. And what I would say is, in her case, and you're right, there is perhaps an Amanda Knox analogy. Attractive young females who are accused of crimes are held to a different standard in terms of, I think, the amount of attention that they get and the amount of curiosity, and they're sexualized, and especially, an accused Russian a spy or an alleged Russian spy. Of course, there's going to be that kind of attention, and we're living in a moment where there's this gigantic Russian the paranoia and scare moment of feeling that the Russians are everywhere, right? And so I'm not familiar with her case, but you bring up a really good point, and I think it's worth looking further into. Thank you for asking about it.
For those that might not know, Nina Burley is also the author of The Fatal Gift of Beauty: The Trials of Amanda Knox. Guy in Troy Grove, Illinois.
Hello. Thank you for taking the call. We're here in Illinois with a pretty much Democratic background and unions forever down here. We have AFL-CIO, steelworkers, trade unions, etc. And that's really what's important to most people in this area. They're working people, they have homes, they've been paying taxes forever. And the problem with trying to get onto Trump that most of us see just because of women issues and this and that, is because JFK had his women. The President Clinton had his women, of course. And that wasn't important to us then either, because it was how the economy went. The economy was good for a while with Clinton. And then the economy looked good, but after he signed NAFTA, that just cut our throats. Our own factory was going to expand with the new tank. As soon as NAFTA was signed, they picked up the option they had on land down in Mexico, and they built the next tank down there for making glass. I mean, this, and see, those are the things.
Can I interrupt for a second and just tell, can I just interrupt and say, I'm from Illinois. I am aware, because I grew up there, of what's happened to the towns in Michigan and Illinois where I grew up. I'm aware of what's happened to people with the loss of manufacturing jobs in this country. I'm aware of the problems, and I commend you for staying with the unions and trying to focus attention on this. And obviously, the attention on the economy and these kitchen table issues, of whether your kid is going to be able to afford to go to college, whether you can afford health care, and whether you have jobs, and whether you have roof over your head, is far more important than Melania Trump and the story of Trump's women. That is, I am not disagreeing with that at all. But I think my book has a lot of insights into this president, a lot of insights into things about him that affect us, including the way he treats the media. But even more importantly, you know, half the population of the United States is female. And we've elected a president with 19 allegations against him, that if those allegations had been made now, since the Harvey Weinstein case, he wouldn't have his television show anymore. I mean, people have been fired at much higher levels in all sorts of businesses, but especially entertainment and the media, for allegations that have to do with this president's behavior towards women. And it's important for us to think about it, because the president and the women who've been around him in his life for the last 2 or 3 decades have participated in the sexualization of the feminine, the commodification and branding of the feminine, and that's actually not a great thing for our daughters as role models.
Nina Bradley, run through what you think are the top insights, the top insights that you got from researching this book about the president.
Well, the top insights, okay, one would be, I just mentioned this, the title, Golden Handcuffs. Obviously, that's an idiom. It has to do with if you have a job that's paying you a lot, but you hate it and you don't want to stay there. It's kind of a joke. It's kind of tongue-in-cheek. But one of the insights that I take away from my research into this president is that all of his relationships, sadly, have at their an element in them of implied emotional or actual blackmail, or the removal of financial support should you speak out. There are NDAs around him. There are, there are gag orders on.
For those that don't know, NDA,
non-disclosure agreements. He's famous for having everybody sign them around him. All of the 2 ex-wives were basically muzzled in exchange for their money. In fact, the second wife was going to write something about him and had an open threat from his lawyers saying, we won't give you your alimony. And so that's one of the insights. That, the sad thing about this president is that the relationships all have to do with emotional or actual implied threats of blackmail.
We'll go next to Kate in Scottsdale, Arizona. Kate in Scottsdale, Arizona? Or I might go to Kathy in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hi, this is Kate.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've just been reading a little bit about the Golden Handcuffs, and I've been really disappointed. This seems like a pointed, jaded book of opinions, calling the women who know Trump queens of Trumplandia and yacht people. These opinions and idioms are... I think they're tactless, and I think this writing is pathetic. We need to work on some better things in this. Isn't there better things, Nina, we can work on?
Well, I mean, you picked out some of the more, I would say, tart comments or language that I use. But I think overall, the book is a very fair depiction, certainly of the mother and the grandmother. And it's also more sympathetic than a lot of people think that it should be.
Talk about his mother and grandmother.
Mother and the grandmother, amazing stories. He's got 4 immigrants around him. The most nativist president in modern history has 4 immigrants in his intimate world. His grandmother came here as a 20-something-year-old German woman, gave birth to 3 children, Her husband died, leaving her a widow with small children, and she took his nest egg and built a house next door, borrowed money to build it, sold it, and incorporated the first Trump organization. So the Trump organization was literally started by a female. That's been written out of the history. It's unbelievable because you could, I mean, imagine running for, if Ivanka were to run for office and say, you know, this great empire was started by a woman. Not brought up by President Trump for one reason or another. His own mother, also very interesting. One of the most surprising moments of my entire research was finding this thing out about her. She was the 10th child of a fisherman in a very impoverished Scottish island called the Isle of Lewis off the coast of Scotland, closer to Iceland than London. Probably grew up in muck boots in the tidal flats, had probably a few dresses. They always went to church on their very religious island. She emigrated from Scotland to the United States at the age of 17 to join older sisters who had already come over here. And they came to the United States because in those days, the great families, the very wealthy families of New York, liked to employ butlers and nannies from the British Isles. And so they employed this young woman who arrived because she knew her sisters already in the world of footmen and maids and butlers to the great families of New York. She lived in the Carnegie Mansion as a maid at the bottom of a retinue of about 25 servants. Andrew Carnegie was one of the wealthiest men in America at the time, steel magnate, and his widow was running this household when Trump's mother arrived. Trump likes to say, oh, my mom came here on holiday. Not true. And this is an amazing up by the bootstraps story. Then the wives are immigrants as well, but we can get into that later.
And his mom, you write about how his mom was around this wealth and became obsessed with it herself. And what impact do you think that had on the president?
I like to say, I don't know how many people have seen the Orson Welles movie Citizen Kane, but there's a term for this sort of the key to somebody's psyche, and I believe that Trump's mother and her life story and working in the Carnegie Mansion when she first arrived in New York passed down to Donald Trump the yearning for the royal and the classy and the ultra luxurious that was available to the very wealthiest Americans that his mother witnessed and then carried on through her own life, yearning for the luxuries of this upper class. That Donald Trump, being born in Queens, even though his family was very wealthy, and even though he arrived in Manhattan with quite a good pile of money from his father to start his business, was never part of the New York City blue blood community, and that's what he's longed for. He's always been on the outside looking in, and that explains quite a bit about what his personality is, I think.
Let's go to North Andover, Massachusetts. Karen, welcome to the conversation.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Ms. Burley, for this wonderful book. I've read part of it, but I do not agree with the previous caller. It's right on. It really is. It does give you a few anecdotes about what is, obvious to us as far as how he wants his women to look. You can't look not good. You just cannot. You will be tossed to the curb. I have one thing that happened to me this morning that just came into me since I was hearing you speak. I was with a large group of women who are in public office, and they are in state Senate offices and federal offices from Massachusetts, and they are mothers. And the mothers of America, I truly believe, are the only ones who are going to really rise up, just as we did right after his election, that amazing march. We are going to be the ones who change this, and we will continue to put more people in to the House and the Senate and probably the presidency. I'm not sure if it'll be this time, but at least it's going to be within the next 8 years, I would imagine. My question to you is, what about his sister, the judge? Has she been
fascinating? It's a really good question. It's a really good question. I think that the siblings, he has 4 siblings, and I think most of them are kind of laying low. I'm not going to say in hiding, but they're laying low. They're staying out of the line of fire. But the sister that you're particularly asking about, the older sister, really interesting. That somebody like her would come from this family because the father was Fred Trump, very patriarchal, very sexist. Wouldn't allow the word pregnant to be used in the household. But this daughter, Elizabeth, older than Trump, is almost like the Republican Hillary. She went to a women's college, one of the seven sisters, I think it was Smith. She graduated with high honors. She put herself through law school as a single mother, and then went on to the federal bench. And she's a moderate Republican. She's in fact attracted the invective of anti-choice people because she made some rulings that had to do with abortion. So, you know, she was a moderate Republican. Very interesting. Donald does have women around him who are capable and who he trusts, and that I think goes back to the grandmother. And she was the founder of this company. She was part of their life until he was in his 20s. And I think also Donald Trump, the president, has attitudes, about men. It's sort of a dog-eat-dog world. It's about domination, and there are certain women in his life who are not people that he has carnal attraction to, who are people that he can trust and entrust in a way that that he can't trust other men. And I would say that Nancy Pelosi is actually sort of falling into that category about now.
And this older sister, does he have a relationship with her? I mean, does she have an impact on him?
Well, that I don't know. I mean, I think that if you talk to people around him, and I have talked to people around him who are close to them, who are in the family, he doesn't listen to anyone. He doesn't listen to them. They can give him advice. He maybe will listen to Ivanka on occasion. Jared's like the president whisperer right now, but I don't know that he listens to them that much.
Elizabeth in Springfield, Illinois. You're next.
Hi, Nina. Admiring you and your research and writing here from way back in college days, and glad to hear you have this book out. Can't wait to pass it around to my book clubs. Pardon? I don't have a question.
Are you my English professor? Oh, you're my English professor.
Hi.
I know who you are. Thank you for calling in.
How did she do in college?
Oh, my gosh. In 20 years, she's right up there at the top, okay?
Thank you so much.
Oh, I don't think she had a question for you. We'll go on to Linda in Phoenix. Hi, Linda.
Hi. Glad to hear about your book. We'll look into it. My question is this, which I've been asking myself. Trump is a man who has had a very active sex life for a long time. Is it possible he has not impregnated someone and paid for an abortion? Has anyone thought about that? Has there been any investigative journalism about that? And if such information came out, what would it do to the evangelical vote that's so tied to him? And that's my question.
Okay, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure how to answer it without getting myself in trouble. I would just say that you're not the first person or the only person who wonders about that. And in terms of my book, if I were to put something like that in there, rumors like that, I think we would have been able to maybe attract the Trump rage tweet, which everybody wants in the publishing industry because more book sales. But you can't, if it's not provable with documents or DNA tests, I don't think you can go down that road. And that's where I am. I don't have any information about that.
Yeah, talk about what you had to do to research this book. I mean, what your sources, the documents, etc.
Sure. So I started working on it right after the inauguration. I interviewed. There are lots and lots of people in New York who know Donald Trump and who know Ivana, his first wife, and who know the family. People in the fashion industry who know Melania, people in the photography world, and I studied all of their writings. I listened to their everything that they've ever said in public, and then I went to the hometowns in Germany, Scotland, Slovenia, and Czech Republic, and interviewed childhood friends, and interviewed colleagues, and put it all together, and I think I wrote a rocking good yarn, and I hope people will pick it up and look at it.
The book, Golden Handcuffs, The Secret History of Trump's Women. Nina Burley, thank you for the conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Up next, another author discussion, this one on aviation, and one of the writers, Karen Piper, who wrote a book about her personal experience with missiles, is going to be joining us after that to talk to all of you. And then following that conversation, a talk on gun violence with the author of Parkland. But first, we'll take you back into Gallagher Theater here at the University of Arizona for the conversation on aviation.
How old's your dad? That's a good question. Early 60s. Yeah, so he was at the absolute perfect age to watch it. He was young enough where the whole thing was still so huge and he was so wide out. Old enough to understand. Yeah. I was 5 when I went, so the vaguest memories with the movie.
Yeah. It's interesting. We just had...
Good afternoon.
Mark Kelly just declared for Senate, so it's a lot of...
I'm Lynn Vincent, and welcome to the High Flyers panel. Welcome to the 2019 Tucson Festival of Books. This panel, High Flyers, will end in 1 hour. Please save your questions for the panelists until after all of them have spoken. This is required reading, by the way. We'll have 15 or 20 minutes for Q&A at the end. The festival organizers thank C-SPAN, Book TV for sponsoring this location, and Cushman, Wakefield, Picor, Commercial Real Estate Services for sponsoring the upcoming panel discussion. The authors will sign their books at the UA Bookstore tent on Mall right after this session has ended. Their books will be on sale there. Book sales at the festival help support the cost of the festival and the local literacy programs it funds. You can also help keep this event free and open to everyone by becoming a friend of the festival or a sponsor of the 2020 festival. Please stop by the Friends booth or by going online to TucsonFestivalofBooks.org. As we begin, please silence your phones. I'll give you a moment to do that. Okay. You may see in your schedule that Dan Hampton is one of the authors on the panel. However, Dan couldn't make it because he got tied up in all the awful weather. So he tried to get here for 48 hours valiantly, but could not make it. So who we have is the wonderful Sam Kleiner, Robert Kurson, and Karen Piper. Sam is the author of The Flying Tigers, the untold story of the American pilots who waged a secret war against Japan. He is a lawyer based in New York City at Boies Schiller Flexner. He was raised in Tucson, Arizona, and holds a BA from Northwestern University, a doctorate in international relations from the University of Oxford, where he was a Marshall Scholar, and a JD from Yale Law School. His writing has appeared in the Los Angeles Times, Foreign Policy, and The Atlantic. Robert Kurson earned a bachelor's degree in philosophy from the University of Wisconsin and a law degree from Harvard Law School. His award-winning stories have appeared in the New York Times Magazine, Rolling Stone, and Esquire, insert parentheses, I'm very jealous. He is the New York Times bestselling author of Shadow Divers, the 2005 American Bookseller Association Nonfiction Book Sense Book of the Year. His new book is Rocket Men, The Daring Odyssey of Apollo 8 and the Astronauts Who Made Man's First Journey to the Moon. We also have Karen Piper. Karen is a professor of literature at the University of Missouri, where she teaches contemporary world fiction, as well as climate change fiction, women and war, literary journalism, and writing memoir. She has received the Sierra Nature Writing Award and fellowships from the Huntington, Carnegie Mellon, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Her latest book has a great title, A Girl's Guide to Missiles, Growing Up in America's Secret Desert. So, in case some of you aren't familiar with these titles, I wanted to start off by asking each author to tell us very quickly about what their most recent book is about. And the way I do that as an author is I prepare what's called an elevator pitch. So this is my question to each of you, and we'll go down the line starting with Sam. And the question is, pretend you just got into an elevator with Steven Spielberg, and you have 10 floors to tell him what your book is about so that he'll make it into his next hit limited series.
Well, thank you for hosting this wonderful panel, and thank you to everyone who came out on this wonderful day in Tucson. It's great to be home. If I was in an elevator with Steven Spielberg, that would be great, and the movie rights are still available. But the Flying Tigers is a story that might be familiar to some Americans in its broad strokes. It's about the famous shark-faced P-40s who fought in the very early days of World War II, memorialized in the famous John Wayne movie, The Flying Tigers, released in 1942. It has characters like Pappy Boyington, a famous pilot, Medal of Honor winner, iconicized in the NBC TV show Baba Black Sheep, but really it's about a secret mission of American pilots who were sent over to help the Chinese before Pearl Harbor. And it's about these 300 young Americans who sign up for this crazy adventure without knowing what lies ahead to help our Chinese allies. They arrive there and find themselves immediately after Pearl Harbor to be the first Americans to fight back against the Japanese. And it's essentially an adventure story of what it felt like to be amongst them. I worked with the families of those pilots and crew members to assemble the documentary evidence, diaries, letters, combat reports of what they were actually going through. And it tells that story authentically so that instead of just the mythology that John Wayne created, which is important, you actually get to feel what it was like to be part of this incredible moment in history at the very beginning of World War II when Americans were desperately in need of victories.
Thanks, Sam.
Well, I'd ask for a loan if I was in the elevator with Stephen. And then I would tell him that in the entire history of the human species and in the entire future of the human species, even if we survive millions and millions of years from now, there will only be one time ever that human beings leave home for the first time. And only one time ever that we arrive at a new world. And that time happened in 1968 when Apollo 8 went to the moon, orbited the moon 10 times and returned to Earth. And you would think I would tell him that this was something that was planned for years and years and methodically worked up to, but in fact, it happened suddenly, on the spur of the moment, and the idea was an epiphany had by a man at NASA named George Low, who one day on a beach in early August 1968 conceived this whole plan to send Apollo 8 to the moon in just 4 months' time, when the normal preparation time for an Apollo flight was anywhere from a year to a year and a half. And that not only was it the safest thing NASA would ever attempt, it was the most dangerous, the riskiest. They were going to go on a rocket, the Saturn V, that had only been tested twice, both times unmanned. The second time had failed catastrophically. Now they're going to put 3 men with wives and children aboard this 36-story tall rocket and send them to the moon. They were also going to go without a backup engine. That would never be done after that in Apollo. So if anything happened to the primary engine that the astronauts needed to get into lunar orbit, and more importantly, to get out of lunar orbit, if anything failed on that engine, if it didn't fire or misfired, the astronauts weren't coming home. On top of all of that, they were going to go at the very end of 1968, arguably the worst year in our country's history. And if that weren't enough, they were going to go into lunar orbit and be in orbit on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day of this most terrible of our years. And I would tell him that when NASA's head heard of this plan, he listened to the idea and he said, "Are you out of your minds?" And he reminded them that they hadn't considered that if anything happened to these 3 men, he said, no one, lovers, poets, no one will ever look at the moon the same again. And of course, that was true of Christmas. So nothing less than the moon and Christmas were on the line for the most daring and riskiest mission NASA ever took.
Nice. Karen.
Okay, so first I'd probably pull the emergency handle in the elevator, and so I'd have a little more time. But I would say, imagine a town that's a kind of a company town, but where everybody makes missiles, and nobody can talk about what they do, not even to each other. And so that's where I grew up. My mom and dad made missiles. My dad worked on the Sidewinder. My mom worked on the Tomahawk. And I found out later in life that they wouldn't even talk to each other about problems they were having at work because it was all top secret. So it made for kind of limited dinner conversations at home. And this town, it's called China Lake Naval Weapons Center, and it's in the middle of California's Mojave Desert. And there we design 75% of what they call free world conventional weapons, which means the non-communist, non-nuclear kind. And besides missiles, we design napalm and chemical weapons, and there was one guy who even bragged about being able to turn the weather into a weapon, which he did. And so, you know, my book is about growing up in this environment. Besides being a top secret environment, it was a pretty religious community. And so I went to a school where I had to sit in a cubicle all day long, a 3-sided cubicle. It's called Accelerated Christian Education. And we had a little American flag. If we had an academic question, we could put in the divider, and a Christian flag for a personal question. And we worked in packets of accelerated Christian education all day long, where we learned about creationism and things. So I grew up in this sort of double isolation, you know, the isolation of my school and the top secrecy of my base. And it shows how all of that affected me and how I evolved, and it becomes a kind of crazy journey along the way to get to where I am now. And that's what the book's about.
Thanks, Karen. I think we have 3 new limited series by Steven Spielberg. What I love about all your books is that you take history and turn it into a narrative that reads like a fast-paced novel. I know from personal experience that this is a painstaking process. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the joys and a little bit about the challenges involved in doing so. And feel free to just chime in.
Yeah, I did my doctorate in international relations at the University of Oxford and was familiar with what it felt like to write a academic dissertation. And when I turned to the task of writing The Flying Tigers, I wanted something that would enthrall people. I wanted something that could take you on the adventure with these young men and women who joined the Flying Tigers, and you could experience it alongside them. And a lot of people, when we think of World War II, we might think of the landing at D-Day or the flag raising at Iwo Jima, but we don't think of China. And that was exactly as it was for these young men, young pilots, and a few women who joined the Flying Tigers, or the American Volunteer Group as it was known. And so it took an excruciating amount of research to piece that together, what it felt like to be approached at a hotel bar in Florida about joining a secret unit, what it felt like to get on a ship, many of them leaving the U.S. for the first time with a passport that listed a false profession to disguise the nature of their mission, what it felt like to fight in combat for the first time. And so that was a process of putting together in detail the letters, the diaries, the combat reports, and looking through old newspapers to find, sometimes spending hours and hours just to pull out a small detail. I think of, when the commander of the unit, Claire Chennault, went to Washington, D.C. to pitch FDR to pitch the Roosevelt administration to approve the secret idea. I spent hours looking at newspapers of just what was going on in D.C., what was the weather like that day, just to get a small detail, because you want to place the reader inside that narrative. And one of the things that I find to be the great joy of writing narrative nonfiction is you can't make anything up. Every single fact in there needs to have a source. There needs to be an endnote to back it up, and that's what makes narrative nonfiction such a joy to write. And hopefully it comes off reading like a novel for the reader.
For me, the best books are always about people. Even in this one, before it's about space, it's about the people who risked. In my first book, a lot of people say to me, "Oh, I never thought I would be interested in a book about scuba diving and shipwreck exploration," but it really isn't about that. It's always about the people. And in this one, I was hoping that would prove true, but I always conceived of astronauts as kind of demigods, half humans and half gods. And when I was 5 years old, that's when Apollo 8 flew. And in my mind, my eyes were giant, and I conceived of astronauts as magnitudes beyond the greatest rock stars or superstar athletes. And I expected the 3 astronauts, Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, and Tucson native Frank Borman, the commander of Apollo 8, to be somehow inaccessible for their greatness. And the joy of what I do is I get to spend a lot of time with the subjects, and they're quite sick of me by the end of it, I assure you. But we really get to know each other, and the best part of this was really getting to know these 3 men as very regular guys. They were as likable and warm, but in the most ordinary way. And was doing an interview with Jim Lovell recently where I described him as ordinary, and the host of the radio program who heard it objected to that. But I said, no, that's what makes the story extra special, is that they really could have been any of us except for maybe one tiny twist of different DNA. They really were much like us. And then the other thrill, I'm a little ashamed to admit this, but I was so excited to have access to these three men that it didn't occur to me to talk about their wives when I went to them, but it occurred to them every moment. There was often not a question I could ask that they didn't invoke their wives. And it soon occurred to me that these women were as heroic and courageous and was responsible for the success of Apollo 8 and the space program as their husbands were, and arguably more so in certain ways. So there's an undiscovered potential out there always when you get into the personal lives of subjects.
For me, it was difficult because of the secrecy around the topic. So when I worked on the base, I remembered being able to just traipse down to the technical library and read all the files. But then when I wasn't on the base, I couldn't go there. And it took 30 years for records to be declassified. So I'm sort of waiting for things to get declassified. And I just wanted, my parents never talked about what they did. So I wanted to just go there and see if I could find information on what my dad did there. So I went to the National Archives, and there's a kind of funny story about, well, funny, haha, but a story about that where I was pulling all the files on China Lake, and sadly they stopped right like the year that we arrived, so I couldn't find anything out about my dad's work. But I noticed there was only one other woman in the National Archives, and she was taking all the files on China Lake right after me. And so I went over and introduced myself and asked what she was doing, and she said, oh, I'm studying the effects of depleted uranium on the people at China Lake. And she goes, you're from China Lake? And she said, how long did you live there? How long did your mom live there? Because my mom was there too. She's like, oh, could I interview your mom? And I thought, oh, well, maybe that's good because I don't have it, whatever it is. She doesn't want to talk to me, but my mom does. So anyway, there were just stories like that. One resource that I had that was really helpful, though, was our base had a paper since the first year we started called The Rocketeer, and they have everything digitized, and they have just hilarious stories about life on the base from the very beginning, so I relied upon that quite a bit.
Sam, I wanted to ask you about the time you spent with the families of the Tigers, including going to their annual reunions, and what was that like for you, and how did you earn their trust?
It's been a huge part of the journey of writing this book over the past 5 years, getting to know the families of the Flying Tigers. And pretty much right after the war, they started having these annual reunions. And as the families that I met talked about it, these were, out in Ojai, California, these really crazy weekends where all of these guys who had, gone on to become, many of them became pilots and became doctors and lawyers, would get together to talk about what this experience had meant to them during the war. And they were all very proud of being Flying Tigers. And obviously, as time went on, more and more of them passed on. So when I first started getting really into this topic in 2015, I started just kind of buying books on Amazon. Many of them were self-published, or people had written about their father, or people had written kind of published diaries from this period, and started emailing with some of them. And they said, well, why don't you come to the reunion? And I said, sure, that sounds great. So I got on a plane and went down to Florida for a reunion and met Frank Lazansky, who's now the last surviving member of the Flying Tigers. He's 98 years old, lives down in Columbus, Georgia. And talking with him, it helped to humanize this incredible kind of mythological story. And the families felt that it was time for the story to be told in kind of its authentic self, kind of warts and all. And families started giving me letters and diaries and stories that hadn't been culled together into a real depiction of who these people were. And like Robert was saying, these were some of the most mythologized warriors of World War II. These were, Americans looked up to these pilots. They were on the front pages of newspapers during the war, but their real stories hadn't been told. These were young men in their 20s, and there were some women there as well. And no one had taken the time to really get to know them as human beings and what they were going through. And that was really what I was able to do through that connection of the families. And the most rewarding part of the book coming out has been able to, I was just in Dallas a few months ago for the reunion and getting to talk to family members, some of whom had lost cousins in this unit who were killed in action, and being able to connect to those stories that were in the book and saying, I finally feel like I understand what they were going through. And that's by far been the most rewarding part of the writing experience for me.
Rob, one of the fascinating stories in Rocket Men is the story of the friendship between the astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell. I loved that part. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
That was one of my favorite parts, too, because when you meet them on the surface, Frank Borman and Jim Lovell could not be more different. And they'll tell you that Frank Borman joined NASA for a single purpose. He did not care about lunar rocks. He didn't care about exploration. He didn't care about exploring into the cosmos or anything like that. He said, I was there for one reason and one reason only, and that was to defeat the Soviet Union on the most important battlefield anywhere, outer space. Once we got to the moon, I was done, and that's the only reason he was there. And when you talk to Jim Lovell, it was almost exactly the opposite. He had dreamed since boyhood, really. He grew up very poor in Milwaukee, but in high school developed a real love for the idea of rockets and rocket travel. And he would lie on his back at night in summers under the beautiful Wisconsin sky and dream of exploring the cosmos and being the first to get somewhere. It was very romantic to him, and it was all about the exploration and the discovery. So they could not have been more different. And Lovell is the most easygoing, warm guy you'd ever meet. Borman is too, but on the surface he could appear more gruff, and he had a reputation at NASA. No one disputed that he was as fine an astronaut as NASA had, but not everybody liked Borman at the time. Everybody loved Lovell. And yet NASA had it in their mind to pair them together for Gemini 7 in 1965, where they were going to send Lovell and Borman, the most opposite astronauts in the whole Corps, on a mission for 14 days. That's the maximum that they envisioned a lunar mission could possibly take. It was a scientific mission, partly to tell, can two guys survive in space for 14 days in a capsule no larger than the front half of a Volkswagen Beetle? And they put these two opposites in and sent them up. And soon enough, the two guys are singing songs together. They're sharing a toothbrush. They're having a great time. They melded together perfectly. And in fact, when they splashed down after this incredibly long voyage that they had, and they pulled them back on the recovery ship, Jim Lovell said, "I'd like to announce our engagement." So they have loved each other ever since, and I've been lucky enough to be in their presence together in addition to all the time we worked separately. And there could not be two nicer, warmer friends. So that was one of the nicest parts of my whole experience writing the book.
Karen, your father was worried about corruption in the weapons industry to the point where he started to question his own sanity. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was actually the impetus for writing the book. One time I was with my dad, and as I said, they never talked about work, but he was at that point a little bit sick and maybe telling more secrets than he should. And he said to me, "They're faking the tests at work." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "They're faking the missile tests so it makes them look like the missiles are working when they're not." And anyway, it turned out that he had been kind of in agony about this, because my dad's a perfectionist, and he was a navigator during World War II, and his whole life is about getting things from point A to point B in a straight line. And so he was very worried that if the missiles went astray, that if they were faulty missiles, that they would kill the wrong people. And it turned out, so I decided at that point, well, I'm going to look into this. I mean, because he never said anything more about it after that. And so I just started doing research and found out that there was a problem at the time with a corrupt Undersecretary of the Navy who was taking kickbacks from contractors who were making the weapons, and he was requiring people to fake the test, to change the data so it looked like they worked when they didn't. He ended up going to prison, but there was a huge FBI investigation on the base for a long time before that happened, and nobody knew that it was even happening, so it caused a lot of conflict on the base at the time that my dad was involved in. And as for his mental sickness, you'll have to read the book.
Oh, darn. I was really thinking that would be a good... I want to toggle back to a general writing question. I have a screenwriter friend who says, I hate writing, but I enjoy having written. What's the most difficult part of the writing process for you?
I loved writing this book. I thought it was such an incredible honor to get to spend time getting to know these families and getting to know this story. I think the hardest part for me was, I had this unit of the Flying Tigers, or the American Volunteer Group as they were known, was really 300 people. You had 100 pilots, a couple hundred ground crew, and I could go on at length about any one of these individuals who you kind of feel like you get to know. There's Scarsdale Jack Newkirk from Scarsdale, New York, who's a pilot who made headlines all over the country for his actions in the unit. There's Bill Reed from Marion, Iowa. There's Emma Foster, who's a nurse in the unit from Pennsylvania. And the hardest part for me was letting go. At a certain point, the book needs to be done, and at a certain point, there's only so many characters, before it starts to feel like a Russian novel. And you kind of have to say, these are the people that I'm working with because I have access to their diaries and their letters. And after the books come out, I've had people come up to me at events and say, my second cousin was in the unit, and here's some documents related to that. And you kind of wish you'd had it at the time, but also you need the art of writing a book is more about what you leave out than what you put in. It's about, I filled my apartment in New York City where I live with all kinds of documents and books, and at a certain point, in order to deliver something that's readable and exciting, you know that not all of that can go in there.
For me, the most difficult part of writing is always the construction. It's not the research, which is a pleasure, and the writing for me is largely a pleasure, even when it's difficult. Sometimes I can't get more than a few sentences out in a day, but it feels like a challenge, and then when you do it right, it feels good. But the construction is something I spend months of my time on. Where does the first part go? How should I save things for later? What should I bleed in here but not too much? Those kinds of, the building of it and the ordering of things is essential to me, because I don't care how good a wordsmith you are. If you don't construct the story properly, it's not going to really impact. And so figuring out how to construct it, building the scaffolding is everything to me. And I'll walk around my neighborhood thinking about it and talking into my tape recorder. Everybody in my neighborhood thinks I'm nuts. In fact, if they saw me in a nice shirt here, they'd freak out. But because I talk to myself, and I'm always talking about construction. The research comes to me and the writing comes to me, but the construction's hard. So that's what I struggle with in general. And in this book, one of the challenges in terms of the writing was to explain technical things in science in a way that the general audience would understand, because I'm not a specialist in space. I'm a general reader, and I like to write for general audiences, so I want to make the thrilling science of the story of Apollo 8 accessible to everybody, because it is thrilling if you don't overdo it. So that was a challenge here, not to overdo the technology.
I also struggled with that because I'm not a scientist, and I had to try to figure out how missiles work. And also my mom was she built the circuitry that went into the missile nose, and she would tell me she works on the Gerber photoplotter, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. So I had to figure out how her Gerber photoplotter works, which turns out they don't even make those things anymore. Anyway, there's all this technology in my book that I'm like barely have a handle on. But actually the hardest part for me in writing the book was fear that I was breaking the law. Because, and I mean literally the law, but also sort of the moral law in my universe, which is you don't talk about skeletons in your closet, you don't talk about, memoir is a difficult thing in that way, and you don't talk about Navy secrets. And so I actually hid that I was writing the book from my whole family. I would sit there like taking notes of everything they say and drilling them, and never told them, because I thought, I'm doing this for myself. It's never going to get published anyway. It doesn't matter. And so it wasn't until the book got a publisher that it was a publisher. I thought my mom's going to find out about it somehow. That I was like, Mom, I'm going to send you this book to read. And I sent it to her, and I knew she was upset because she stayed up all night and sent me an email every 15 minutes as she was reading the book. But the part about breaking the law, though, I mean, I had to have 2 lawyers vet this book for me. I didn't, I didn't want to reveal any sensitive Navy secrets, but I'm talking about some very secret things that happened back then. So the lawyer says, I didn't want to be like Edward Snowden having to escape to Russia or something. But when the lawyer contacted me, I immediately became even more terrified because the first thing she said was, okay, so first we need to go over the Espionage Act. And she did. She literally read the whole Espionage Act to me and talked to me about various sections in the book. And luckily, she said it's all okay because all the stuff that I'm talking about is now public information anyway.
Sam, can you talk a little bit about where you found the documentary research to bring all these people to life?
Yeah, I'd love to. And it kind of, coming off that, it reminds me of what it's like to deal with declassified documents and classified documents. But as you're doing your research, you want to always make sure it's everything's properly declassified. I was very lucky as I was doing this research of getting a lot of letters and diaries from family members. And a big thing for me was getting the original combat reports from the unit, which had never been seen before. The commander of my unit was named Claire Chenault, who's a very famous World War II general, was an Army stunt pilot before World War II and kind of a predecessor of the Blue Angels. And he became very iconic during the war. He spent the Flying Tigers go from December of 41 to July of 42, and he then stayed for pretty much the remainder of the war, but had a real falling out with the commanders of the U.S. Armed Forces, and he wasn't invited to be on the Missouri for the surrender ceremony. He goes home to Louisiana and then ends up going back to China and spends the rest of his life until the late 50s working with Chiang Kai-shek and Madame Chiang. And I got to know his daughter and went to then interview his widow, Anna Chenault, who independently has a fascinating story at the Watergate. And while I was doing this interview, which was amazing as an experience but didn't really make a lot into the book, the daughter said, would you like to go see all of the combat reports? And I said, what combat reports? No one's ever told me about this. And we walked over into Georgetown in Washington, D.C., and there's kind of this unmarked building in Georgetown and off a major street. And we walk in and go down to the basement, and these big, thick black binders are just page after page of the pilots' handwritten or typed notes of each individual day of combat. And as a historian, that's pretty much the kind of thing that you dream of finding contemporaneous documentation of what they went through. And obviously, they're telling it as they experienced it. So there's questions over, when they say they shot down 3 Japanese planes, does that really mean they shot down 3 Japanese planes? But my story was as much as possible trying to tell this as they experienced it. And for me, that was a major historical breakthrough to get that kind of contemporaneous documentation, and then to be able to combine that with the experiences and the emotions that the pilots had through their letters and diaries really helped to make the reader feel like you're there.
Robert, one of the things that impressed me in Rocket Men was your attention to detail with respect to the engineers and the scientists and the people on the ground at NASA. Usually we hear all about the astronauts because they're the faces of the mission, and they're, as you said, almost godlike. But I was really impressed with that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, Frank Borman told me that when the mission for Apollo 8 was conceived and finalized within just a few days, and then they only had 16 weeks to go, he started to calculate the average age of the trajectory specialists who were planning the course for the moon. And it's a very complicated thing. And this is 50 years ago. So, and the moon is hurtling through space at 2,200 plus miles an hour. They're very complicated. And they want to go into orbit just 69 miles over the surface of the moon. So Frank knows that they're in a big hurry to do this. Everything has to be condensed in a way that NASA had never done before or would ever do again. And so he started to calculate the average age of the trajectory specialists who were planning this course for the moon. And he came up with the answer of 24 years. And when he told me that, I thought, these are really, really special people here, all the way across the board. And as I started to interview them one after another, I just thought these are really unsung heroes of the whole space program, because any one of them didn't do his job. And I say his, there wasn't even a woman's restroom in Mission Control in 1968. It was a mostly a male-driven thing. But if any one of them hadn't done his job, the whole thing could have come apart. And there was tremendous faith placed by the astronauts in the support engineers and managers and staff. And so that became a big part of what I was interested in as well.
Karen, you talk in your book about having worked on a Russian ship, a mock Russian ship, in your 20s. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. So I worked on the base starting at 16, I think I said, and every summer I would get a different assignment. So you go to a different part of the base and learn about everything. So this one summer I was going out to a place called Echo Range, way out in the desert. And when I get there, there's about 3 or 4 of these mobile homes that are just plopped down at weird angles in the desert. And I asked my boss, you know, why is it set up this way? And he said, oh, well, we're supposed to be Russian ships. And so when the pilots are flying over from the air, it looks like ships at sea. And we have the Russian radar here, so we see if we can track our airplanes with the Russian radar. And so that was my job all summer, was like working at Russian radar. And it happened to be the summer where they did the first maiden test flight of the B-2 bomber. And so I was there to experience that, even though I wasn't supposed to be because I didn't have the clearance for it. But my boss was so excited that he took me in and wanted me to see it, and it ended up going disastrously wrong. But you'll have to read the book to find out.
I want to switch back to a writing question. You know, as an author myself, I have certain other authors that inspire me and people that I want to aspire to be like, or as I say, be when I grow up. Among those for me are John Krakauer, Sebastian Junger, Mark Bowden, Laura Hillenbrand. How about you guys? What authors inspire you?
I think we really live in a golden age of narrative nonfiction. I think people like Eric Larson or Laura Hildenbrand are doing incredible work to make this form more accessible, and it's a great time to be writing in this style. And I think that kind of beyond just those couple names, I think that the technology has really made this work much more exciting and accessible in some ways, because things like newspaper archives allow for people to do so much more in terms of the research out there. So I'm excited to see all the narrative nonfiction that's being written now, and I think it's a real golden age for that form.
Yes, I agree with the names he mentioned, and one of my favorite narrative nonfiction writers is Ben McIntyre, especially his first book, The Napoleon of Crime, which I just loved. It was one of the first narrative nonfiction books that ever really got me going on the genre. But I also am drawn very much to the great magazine writers of our day, especially those I worked with at Esquire when I was there, including Tom Junod, Mike Paterniti, Bill Zamey, Tom Chiarella, and others. Just totally devastated me with their work, made me feel like I don't belong in the business at all. And when I got over that feeling, I thought I can learn from them. And I remain grateful to this day for those great magazine writers.
That's a hard question because there are so many. So I'm just off the top of my head. Joan Didion inspired me because she writes about California in the 60s and 70s and a kind of chaotic time there that is also in my book. But then other authors, Martha Gellhorn, even though she's a war reporter, and I find her work so moving. So certain writers who wrote about war, even though I didn't grow up in a war, I was like a child trying to make sense of what war means. So there's an author, Alexandra Fuller, who wrote a book, Let's Don't Go to the Dogs Tonight, about growing up in war-torn Zimbabwe. And just her child's, because I'm trying to write from a child's voice through part of it. So she really inspired me to have a certain take on that.
And Karen, I want to follow up with you again, just dovetailing onto what you just said. One of the things that you teach at Missouri is peace studies. So having come from the background that you came from, where your family was involved in the manufacture of weapons, how do those two things intersect and influence each other?
Well, I think because I grew up in a place where we made the weapons of war, but war was almost a taboo term. Like, nobody really talked about it. We talked about missions or exercises or various other things, and so, and about just whether the weapons are working or not, basically. And I became interested, probably because that was withheld from me, to learn about various wars and to read about people's experiences of wars. And so I started teaching a class called Women in War, which covers all kinds of different women's experiences of wars around the world. And I became more involved with peace studies because of that.
Robert, you've already mentioned the storyline of the wives in Rocket Men, and that really was fascinating. And as you say, they were heroes unto themselves. What surprised you most about that storyline?
Well, I was amazed to hear how much death and destruction they'd witnessed even before they arrived at NASA. These were, their husbands were test pilots and fighter pilots, so these women had experience being